What's up, everybody? This is Kings and Dreams. You see the title, you see the thumbnail. This is part three, Ladies' Night Part Three. You know, first two times it went off really, really well, man. And what's really important is on my channel, I talk about travel, relationships, mental, physical health, and things like that. And it's always good to always hear what the ladies have to say. So, without further ado, we are going to get this conversation started. Miss J, how we doing?
Hi, how are you? Pretty good.
Oh man, thank you for coming back. I appreciate you for coming back.
Of course.
Jane, how we doing?
Good.
All right, Miss V.
Hey,
Hey, and for the first time, Miss Ocean, how we doing?
How are you? I'm good. And you?
Doing well, doing extremely well. We got some more people coming, but I just wanted to get this thing started, before I ask the questions, you know, I will start with kind of just a brief introduction of who everyone is, and then we'll go from there. With Miss Ocean, you being the new one, how about you go first and just let the people know who you are?
Okay. Well, my name is Miss Ocean. You guys can follow me at Miss Ocean Possible on Instagram and Facebook. And I am not a content creator, although you will see me online doing content. I just have fun with this. So at times you can see me on Knowledge and Relationships or Intellectual Soapbox. I have a couple other channels, but they're more research based. But that's pretty much me. I'm not too complicated, and I'm pretty glad to be here.
Okay. I thought you were a content creator. I think you may want to make that adjustment because you got some good talking points. You got some good talking points. All right. Let's go with Miss V.
hi. I guess I'm an entrepreneur. I have a few businesses in Dominican Republic. I have an international executive coaching business, among some other things. So glad to be here.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, V. Thank you so much. All right. And then we will go with Jane.
Hey, I'm Alex or Jane. Anyway, I'm actually a student and I'm also in the National Guard, so I have a few different backgrounds that you wouldn't really know about me. But yeah, that's a little bit about me.
All right. Well, thank you for coming through. All right. And then Jay, how we doing?
Sorry. Hi, I'm Jay. I am a stay-at-home wife and mom, and I'm 29, and I live in California.
All right. You were breaking up a little bit there. Just kind of reiterate what you just said.
Oh, okay. Can you hear me okay well
Yeah,
now?
yeah. We can hear you.
Okay. So I'm a stay-at-home wife and mom,
Okay.
and I am 29, and I live in California.
All right. Perfect. All right. Well, thank you all for coming. So we do have a couple of people coming, but wanted to get this conversation started, right? And so first question, and I'll start with you, Jane. And do you believe uh, that a person should take care of their mental health before getting into a long-term relationship and or marriage?
Did you say Jane?
Yes,
Jane?
I did.
Okay.
Jane.
Okay, I couldn't
Oh
tell.
yeah. Okay. Yeah. So what I'll do is I'll call you Alex. My bad. So
That's
this
good.
way that there's
That's
no
fine.
confusion. Yeah.
Um, yeah, I will have to attest to that. That having your mental health in good condition is like of utmost importance before you get into a relationship,
Yeah.
especially if you're going to get married.
Right.
I personally have suffered as consequences of not dealing with my mental health in a relationship. So I just give all that advice. If you want to get married, if you want to be in a real relationship, make sure you know how to take care of yourself. You know how to be emotionally like mature and just yeah.
Right. Absolutely. I completely agree with that. Completely agree with that. All right. Let's go with you, V. Same question.
I think mental health is important regardless of whether or not you're going to be in a relationship. But of course,
Mhm.
the importance intensifies when you're going to partner with someone in any capacity. But taking care of mental health should be a priority in your life, regardless of your relationship status.
Agreed. Agreed. All right. All right. Let's go with Jay.
Okay, yes, I agree that one should take care of their mental health and traumas and all that stuff before jumping into a relationship. Absolutely.
All right. Perfect. And Miss Ocean.
Uh, I don't. I hate being controversial all the time.
Go
Uh,
ahead.
but I would say that I don't disagree. I agree that it is important to have a balanced mental state of being. Um, however, for one to create that balance themselves on their own, that's a tall task. Usually, we don't see ourselves except through the eyes of someone else, and if other people are not in our lives to coach us through that in whatever way that it can be, whether it be positive or negative, typically we don't assess ourselves, like unless it becomes a problem to someone else. So it's kind of hard to say, well, yeah, um, you should do that when it's so many things that's attached to people acknowledging their own trauma, because most people don't even know that they have trauma. um, some people have trauma from their childhood they don't even remember, and it's still active in their body. They don't even know, so how can they address something that they have no recollection of? So a lot of that comes through trial and error. So yeah, it's easy to say, well, yeah, you should address it in your life before you get in a relationship, but 99% of people don't even know about it until they're in a relationship. Um, that's usually when they come out the most. So yeah, I agree. However, it's not practical. It's not practical. I mean, it should be done, yes, but is it practical before? Most people are not going to do that because it's just like I said, not practical.
That's interesting. That's very very true. Uh, Mika, welcome, welcome. Thank you for coming through.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Absolutely, absolutely. So we're gonna jump right in with you, and just kind of give a brief overview of who you are, and then we just jumping into the first question. And if you don't remember the question, I can ask you.
Got it. So my name is Minka. I have a channel called Better Biatches, and it's just where I guess I'm focused a lot on like the issues that men face, especially in today's society and court systems. But I also harp on women taking accountability, and there's some fun stuff that happens too. And the first question, right?
Yeah. So the first question is that do you believe that taking care of your mental health is important before getting into a long term relationship and or marriage?
Yeah, 100%. 100%.
Right.
I think that it's not talked about enough, and especially as women, because we have so many emotions, it's something that we definitely need to address before getting into a long-term relationship, because then it also triggers there's so many things that could trigger us per se, that it's really important that when you get into a relationship, try to have as little baggage as possible.
Okay, cool. Yeah, and I completely agree. But there was one thing that I liked. I liked what all of you said, but I it was interesting about what you said, Miss Ocean, as far as like people not necessarily knowing the triggers until like basically someone kind of calls it out for them. That is very true. That is very true, and I've experienced that myself where I didn't even know like that there were certain things that I needed to actually work on. Where people, in relationships and things like that, where I got called out and I had to actually work on that myself. So that's a very interesting point. Um, so my next question is, and my next question is that, and I'll start with you, Minka. Is that should hold on. Would you like when it comes to like religions and things of that sort? Um, would you marry a person of a different faith?
So I am actually not really religious. I grew up Catholic, but I
Uh-huh.
do believe in God. So it's a little different for me where I wouldn't mind a Muslim culture. I wouldn't mind a Catholic culture. I wouldn't mind a lot of different religions.
Okay.
Um, so it
So
wouldn't really be a problem with me as long as there is a religion in the household.
see, that's where I was gonna go. I was gonna say, what if he was atheist?
Then no,
Okay.
couldn't.
So that's a complete deal breaker. Like even if you love them or whatever the case is, no,
Yeah,
understood.
it's
Okay.
I've
Oh,
harped
my
on
bad.
like love is not enough.
Yeah. Nope. I hear you. I hear you. All right. And Jay, what are your thoughts? I know that you are already married, but let's say if you were not married, and would you marry someone of a different faith or someone that was an atheist?
No, I wouldn't marry someone that doesn't share the same faith as I do, unless I'm going to convert into their other religion.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't. I wouldn't.
Okay. Would you convert though? Because I know you're a Christian. So let's say if he was of Jewish or Islamic faith, would you convert?
Um, no. Now,
Okay.
no. A couple years ago, I was thinking about converting to Islam, but I didn't. But yeah,
Okay.
no.
Gotcha. Gotcha. Understood. All right. Let's go with let's go with you, Alex.
Okay, so I'm not what you would call religious. I don't identify with any religion, but I do believe in God, and I tend to believe in the essence of Yahweh in the Old Testament.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm not Jewish, clearly. Um, I'm in a very unique situation where I do have a relationship with somebody who's very similar in that respect. Um, I have never dated anybody because I've really only dated one person, like an adult, like a real man. So I don't really know how that would turn out to be
Okay.
with somebody who doesn't believe what I do.
Mm-hmm.
But I definitely like thinking about somebody who's an atheist, even though they have sometimes some of the best hearts, they still tend to get led astray very easily by the modern secular agenda, and it can cause trouble, especially when it comes to ideas of family and values like that.
Right. Okay. So if he was an atheist, you basically are saying no.
It would be really hard for me to say yes just because I know the trend of atheist minds and how they tend to flow with what the culture says and not necessarily with any conviction coming from a place of being like this divine like creation. So being a created being and seeing yourself as a created being creates a very different outlook on life that atheists just don't believe in or know how to keep intact necessarily.
Understood. Okay. All right. Let's go with you, V.
Religion is about belief. right? And everyone has different beliefs in one way or another. I'm not a very religious person. I grew up Catholic. I do believe in the universe and the gods, and I have my own sense of that. But um, I'm open to whatever comes with love, and part of love is respecting each other's beliefs and spaces, and it's just part of the process when you get to know someone. Um, how you're going to deal with it, right? So religion really doesn't bother me. It's not a preference. I don't look for a specific type. I don't exclude any religion or possibility. I might get excluded. I don't exclude them. I just think it's a matter of you understanding the people that you're getting involved with, and knowing the boundaries and limitations that come with that. And, can you deal with their beliefs and they deal with yours? And how do you move forward together? So for me, religion isn't really a sticking point where I'm going to exclude someone just because they're atheist or just because they're Muslim.
Okay. So you have no problem whether whether they are whatever religion or they are atheists. So you have no issue.
I don't have an issue. I just, it comes down to, how am I going to deal with this person? Love is love, right? Sometimes you fall in love with people that you necessarily wouldn't fall in love with. And if there's a religious belief in there that they stand strong behind, and for example, if someone told me I needed to convert, to Judaism or something because I fell in love with them, I might be open to it. I don't know. It's just a matter of the understanding that you develop with that person and the respect you have for their beliefs and how far you're willing to go.
Okay. All right. And then last but not least on this one, Miss Ocean.
Um, I'll say this, and I know it's gonna sound a little contradictory. However, two things can be true at the same time, as I like to say.
Sure.
I I'm not very religious at all, and although I know atheists or people that can be classified as atheists get a bad rap. I don't see them as lacking in terms of morale, which is what religion is kind of based around. It's not just belief, it's what you believe that guides your morale, that guides your decision making, and basically how you come to a moral decision, just in general. Like that's your guide. So I'm not very religious, right? Um, because you don't necessarily need to. It's levels to this. However, I do believe that in most relationships, it's best if you're gonna have children that you have some cohesive system that you you at least the man, okay, uh, that you live by or that you kind of adhere to within the household. Because when you're an adult, it's different when you're practicing a certain religion, different from your partner. It's very different. You guys can come together very easy if, let's say, someone's Catholic and another person might be, Judeo-Christian. That can work when you're adults, but when children are involved, I think that's when it's imperative that there's more of an agreement on beliefs and or moral standing um, than not. So with me, would I, marry someone of a different faith? Yeah, but I'm kind of different when it comes to religion. Um, Most people can kind of tell what type of religion I might be more inclined to, but that's for me. But that's for me as an adult with grown children. If I had small children, that would be different. But I wouldn't suggest someone do what I'm doing as a single woman with just a single guy, no children involved, things like that. Um, yeah, I would suggest it, but that's what I do. So I'm trying to draw the distinction there, so no
Yeah.
one gets it confused. Like I'm trying to say, you should
Yeah.
do it. Like no, I feel like there should be there, but it's more imperative when there's children involved.
Right. Yeah, I would definitely agree because I think that when there's small children involved, especially with holidays and you got Kwanzaa, Hanukkah, Christmas, or whatever the case is, and it's like, yeah, that can cause a lot of problems. As an adult, I think that the children are kind of free to make whatever decisions that they want. When they're younger, the parents have to be the decision makers. So yeah, that can definitely cause a problem. So I completely agree with that. So before my next question, I just
Does
want to
it,
address. Oh, my fault. Go ahead.
does it really though? Like, do you really need to have religion present when raising children?
Yeah, I won't see. Yeah, like if for me, yes, for me, yes, absolutely, and I think all most of the panel would agree with that. Like what Miss Ocean was saying, like for small children, and like when it comes to holidays and stuff like that, like I think things could get confusing.
I would say
The
because
holidays are, go ahead.
it sets a standard. Sorry, I have my retainers in, so I should
No,
probably
you're
remove
good.
them. But it sets a standard. Like, what standard are you living up to without some type of set rules and some type
So you
of
don't have
set?
standards without religion?
So that means everybody can just have their like. That means like everybody just willy nilly. Everybody's just. If I feel like this is my standard, my child doesn't feel like that's his standard, and then so it's just like we have a set standard on what we are going to be and we're going to do and what we're striving to be.
So without religion, there's no standards?
I would say, to me, yeah. To me, yes.
I
So
would
I
I
raised
would say that there isn't. I would just say
I
that
raised my
generally.
children. Sorry, I raised my children without religion on the table because I wanted my children to choose their own faith, right? So yes, we had standards. Yes, you know, raising good people is basically what we want to do. It doesn't necessarily mean that religion needs to be part of that. As they developed, we taught and talked about the different religions and holidays and cultures and things of that nature. And as adults, they've taken their own path with that. So I'm not sure that I completely agree that you need religion in order to raise kids. Um, so it's just, I think, a matter of preference.
Uh, can I ask a question?
Yes, absolutely. Go ahead.
You said you didn't raise your children with religion. Did you raise them to believe in some sort of higher power?
We talked about it, right? Because my parents are Catholic. I was raised in Catholic school. So when they used to see childhood pictures of me in the uniform, there were questions. And, there's religion all around us in one way, shape, or form, like you guys said, the different holidays and different beliefs. So we talked about it. When I was asked questions, I would address them. And the important thing for me was to make sure that they understood that regardless of what someone's belief was, they needed to respect that and give them their space, right? So
Right.
we talked about it. I explained the differences. I do believe in a higher power. We talked about that, but I didn't necessarily instill religion into the upbringing. It wasn't like because I'm Catholic, this had to be done this way.
Right, but
It
that
was
wasn't my
more of
question.
education and explaining the
My
differences.
my only question was, did you raise them to believe in anything, like a higher power or something greater out there?
Um, I did, not specifically to
Okay.
a religion, but just in what I said, explaining, yes, there is a higher power. You should believe in something. We do come
Okay.
from, we talked about so many different things. So it was just a matter of beliefs out there and whatever called them, they could take that path. So if they felt like they wanted to pray because they found, we talked about prayer and what that means, I left it open to them. I just didn't
Right.
instill one religion over another, and I wasn't really religious
Right, but that is it in
in
itself.
practice.
when you do instill a belief in something greater than yourself, it is still somewhat of an enforcement. It's something of like there is something greater. That's still a form of religion. I beg the question because you were questioning like the validity of raising a child with religion. I think that there's a book that I read that within every man, woman, and child, there's an unshakable belief in something greater than themselves, and I think that's really what it comes down to when you're talking about religion. And I can assume, I don't know unless everyone yes or knows, that the baseline for religion in the household is a belief in something greater than ourselves. It's because as mankind, as we've seen through trials and tribulations, when the going gets tough, it's always good to have that belief to keep us going. So I just like it for clarification. That's why I was asking.
Can
Yeah,
I say
no,
that?
it's
Yeah, hold on, V.
I'm done.
Huh?
I'm done.
Oh no. V was about to say something, but Miss Ocean was about to say something too. Yeah, go ahead, Miss Ocean.
Oh, now I was just going to say that aside from the belief factor when it comes to religion and children, the other part of that is the cultural factor, because religion carries a lot of our culture. Don't get me wrong, there's a part of our culture that's secular, regardless. However, a big part of our culture comes from our religious beliefs. And like when you raise children without uh, any culture, specifically, whether you're religious or not, typically problems ensue when they don't have no sense of like worldview because they don't have a culture. We talk about that online a lot about people that just are cultureless, and how that takes away from society when adults typically grow up that way and then they come into society without that. It's a way our minds grow as we become adults through our culture. So I mean, I agree with you that it might not necessarily be the case for 100% of parents and children, but for the vast majority of households, especially when you have an intact household with a man and a woman, you kind of need a system in place, just because that's just how we're wired as human beings. Um, Personally, like I said, I think with children it's more essential than if it's just adults. But even if you want to talk about children, for instance, the way Christian culture is set up is vastly different than, let's say, Islamic culture. In the Christian culture, you come into a house, you shake someone's hand, and you guys have a good exchange, and that's great. If you walk into a traditional Muslim household, that might stir up a lot of problems. Just what I just said would stir up a lot of problems because culturally, people do not see things the same way. So when you have children growing up and there's two different mindsets between their parents, that causes them to reject the parents, not the religion. They won't follow the religion, but they'll be rejecting the parents as parents when that happens. So I mean, yeah, if you and your husband are both non-religious and you guys agree on that, that in and of itself is a religion too. Like because with the word religion is talking about is your way of doing things, your way. That's your way. That's your religion. So it's like, you're still teaching them something cohesively, even if it's not, anything with a label. But label or not, it's like we see the problems that come up when children are raised in houses where parents don't agree on fundamental things. And when they might agree on other things except for religion, how that kind of too makes things kind of weird for the kids, like when they grow up. A little bit. I mean, yeah.
Okay, gotcha. So I just I was hearing some feedback, so that's why I muted everybody. But okay. All right, so let me just jump in here and get to the super chat. Shout out to Mostly Money TV, my brother Andre. Ladies Night, let's go. Thank you for the 40,000 Colombian pesos. I appreciate you. Did you give me another one? Oh, he did. Oh wow, I appreciate you, man. Another 10 Colombian pesos. Excellent panel. Thank you, man. I really appreciate it. Yeah, this is a great conversation. Great conversation. Did anyone else have any feedback in reference to this question, or can we move on? You can unmute yourself.
I just think that what religion means and in general and culture and all of that, you don't necessarily need to have religion to have culture. This conversation is definitely a good one and a good topic, but we need to be, understanding of what those words specifically mean, because I think you can still have a culture without religion as well.
Can I give a little bit of a push? I really like you, by the way. I like I remember you from the last panel, and I really enjoy everything that you bring to the table.
Oh yeah. No, so hold on. So before you go, like so whoever's talking, I'm just gonna mute everyone else. That's all. But yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
I hear what you're saying. They don't necessarily, you're right in the sense that you can have culture without religion, but like I'm Mexican, right? I have like the three candles behind me, right? So it's a part of my culture. It's not for me. It's for like my grandma that passed away and that kind of stuff. And I think that even like during Christmas, this last Christmas, we were singing like Spanish songs, and a lot of them are religious. So I think you can have, I think you're right in saying we can have one without the other, but there should be an acknowledgement of like they do mesh very much together a lot of times. Oh, you have to unmute yourself.
It sounds like you have a lot of great traditions, but those are traditions that are passed on, right? So I understand what you're saying, and I think that there's a great respect for having a higher being, believing in something. It is necessary to a certain degree, but you can have one without the other.
You good or move on? All right.
I think so, right?
Nah, it's all good. All right. So this question, so this question wasn't something that I had sent out, but Mika, I was talking to the ladies before we had gotten started, so I wanted to, okay, go ahead, Jay. I saw your message, but so I wanted to ask the question of like what's really been a prevalent topic is DNA testing. And my question to everyone, and I'll actually start with you, V. So, do you think that DNA testing should be mandatory? Yes or no, and why?
Well, mandatory for what?
So, okay. So, all right. So let me break that down more specifically. So, you are in a relationship and or married, and you end up having a child, and your husband and or boyfriend says, "I want a DNA test."
Mm. So you're talking about paternity testing?
Yes, correct. Paternity tests. Yes.
I mean, hey, it's an interesting topic for me because I was adopted, and I have like 18 or 19 brothers and sisters on my father's side who I don't know. So DNA testing, for me, I feel like it's a little bit mandatory, especially because I want to make sure that I'm not dealing with relatives. But when it comes down to paternity, it's a personal choice. I don't know if it should be mandatory unless you're in some kind of dispute and there's a reason or a suspicion of foul play somewhere. I don't know about it being mandatory other than, those kind of situations.
Okay. All right. Miss Ocean, what say you?
Okay, so all right. It's one thing to say we should mandate paternity testing. However, with every mandate, you have to understand that it comes with a bag of worms, and that's you have to look at the bag of worms and weigh if it's worth that. Right now, the way the laws are written, a man and woman can go get their own paternity test. They don't need a court order to do that. However, if if there is a court order or court hearing where that is a concern, the courts can order a paternity test. And the courts will sometimes often make the parents pay for it. Now, if you start mandating that, you have to have legislation to match that for why you're mandating that, because now somebody has to pay for that. And the minute you go up 2 cents on anybody's taxes, you're going to have to give them a good reason why they're paying 2 cents more on their taxes. So you're talking about a couple $100 per person per year. Like, that's a lot in U.S. time and money. So that's just one aspect of it. When you talk about mandating DNA, now you got to deal with the LGBTQ plus circumstance. And I know that seems unrelated, but it's really not, because right now, if someone can obscure how they were born and their true genetics on their birth certificate, now it's a conflict of interest to say we're going to mandate a paternity test so that parents know the truth of who their child is and what the DNA say their child is. And then we're going to turn around and say, but nobody has a right to claim what that child is and who that child belongs to, because that should be decided by the child when it turns 21, whatever. Now you see you got a conflict of interest legislative wise. So, are we gonna mandate the truth be out there, or are we gonna mandate the truth don't have to be out there? This is the real question. Now, I'd rather the truth be out there, but there's some factions that say no. People have a right not to have their true genetics known, and it's like, okay, whatever. But I'll say this: I do believe that if you're gonna file for child support, you understand? I do believe in circumstances like that, even if you're married, okay, and this way I think the laws need to change. Even if you're married, if you're filing for child support, there should be a DNA test done just for filing's sake, to say, okay, this person is legally liable for this child because we have established a precedent for that. And the precedent isn't just a dissolved marriage. It's an actual parentship. So that's why I think that the law should say, well, mandatory paternity test if you are filing for child support. That way the state is covered. No one can sue the state for any liable or any damages. No one can sue the other parties involved for damages. So it protects everyone when you do that, but that's only if you are filing a legal document for to be supported with fiat cash. So with that, yeah, I totally agree with that. I don't see no problem in it as it relates to that. But outside of that, I see where other parts of the government would take advantage of mandatory DNA tests. Like they will take advantage of 23andMe, if you catch my drift.
Yeah.
So, they would have a field day with that. And now you have a bigger problem than what we're dealing with or whatever. But yeah, mandatory under the circumstances of filing legal paperwork to be supported by somebody else. Sure. Yeah, that should be mandated. But that's the only circumstance I can remotely see that actually working and without no backlash. Yeah.
All right. Gotcha. All right, so let's go with you, Alex.
I actually agree a lot of what Miss Ocean said. I think in the world we live in, that's one of the more practical ways to deal with it. I think in an idealized world, I think it should be mandatory and just like an automatic thing that happens with the birth certificate. And if there is a relatively cheap way of taking care of that without costing a lot of money, which could happen, you just have to have the research and the people to make the thing, like the equipment or whatever to do it. I think that's essential right now because of the amount of single mothers and the amount of women who are being falsely fathered. They're not the father of the child, and they're being accused and they're getting in trouble. And there's laws that say that, like, I've heard like father by default, and like so, and women are they're just hoeing around, and they need to be held accountable. And I think in the day and age where women are so loose right now, that's probably one of the better ways to ensure that the proper man is being held responsible and the woman is also being held responsible.
All right. All right, let's go with you, Bianca. I'm sorry, Bianca. Minka.
Oh my god, I'm so excited. Yeah, hell yeah. DNA at birth. If you want to talk about the logistics of it, currently we have legislation that allows mass reduction in taxes as long as a corporation makes over 12 million a year. So, I mean, we could take it from that. Then you're talking about the LGBTQ. I don't even know what backlash they would have. They're, into other things. So I don't see, just like we can't mandate them, I don't see what the issue would be. But one of the biggest things that I found is 1 in 4 men are fathering children that are not theirs, which is astounding. So if we made it mandatory, it would be more socially acceptable. So the man wouldn't have to ask, hey, can we get a paternity test? It would just already be automatic. And then you get the benefit if the man is claiming not to be the father and not wanting to pay child support. Too bad, you got the paternity test, you are the father. So I just see a benefit in every which way.
Right. All right. And then last but not least, Jay.
Yeah, so I don't have a problem with that mandatory paternity test.
Mm-hmm.
I'm okay with it.
Okay. And why are you okay with it?
I think it's for the betterment of everybody, mother, the father, and the child. I know there are fathers out there that have signed birth certificates without that child being theirs, and then they find out the child isn't theirs, and then they are stuck paying child support up until they're 18, even if the child isn't theirs. So I think it's a good thing if that were to be set in place. And that is also holding the women accountable too.
Right.
Yeah.
I agree. And good comments from all of you. And so this is a very important topic because, like, especially from a man here, and like there's like so many men, as Minka mentioned, 1 out of 4. Like, that's a lot. There are so many men that are taking care of children that aren't theirs, and there are cases where, like, the men, they find out that that child isn't theirs and they still have to pay child support. Like, it's such a slap in the face for a man. It's like, I'm taking care of these children that aren't mine, and knowing that this woman, and usually the men, they're in long-term relationships and or marriage, so it's like, not only did my woman cheat on me, now I got to take care of these kids by someone else. Like, that's a triple slap in the face.
During, like, I swear I talk about my family too much, but even
you're good.
I told my my dad this recently, and I did something stupid at the dinner table during Thanksgiving, and my mom goes like, "Oh, look at your daughter," and he's like, "We never got the paternity test." So that's the thing, that, like, I didn't know that statistic, and when I found it, I was like, no freaking way.
Yeah.
It's astounding.
Yep. Absolutely. Yeah. Any more comments on this topic, or on to the next question?
I would just add that I'm not debating the statistics of men that are in familiar circumstance taking care of children that are not theirs.
Okay.
There's a lot of factors in that. However, I would say that when it comes to the state, you understand, the state is not the state because it cares about your feelings about being ruined over finding out your child isn't your child. The state does not care about that. That's not the purpose of the state government to, in a sense, reconcile your personal circumstances with someone who really hurt you like that. The state is there to figure out, do we have enough votes and mandates and legislation to push this through to make it law? And basically the state is going to look at it like, how do we benefit from this? So when, you know, we said, well, it's good all the way around. All the way around means everybody's getting paid off of it. That's what good all the way around really means. It's not just, well, men benefit because they don't have to pay for children that aren't theirs. Because keep in mind, all the state is going to do is raise the price on the child support they're going to pay for the kids that is theirs to keep the money the same. They're not there to help you for real. They're just there to keep things running. So, when you really look at that, it's like the state has their own stake or their own dog in the fight. And their dog is to say, as long as we get money off of this, we're okay with whatever happens. But the minute you take money out of our pocket, now it's a problem. And, the government gets paid off of people going to jail, getting their license taken, paying extra fees on top of that, being late on child support payments. It's a banking system, so they need the money. And so if you're going to take that away from these rich politicians, you better have a good reason. And somebody being hurt over their child not being their child over a cheating scandal, that's just not enough to move governments. I've never seen it happen. That's why I was very careful when I said there's certain circumstances where, yeah, you can get that through easy. It's certain circumstances. But just overall, you're talking about tax legislation, you're talking about HIPAA rights legislation, and trust me, there will be people coming out the woodwork as far as like I mentioned about the LGBT thing. It's like, on one hand, you're saying, well, let's vote for the truth of what this individual is and what they're not coming out on paper. The LGBT community feel like that shouldn't be on paper. That shouldn't even be discussed, because now you're making a choice and they don't want that. So even though there's two different conversations going on, at the crux of it is, do we record what the DNA say or not? And some people feel like they don't want that recorded because it might say, well, this child who's deemed a female belongs to this male. They don't like that. They feel like you shouldn't say male, you shouldn't say female. So how are you going to do a DNA test if you can't say what the DNA test say? Like, you see what I'm saying? That's a different conversation, but it does meet somewhere. I'm not saying it's the same. It does meet. It's just, there's other people that will come and say, well, no, we got our thing over here and it's been messing up here. Everybody gonna have their stake in it. I mean, it's a good idea, but everybody gonna want to tear it apart, like, for different reasons.
Yeah, I mean, sorry. Did anyone else have anything to say, or?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
You're talking about the state. Okay, well, on a state level, they're going to want a piece of the pie, just like they take a piece of the pie when they take welfare or when they take the child support from the husband's account. They're still going to get their cut. They get their cut out of everything. So at this point, it's the only benefit that I see is for the men that are supposed to be claiming this child. And on the birth certificate, it says father and mother. So it's, to me, you're arguing semantics. The question is, do you think it should or shouldn't? I think it should, even if we're charged more, because if you think about it on an actual fundamental level, if 1 in 4 men are raising children that are not theirs, that's not just like a couple $100 or even $1,000 for a DNA or paternity test, depending on where you go. That is a lifetime of commitment, of not being able to go on dates, of not being able to pay your bills on time, of not being able to feed yourself right. This is a much deeper issue, and if it were to go to legislation, it would still need the support of women, since we make up more than 50% of the voting population. Then, like, if you want to go down that rabbit hole, there's still ways about it. It's just about making sure that the government does get their cut, which they would. I just think that fundamentally, if it was mandated, that issue, kind of like if I were to get married or have a baby and my husband said, well, can we get a DNA test? It causes so many issues in the marital status, whereas if it was mandated, it wouldn't be an issue in the marital status, in the relationship itself.
I'm not saying that you're wrong, and I'm not saying that your logic is wrong. What I'm saying is the politics is where things are going to get real messy. Because, for instance, in my state, that my state does not recognize any conversation about child support when there's a marriage going on. If you got an affidavit that you married a woman, they don't care if that child is yours or not. That affidavit says you're going to be responsible for whatever happens with this family. So they're not going to entertain the fact, oh, well, this isn't your child genetically. They don't care because you're married. Literally, they will tell you, if you're married, why are you even here? Like, we don't care what you guys do. Like, you're married.
What state are
If
you
you're
on?
not married, that's when they
Maryland.
get into it. But you see how that legislation would have to change if they wanted to, do what you were talking about. But my state isn't changing that because they make too much money off it.
Right, but so so I'm in California. It's bad. We have the 304s out here. I'm just trying to
They're everywhere.
I'm just saying, I'm saying that what you're saying is a moral argument. Yes, it is. But if you see how Americans fight over 2-cent raises, you see how we fighting over to call a human a human. You understand what I'm saying? It's like you talking about mandating a test that might run $300 per person per year. Like, that's, I don't know in America when the last time we ever moved that fast for any moral reason to that degree. I'm just saying, like, you got a point, but in America, I don't know.
Yeah, no, you're not wrong either. Meaning, like, there's going to be a lot more that comes to play in all this. I was just trying to focus on the question itself. That's all.
I see what you're saying.
Don't they sell little ones at the store? Don't they sell like DNA kits and stuff?
To an extent, but they're like faulty. You have to go to like an actual hospital.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and get one. Oh,
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. I don't know what them other ones are for. I just don't know. I heard of them, but I don't know what they for.
Okay.
Mm.
Yeah,
I think I've been out of the US for too long, and I hear the conversation, and in my head I'm saying this is just a data point. It's either you want the data on the birth certificate or you don't, and then who's going to pay for the data?
Right.
That's how I'm looking at it. Just from, I've been out of the US for 3 years now, so I'm not feeling, like the urgency behind the conversation, but it's how are we going to correct it and address it? And we can look at it from many different perspectives, but honestly, it's another data point. So how important is this data point and how to support it?
I mean, it's just, and it is truly a data point, but see, it's other things involved, like consent. Like, let's suppose the man don't want to take it. Now what? You see what I'm saying? You can't force him to give his blood up. You can't do that because now you got a different problem with a different law. So it's like, and if companies are drawing this blood and they're using this blood in laboratories, now you have a different problem if someone has not consented to you utilizing their DNA. That has nothing to do with the child now. It's everything to do with the corporation laws and policies. So this is what I'm saying. Like, we can say, yeah, we should have mandatory, testing, but when you start getting into the operations of that, it start looking a lot different. So that's why, for me, I tell people, look, if you want a test, you better go to court and tell that judge to order a court-ordered paternity test for you and leave it there. Like, if it's really that serious. Like, because right now, America ain't moving on nothing.
Well, the only thing that I would just say is that I highly doubt that a man is going to say no for a DNA test.
I've seen it.
Well, I mean, yes. I mean, listen. Well, a dead clock is right twice a day. You know what I mean? So, there's some anecdotal things, but I can guarantee you put 100 men in a room, 98 of them are going to be like, oh yeah, no, I need that test.
I've seen paternity fraud on the male side as well. I used to work for child support, and I used to be an enforcement case manager, and I've seen some weird stuff. But at the end of the day, it's not like it happens 50% of the time. But when it does happen, obviously it's against the law. So I mean, but again, if you mandated that somebody had to give up their DNA. Now it's like, okay, we're forcing people men to essentially have abortions, because they have to like give up a part of their body and they don't want to, maybe. So I don't know, like it's weird when you get into the law of it.
Okay, Fair enough. All right. In the interest of time, I'm gonna go to the next question. Only because Jane, I know Jane has to go. The next question is that, um, like, should single women be concerned that a lot of men are now starting to travel abroad?
Are men the only one traveling? There's no chicks traveling?
Well, this is ladies' night. This is a fellas' night. So,
Yeah.
and I was asking Jay, come on, V, what you doing?
So
It's just a question. I'm just saying, like, what are the statistics? There are men versus women traveling abroad.
I
Does
think
anybody know?
I think if women are
No.
traveling abroad, it's for different reasons than why men are.
Really?
I think if women are traveling abroad, it's because they want to hoe around in other countries. If men are traveling abroad, they do that too, but also a younger people my age, a movement is pushing out to literally leave the country to find a wife. And for me, that pisses me off because there are a lot of young women like me who are getting overshadowed because of the very small population of women whose voices are so loud and so slutty that they're getting in the way of our chances in this country to find somebody good for us. And it's very frustrating, actually makes me pretty mad. Um, because if you think about it, like, let's say in 20 to 30 years, if all the guys, all the good, like, guys who are worth being with are leaving to find women because they just don't feel appreciated here, then I'm going to end up having to find a way to make all that money to go find those men who are leaving the country so that I can find a husband. And so eventually this country is just going to be left with a bunch of crazy people who just want to slut around, and then there's nothing for me or anybody really left.
Wow. Whoa. All right. Dropping the heat, youngin.
Listen,
All right. So I
I'm
heard
sick
V.
of hoes.
Yeah, go ahead, V.
I gotta go next. I don't know. I guess I hear what you're saying loud and clear, Alex. And I don't think it's just in the US. I mean, I live in another country now, so I see, both sides. My question was real, like we might have different reasons for traveling, but I think a lot of us are just taking advantage of the fact that even though it's such a big world, it's becoming smaller and smaller. And depending on where you are in life, if I was in my 20s again and I can do it all over again, I would probably travel to find myself a different kind of man than the ones that you find in the US. So am I worried about it? No. But I guess I'm in a different boat because I'm out here in a different country.
Right. So okay. So you've been in the DR 3 years. Let's just
Hmm.
say you're in the states.
Yeah.
Is stateside V concerned?
No.
Okay.
No. Listen, we live in a different era and a different. I'm 50 years old, so I lived a little. I've traveled the world. I think that it's a pretty big world out there, and the younger you are, the more you should get out and travel. If the reasons men are traveling are to find women, then so be it. They're probably finding women that they feel are more adequate for them. So if I happen to be at that point where I'm traveling the world just to find another guy, I think I need a different reason. Um, so am I worried about stateside? Because I'm back and forth all the time. I'm not worried about it there or here. I think if you're gonna find love, you're gonna find it and you're gonna bump into it anywhere. Like airports are one of my favorite places to hang out because it's that one opportunity that you cross paths with people that you generally wouldn't interact with. So I just think the more you travel, the more cultured you become, the more you have options and you realize more of what you like and you don't like.
Okay. All right. Let's go with let's go with Jay. So now oh, hold on. Jane, are you still there? Alex, you still here?
You asked me to do a final statement, so I was.
Ah, yes. Go ahead. Go ahead. Sorry. Say your final statement.
I had fun, guys. I'm sorry I can't be on the whole thing with you. I do have an Instagram, but it's not my old one. I deleted that one.
Okay.
It's called AJS Color Photo. I'll type it in the chat. You can put it on there.
Okay. All right.
And
Absolutely.
then that's all I really have for tonight. I'm about to hit the pillow because I'm really
Oh, no problem. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for joining. I appreciate you. And
Nice to see you, Jane.
You too. See you later, guys.
Okay.
Bye bye.
All right.
Swear to God, that girl gives me hope.
Yeah, man. All right. So Jay, the question is to you now. I know that you are a married woman, but do you believe that single women should be concerned that there is an influx of men traveling overseas to seek other options?
Should women be concerned?
Yes.
Yes, because who are they gonna get married to, and who are they gonna procreate with? I mean, I guess they have sperm banks and all that stuff, but who are they gonna retire with and live with? So yeah, I think it's pretty concerning.
Right. Okay. All right. Let's go with Miss Ocean on this one.
I guess I would have a. Okay, sorry for the split ideas.
No worries, no worries. Just go ahead, do what you do.
From what I see, right? Okay, and I'm sorry if I'm ragging on my own peeps here. Okay, but the percentage of men that have been going out of the country to get a wife because they can't find one here has not been significant enough for Americans in general to care about. In recent years, it has, increased. I will give it that, but it still ain't at the numbers that people care about too much. It's just not there. Like, it has to really be really big. And right now, people just know about it, but it's not really where it needs to be at for people to really care. So generally speaking, yeah, women are like, okay, like, I'm not really that worried about it. Some women are, because they're looking at their own personal circumstances and then, in a sense, putting it out there to say, well, they're in this circumstance because men are not looking at them and rather go overseas. But that, in a sense, goes against the logic, because if these men are being truthful, that they can't find a woman that's good here, they're not overlooking the women. They're actually entertaining the women, and they're not finding what they're looking for. So if someone say, like Jane, well, I'm being overlooked, that negates the whole passport circumstance. Like, it negates the entire thing. Okay. Now, I'm okay either way, but that does negate it. However, on the point of why people care or don't care, it's like women nowadays, at least in the West, the most, they're not really hopping on the marriage train as much anymore. So if you're not someone who is looking for marriage really hard, you're not really gonna see men leaving to go get married as that much of a problem when marriage isn't really your thing. Like, it's like, if you're free and you like that more, yeah, most people don't want to get married and settle down and have to deal with somebody and commit and go through all that stuff. That just ain't, that's not popular anymore. So when you have a new breed of women coming up that don't do anything and they would prefer not to be married, and the ones, in my generation where it's like almost a split. I mean, yeah, you can't get a whole lot of them to say, oh yeah, I'm really upset about the fact that a percentage of men is going overseas. They've always been going overseas for different reasons, okay? But I'm not going to name that here for the algorithm. But that's always been the case. Has anyone cared? Has it affected society? No. It just hasn't. I know when I was overseas, I had a lot of attention on me, and I I would say I wouldn't dare date overseas. Just simply, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying everything great in America, but I wouldn't dare date overseas because dating overseas as an American is like being a celebrity. Everybody's there to take something from you, and everyone's on their best behavior. So you can't tell who's real and who's not. I had guys falling over me, but that was because I mean I'm here to spend $2,000 in a casino just because I'm bored. Like, okay, so like I mean it's just like that. So I mean, if other people want to do that because of whatever reason, that's great. But it's just not to a point where women in the West feel like, well, we need to be concerned. Now, I'll be honest with you, if 304s couldn't find nobody to be a 304 with, then it would be a concern. But right now, as long as penis is out there to get, and they don't have to be tied down to any one specific one, and you know, it's money is readily available. It's like the idea of marriage and working together it's just not going to be popular enough for someone to say, oh, there's a percentage of men going elsewhere. Oh, let me focus on that. You know, people are not going to get better because of that. I'm telling you now, like that's a dead mission right there. Even for me, I don't even know any men that have went overseas to get married. I know one guy, black guy, his wife was from Vietnam, but that's because he was a serviceman, and like his you know that kind of happens. So I don't even know anyone in my personal life that wants to do that, let alone did that. And if I can't name one person, I'm just saying, like I know it exists, but is it affecting my life? Not really. So you know, I mean, but you didn't ask me how I feel about why they're going. Just should I be concerned, or should women be concerned in general, based on the fact that some are leaving? It's like when I'm telling you, when them hoes don't got nobody to hold with, then they'll be concerned. But until then, no, they ain't concerned. They got all the penis they want.
All right. Minka, what do we got?
Well, you know how I feel about this subject. The reality is that our marriage rate is down, our incubation of childbearing, it's all sorts of messed up stuff. And the reality too is that these are not men that, much as I've been attacked on this a lot for defending passport bros, and the reality is that women that are attacking these men think that they're going overseas to just grape and pillage and like take advantage of the economical situation, and they make up so many excuses, and it's the guys that are 6 foot tall and above. They are making 100,000 a year. They are financially literate. They have the morals, they have the values, but they haven't been able to find traditional relationship here, and so they're going elsewhere. And I think women should definitely be concerned. This isn't in which the trajectory in which it's going is going to continue just exponentially rising. You also have content creators like the Filipina that I really like her work because she like makes it kind of cute and like fun, but she's spitting facts. She's like, oh, you don't want your men? We'll take your men. And you guys are talking about like the women not feeling the repercussions. They're not going to feel it until they turn around and they realize like, oh wow, we have no more men left. And then you're going to have those women saying yes to the Indian dudes going into their DMs saying, hey, can I come visit you? Like that's the reality of the situation. And I think it also goes into the fallacy that a lot of women had, including myself, that have been fed of you need to have this kind of man and this kind of status and this kind of blah, blah, blah. And then women are not taken into account what they're bringing to the table either. So we have, at least for my area, like I know a lot of women that don't know how to cook, a lot of women that depend on like Uber Eats. It's just, if women don't pay attention and start to try and like compete for their men again, they're going to be gone, because this isn't just one subgroup. It's an array of men, and they're the good ones. Like that's the worst part.
Right. All right. Anyone have anything else to add to this topic? All right. So the last question before I jump in the chat and get some questions from the chat is uh do you believe traditional values has lost its way? Why and why not? And then I will start this with uh Minka.
uh, oh, wow. Traditional values have absolutely lost their way, and it's a detriment for our society. I mean, it coincides with the passport bro thing. And the reality is that women have, I was having this discussion earlier with someone where, as women, we've forgotten our power. The power has not ever been on being sexy and provocative and showing skin and being naked on OnlyFans or doing escorting and having more men than or money than men. It has always been our ability to nurture, to make a man feel peace, to provide the cooking and the cleaning and have him protect and provide and do the hard stuff. Our job was easy. And I'm all for independence. I'm all for everyone having the choice of what they want. But because we've lost the traditional values, we don't have a strong nation. We have more what is it, son boyfriends or son whatever,
Son
where like
husband, son husband.
son husband. We have more son husbands than we've ever had before. We have men afraid to speak up and say how they feel or what they want, including if they want a traditional woman. We have men that are not able to have any sort of justice within the justice system. Talking about paternity tests, you also incubate that with uh, alimony and paying alimony for a woman that maybe married you just for your money and did it out of spite. You have 1 in 4 men that are not actual fathers of the children, but yet are still paying child support until they're 18 legally, but are also probably still providing for them till they're on their own feet. It's in any which way capacity, the idea of traditional households being gone has been the fundamental issue of why our nation is so weak. We have women that think that we are entitled to be forgiven for everything and be protected anyways and be picked. And it's any which way you go about this. And the reality is, screw the like marriage, screw the kids, screw all this stuff. If we go to war, if there's any sort of issue, which was very highly likely, we're screwed. That's where we're at. Sorry, you should have gone with someone else first.
No, not at all. No. You're all good. You're all good.
I you're catching me at the time where I'm like the most angry about it, because it's even as a female, if I go out on a date, I have men that will at like, not men because I don't go on that many dates, but if a date goes well, he's scared to say something like, can I give you, he's scared to kiss me. Instead he asks me, may I? You know what I mean? And that's taking so much away from them. I mean, even in the traditional value, it's also like, aside from traditional values in the household, the traditional value of appreciating a man being a man is no longer a part of it. And I was on the phone with people when I went to 7-Eleven the other day, and it's getting to me to such a degree because I used to be like this. And there was a girl, I walked in, they didn't have what I needed. The guy said, sorry, we suck as 7-Eleven, the company. And I said, no, you're good, no worries. As I'm walking out, this young lady says, he sucks, you can tell him he sucks. And it just like, I turn around and I'm like, no, he doesn't, he's wonderful. And I just walked out of there, and I was pissed because it's on such a fundamental level. We have lost all of our traditional values. Even women, we don't value ourselves, and men don't value us anymore as bringing anything nurturing, because the narrative has been get that bag and be independent at all costs. And bro, you saw me on Fresh and Fit. The girl literally said, I work hard for my money and I chose the easy route of OnlyFans. And she's comparing that to what men are going through. Oh, shit, I'm gonna shut up.
You're good. You're good. All right. Let's go with Jay.
Okay, so yes, I do believe that we have lost our traditional way. We have lost our traditional values and morals. If you just see what's going on, it's just a lot of people not depending, a lot of men and women not depending on each other, especially from the women. They're not depending on men anymore, and that's not traditional. That's not how it's supposed to be. We have more, everybody's just out of whack. We have masculine women. We have feminine men. It's just we have lost our sense of standards and our way on what works. And a lot of people say that, well, it's not 1940s or 30s or whatever, however far back you want to go, but it worked. So yeah, I do believe that we have lost our traditional values. Absolutely.
All right. All right, V, what do we got? You're on mute. You're on mute.
Okay. So I guess my thoughts here are that I'm listening, and I think most of the ladies on the panels are younger generations than me. But I'm listening to the conversation and I'm trying to understand it from everybody's point of view. But the one thing that is constant in life is change, and some traditional values needed to change, especially when it comes down to women, right? I think women's liberation has caused a lot of the deterioration in America. I'm sorry to say it, but I think it's absolutely true. But at the same token, I think we need change. We need to have modernization to a certain degree. Some traditions are worth keeping alive and some are not. I think that if we all just respected each other's space, we would all live a happier and better life. When you're trying to impose your values and your point of views on others is when we get into trouble. So some traditions need to stick around, some need to change. I think change is the only constant in life, and it's how we deal with those changes that determine the impacts of them. So in a sense, we have lost some traditional values that I think are a shame. I think there's too much liberation today in some topics that shouldn't have the liberation. I mean, honestly, this whole thing with being able to remove a baby's sex from their birth certificate boggles my mind. But we can't stop change from happening. We just need to learn how to deal with change in a better way.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. And then Miss Ocean. You're on mute.
To be honest with you, I don't know a time in U.S. history or world history where any particular country, let's say major country, had a good set of morals. I just don't know when that was, or tradition, because, for instance, Southern tradition in America is regarded as polite tradition. Tradition that cares about your neighbor. However, it comes out of a culture that is one of the most vile cultures we know in human history, in terms of what was also part of the culture there that created what we're looking at, what we're talking about. And I mean, I don't need to be overt with it, but it's like American culture and tradition was wrapped in poison for about the last 700 years. So it's like kind of deciphering between what's tradition we should keep and what traditions we shouldn't keep. The fact that it's all wrapped up in poison made it impossible to separate. Like, I know for me, I might need shade. That's a tradition, right? But if I gotta sit under trees where there's snakes hanging from it, I might not necessarily feel like I need shade anymore. I might rather get sunburned. Just because some people might want to take the chance, but again, now you got to split. So I don't feel that there was ever a time in this country where we had traditional values that were worth keeping, that wasn't also tied to some BS that wasn't worth keeping. And it's hard. It really is hard to separate that. I mean, the whole idea of men and women, though, again, it depending on what culture you are, what race you are, you know, when you were born, where you were born, who you were born to, depends on that tradition and how strong it was. I know there was a time when women wore correct clothing, like correct clothing, and they wasn't out here looking like whole 304s. However, at that time, it was kind of legally okay to rape a woman. So, and nobody's really going to come to me and say, well, you know, that it was a time back in the day when, you know, women had traditional values. It's like, what value? Value in how to dress, but not how to act. Like, I don't look at the history of this country and idolize it in no way, shape, form, or fashion. Because as traditional as my grandmother and my great grandmother was, I know what was really going on in the South. That people, it's bad. It was bad, but people ain't talking about that. They're just talking about the yes sir, yes ma'am, and how women used to cook and say, and you know, publicly, you know, act. They're not talking about anything else. So again, it's hard to separate some of this stuff. But as it relates to what we can do now, which is the only thing we really should be caring about, is this. I don't think we should focus on the word traditionalism. I think we should throw all of that out because it takes everybody's mind to a place that we don't need to go to. And we just need to focus on what do we need to do, like right now. Like if you're a woman and you're with a guy and he doesn't make $1 trillion and you guys really like each other, what do you need to do to be happy? Like, do that. If you're single and you find yourself in the worst circumstances every time you try to date, what do you need to do so that you can be a part of society and actually procreate with somebody correctly? What do you need to do right now? The idea of saying, well, I want a traditional relationship. Listen, you don't know what tradition really is if you wasn't back in that time where you think that's tradition. So it's like, come on, like at this point, our parents failed us. Our grandparents really failed us. And our great grandparents was just on some extra stuff. So, no, I don't think we've forgotten what tradition is. I just think that it was never good to begin with, and now it just took a while to see how messed up it really was underneath of the, as they say, you sweep dirt under the rug. Yeah, it was the dirt under the rug the whole time, and then now it's like the rug is like too big, and you got to flip it over. Now you got all this dirt to deal with. That's what I feel like. That's where we're at right now. But we don't have to stay there. We just need to stop trying to go back to a time where we never were. Like we never were anywhere where it was just a great tradition. Like we never were, like at all. So I'm all for intact families. I'm all for, even for families that are not intact, I'm all for amicable relationships between co-parents. I'm all for that. I do think that can be as much a blessing as anything else. But people have to be mature about it. So now we gotta, in a sense, create a new tradition of being mature when you're in a let's say, an unfavorable circumstance. Like how mature can you really be? And make that the staple. So instead of women saying, you know, well, I got him on child support and da 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 da, it's like you should be able to say you don't need your child's father on child support. That should be goals. That I'm not with him, and I don't need to put him on child support. He takes care of his kid. Like that should be what you should be able to say. You shouldn't feel you shouldn't feel ashamed that, well, you can't put somebody on child support because legally they already doing it. Like legal. Like that shouldn't be the case. So again, are we talking about traditionalism or are we talking about right and wrong? I think we should keep the word traditionalism out of our mouth, especially living in 2022. I mean, yeah, because I'll be honest with you, I feel like people 6 years younger than me are from a whole nother planet. Like it's just that serious. As far as difference in tradition and culture. So I don't do that. But yeah, I mean, I could talk for days on that, but that's where I'm at on the whole, you know, has tradition left us? Yeah, sure, in so many ways, but in another way, it was never with us to begin with. For real.
All right. Does anyone else have anything to add to this? All right. So I'm just gonna. So I am gonna
I
open.
actually,
Go ahead.
sorry, just real quick. It's like I get where you're coming from. Where like women, I get it, right? Because I'm a woman, so like we were kind of there was issues, but we went. It's kind of like the pendulum went way past it, and I think we're suffering. I feel like we have more consequences not following traditional values than we did when we followed traditional values. Just like in a grand scheme of things, kind of picture. That was all. That's just my 2 cents.
Okay, gotcha. Does anyone else have anything to add?
I would just say that it was tradition that, your father help you vet out your husband. The man that wants to come and marry you will have to, step foot inside the house and step foot to the door and speak to the father. But I don't see that. Like, so I guess, I mean, I guess where you're coming from. But I just can't like necessarily say that we never had tradition to begin with, because all those horror stories, we all know them. But I mean, I guess you're from the South, I'm not from the South, but women that I know in my family dressed a certain way, and I didn't really, hear anybody, or maybe they didn't say anything about them being great. And I know you mentioned that, but I was just trying to understand what you mean when you said like we had tradition, but it really wasn't ours to begin with, like because of some type of negative event or something that was happening around that time, where that was attached to that tradition. Like, what does that mean?
Well, it means this, right? There was part of the tradition of America, let's say 60 to 70 years ago, was if you are 304, and there was many back then, okay, but the culture was you don't, as they say, hang your laundry outside. The culture was when you are 304, there's a certain way you gotta do it. It's a certain way you gotta do it. It's not you just all out in the street with it. That was the culture. However, there were 304s out there. There was, like, it really was. But was it the culture for you to be, so flagrant with it? No. But we still had 304s. But what's the real difference? Do we prefer 304s in the house versus on the step? I mean, the point is they shouldn't exist at all. But again, that's why I said we had tradition, yeah, but at the same time, we had the same problems. We just had a different way of dealing with it. And the horrors I'm talking about is this. Women were traditional in that, yeah, they wanted to get married at all costs. Even if they walked in on that man having sex with his own daughter, they still wanted to get married at all costs.
Yeah, but that's so like modern
I think there's a difference. I think what happened is the consequences for our negative actions. We had, I know, like in the church that I go to, Pentecostal, like, if there's someone that gets pregnant out of wedlock, she will be called to the front of the church and she will let us all know what she did. And not to like, I guess to make her feel bad. It's like shame. Like, we still have that. And I think that is exactly what happened back in the day. Like, we don't give, in my family, if you get pregnant out of wedlock, which is not many, you don't get a baby shower. You don't get people coming to celebrate you for doing something that's not supposed to be, that's not, unless something happened to you. But I think when we talk about tradition, there were people that, that fathers, the men that would, kind of put in place to where things don't necessarily happen, and they're covered under their father. And then, like I said, like the consequences for, what happened, for the negative things that you did, or the things that you were not supposed to do. And you knew that, and you were scared, and you were afraid to do those things. That's why it happened, but it wasn't like it was happening every day, like it's happening now. If that makes sense.
I get what you're saying. But I'll say this: the instance with the girls that would get pregnant, right? what we don't hear is the reports of the true, for instance, teen pregnancies back in the 40s and the 30s at the turn of the century, because they had a tradition of when you get pregnant, you just go down south at grandma's house until you have a child and come back by yourself, and then they'll put the child up there, and that child will live as your brother or sister. That was the tradition. Now, do we still have teen pregnancy? Yes, in that time, but nobody sees it. You know why? Because nobody knows whose daughter and whose son. It just all look the same, and everybody's just happy in a family. But the circumstances are still the same. We just had a different culture of hiding it. Now nobody feels the need to hide it. This is why I said we had a tradition, sure, but did we really have a tradition the way we think we did in America? No, I don't think we ever did. And I mean, I can't see it because every time somebody says, well, we had a tradition of family, but then I'm like, but we also had a tradition of something else that nobody would want in a family. And I mean, that was upheld too. So again, you got the poison and the family structure all in one. Just all in one.
I gotta push back on this though, because you're talking about on the extreme side. Yes, we made strides and moves to get away from that. We're not saying like, do you agree with traditional values to the extent that they were implemented before when bad things happen and you just kind of look the other way? We all hear the stories, right? But we've learned from that, but now we've swung the pendulum so far to the other side. There's zero accountability. And I think, Jay, that's what you were talking about, is that there's no accountability in what we do. I'm straight. I'll tell you this. My mom beat the living daylights out of me as a kid. Like CPS should have been called style, right? But the only difference I can attest to it is that I don't have any like things that have been socially acceptable for a woman to do. Like there is in the back of my head every time I think about doing something wrong through my 20s, I was like, no, I can't. I can't do that, because that foundation of fear and doing the wrong thing was instilled in me. That's a traditional value. I'm not saying we got to go all the way back to the way it was and look the other way when bad things were happening, but there is an in between where we can hold what the idealism of traditional values were, like the two-parent household. Like it's okay for a woman to choose to have her career, and it's okay for her to want to be a housewife. That's the issue with the whole like feminist movement, where it's like it was frowned upon to during that movement to want to be a housewife, to want to raise your children, to want to feed your husband and make a sandwich. Like now it's looked down at. We've gone so far off the deep end where it's a shameful thing if you do those things. So I got to push back, because the extreme that you're utilizing it is where it was, and we're not saying that that was okay. And a lot of the men in this sphere that I've talked to also don't think that that stuff was okay. But there is something to be said about the value of a traditional household, of a two-parent household, of respect in the home, of bringing shame so that we don't want to bring shame to ourselves.
Right, but see, and I agree with you, right? But what you're doing to a degree is cherry picking. You can't, for instance, what you're doing to a degree is cherry picking. Like, for instance, what Jay said about fathers, right? You can't have a tradition where the father decides and not have a tradition of slavery. You can't have the two. You can't have the two can't coexist together, because if your father has all rights over you, right? You have to give up rights, like period. Like you have to give up rights. And
but we're not talking about giving rights.
But I'm not. What I'm saying is this: if you want tradition, right? If you want tradition, you want the culture that supports that tradition. You can't have tradition and not a culture that upholds that tradition. Like you said, accountability, right? There's a culture around accountability. If you don't have the culture that will hold people accountable, you can't ask for accountability. It just don't work that way. So for instance, when a girl would go in front of a church and they would make her, say that she did. Right now, right? No church is going to feel that anybody's personal business to that degree is worth ostracizing them in that fashion. And that's in the church. That's not the general culture. That's just the church and Christianity. So now it's like, well, who's in charge of calling the shots on this? Nobody.
But we're not. I don't know. Again, though, we're not saying the extreme. We're in 2022 going into 23. I don't see. I mean, I would like to think that human population does not think it's okay for a father to sleep with his daughter. Like, logically speaking, I'm pretty sure most of the people in the chat, most of the people in this world, in society, and society would have something to say about that.
But hold on, you see commercials and you see celebrities and you see all sorts of people posting pictures of themselves in inappropriate circumstances with children, and that seems to be acceptable.
No,
Like, they're
it's
not in
not. If it on a media level, you're talking about two different things. On a
Oh, no, the
media
media
level,
only shows you a little bit of what's really happening behind
right,
the scenes.
but on a media level, you're making that point. On a fundamental in real life, there is backlash. Look at what happened with Balenciaga. Everyone was like, "Are you freaking joking me?" Because they have you are absolutely right when you're saying it has been a subliminal thing. They're trying to push this on, but there comes a certain point where humanity still kicks in and we're like, "What the that's my point that I'm trying to say is like you're making it a big elaborate thing about going into way hard traditional values when it doesn't have to be that. We have learned from our mistakes. We shouldn't shut women up and just put them in a box because then look at what happens. We got a feminist movement and now we're way on the other pendulum where no one's holding any accountability and we think that we're entitled to everything. So let's learn from both sides and just hold some sort of accountability that's reasonable. I mean, like, look at the 10 commandments. Don't steal, don't lie, don't cheat. If we just use that as a basis foundation without like repercussions, but just calling it out and not letting it be okay, don't beat your wife, don't cheat. Like, these are just, it just seems like it's overcomplicated. Like, you're overcomplicating it when it's just, do you think that traditional values are good or not? I think traditional values are good.
No,
to have.
because I remember a time in this country where traditional values was a black man couldn't look a white man in his face, and that came with yes sir and yes ma'am. So it's like, no,
I have a brown man that got pulled over and got attacked. I get it.
I hear what you're saying. I hear what you're saying about traditional households as it relates to men and women. However, I'm a realist. I know that tradition in America is tied to more than just men and women in households. And you're not going to have this utopia without the culture that supports it. And you will never have that in America.
But even in that same scenario you just said, with a black man can't look at that man that they were still doing better than we're doing today. So even with the whole
I can't say that.
All that stuff, they were still doing better.
I can't say that because I didn't live through that horror. However, all I'm gonna say is America is not the place for you to come and say, let's talk about morale. America does not run on morale. I hope you guys know that, because if you think that America makes choices based on morale, or any law is based on morale, you have it totally twisted here. So it's like, I get it. Men and women should be together. However, if that's not good for business, America is a corporation and it's here for business, not for morale. And that's just the reality we're in.
So I agree with a lot of things that you're saying, especially because I go deep. Let me just say I'm a conspiracy theorist, but it's not really a conspiracy, right? So I hear you 100%, but you're missing the fact that we are still the people. The government can only be as big as it is, but if we don't have these conversations, if we don't talk about it, if we don't live it, if like, let's say like I get married and I say that I want a traditional value, I want these things, right? But I don't practice it and I don't talk about it with my people that I meet, and I don't say I don't promote it, any of that stuff, it will continue to die. We do hold the power, and especially as women, because we make up more than the half of the population, we have more power than we give ourselves, and the government doesn't want us to know that, but it is the fact, it is the reality. Look at the I keep saying this shit where it's like, the Black Lives Matter movement, we know obviously at the end what happened, but the fact still remains that they were able to raise all that money. And that's the power of the people. That wasn't the government, that wasn't anything else, that was the people. And so that's the part where why I keep pushing back on you, because you're very much in reality without the possibility of our potential.
I think if we're gonna entertain the possibility, right, we also have to entertain another reality, that the percentage of women like yourself is too small to make any impact within the next 40 years.
Right,
which is small. Like let's say women like you increase at a rate of 3% every year, right? We are looking at our grandchildren just coming back to the middle if everything goes right. Our grandchildren 60 years from now. And so I don't know if you'll be here 60 years from now or anybody will be here, but I'm just saying, at the end of the day, right? That's a harsh reality that me and you not gonna see that day, and no matter what we say or do, we won't see it.
Agreed. But I'll tell you this, I have also seen verbatim what happens when we speak out on it. Like, I'll tell you this, there was a girl that was like 21 at my house with a couple other girls. And the girl was talking about starting an OnlyFans. And I ripped her ass a new one and told her that she would never find a man, never be okay afterwards, psychologically, sexually, in any capacity. She would never be able to come back from that. She still hasn't made an OnlyFans. And I'm not saying that I did that. I'm just saying, like, it is possible if we make it louder. Every example that we've had in the last 3 years of the movement was still made nonetheless by louder voices.
But
And
look
it's
what you're doing. What you're saying is, let's create a culture around calling people out. Let's create a culture around allowing people to do certain things and other things saying no to keep the balance. That's a culture you're trying to create. But like I said, to create that culture means there's other things and sacrifices you're going to make. And the reality is, what I said. But again, it's correct in terms of what you're talking about. But to get to that, there's a reality that I'll say this, I'm fully aware of, and I've just come to terms with. I just come to terms with it.
I'm gonna chase you. We're coming back. I'm gonna come back. We're coming back. You have too much passion to just come to terms. Hell no. And
I literally turn around and be like, you know what? Go ahead and start that OnlyFans. Go ahead. That's fine. Go ahead, start.
I'm just.
Don't listen to me. I don't make that much money anyway. Go ahead. That's fine. Be single till you die. That's fine. That's fine. Okay.
Any other way you could think that we're arguing, but it's like, I get, like I said, when you've been down that rabbit hole of like what is and what isn't, I've been depressed for like 6 months of a period of time where it was like, what's the point? But it's if I just continue to fall down that was just going down a rabbit hole. Now it's more of like, I'm gonna do what I can. We'll see what happens. There are things that you're speaking facts about, that there is a culture that comes with that, and there are consequences with that. But again, when I look at the grand scheme of things of where our nation is currently, economically, social, like in any standard, it's still better where we were before prior to now. That's my fear is, what country will we have if we don't bring some of that back?
I get you, but to a degree, right? And this is a small degree, but I think age might be the reason why we're having this conversation. For instance, kids in my generation, right? We were the last generation that grew up with both mom and dad and mom and stepdad together. And so it was common culture for your stepfather to come up to the school and come rip you a new one, if you know what I mean, if he got caught up there. But we understood intact families and broken families still intact. But that was coming up through the 80s and 90s when women were really moving into corporate America. But we still had both. Like, we remember both circumstances. Now, anyone, I want to say 30 and under, probably don't see what I saw in the 80s and in the 90s. So they don't have a visual reference of intact families on a cultural level, like at all. Like, like they just don't have it because they wasn't born during that time. So it might not be important to them as it is to, let's say, myself, who, I remember those days. I remember when, I remember I was there. But again, if you're gonna make a culture, then you're gonna have to be dedicated to that, like, as in for real. You gotta be dedicated, because I'm gonna be honest with you, with the way these kids acting out here, and I'm from Baltimore. I'm telling you now, you may the force be with you.
I understand exactly what you're saying. I have a young daughter, and unfortunately, I got into an incident where I was facing 10 years because she disrespected me and I put it on her. So, they offered me 10 years for that. So,
they're out of pocket nowadays.
I think that some things definitely, like I said, need to change. And when we talk about tradition and values, it's almost like you need to look at it separately, because tradition is a beautiful thing within cultures. It's what keeps cultures alive.
Mhm.
Some of these values, I agree with what you're saying, Ocean. Like, for example, it was legal to beat your wife, and a wife was property. And I'm glad that changed with modernization. But I think that we're getting to a point where we have let things get out of control. And when it's okay for a child to be disrespectful, and the legal system is saying, well, you need to be punished because you put your kid in your place. I
Right.
think things are going in a wrong direction. I mean, there was one person, I think, in Atlanta who was called to the school because the daughter was being disrespectful to the teacher. She went to the school and she beat that girl's behind for disrespecting the teacher, and she was facing 15 years in jail for that. So there are things that are happening nowadays that I think should definitely not happen. But again, modernization is necessary. How we deal with what is right and what is wrong is where values and beliefs need to be looked at. And I do agree that the history there is not the greatest, right? So what do we do as human beings today to make sure that we correct the mistakes that we've made, but at the same time don't revert back to a time where it was okay to beat your wife?
Right. But I'll be honest with you, it's hard making it. Well, it's going to be hard making that distinction on the legislative level. For instance, like with the state allowing children to disrespect their parents, and if their parents actually try to parent, they put the parents in jail. Even in an intact family, that tears families apart. I've seen it, and
I lived it, so I know.
Right. I don't know. I don't know how they're gonna balance that, because at this point, like she said, the pendulum is like way left somewhere, and if they bring it back, it's probably gonna go back to the other side. You know how it is, but it's hard. It's hard. But I mean, if we make the culture different in our everyday life and keep doing that for the next 60 years, it'll happen.
Yeah. I think, this whole, I had to look up what a 304 was because I'm too old to keep up with some of this stuff, but I had to look that up, and,
I love you for saying that, Miss V.
like, what is a 304? Let me Google this.
It's a hoe. It is a hoe.
Yeah, it's a hoe. It's just spelled backwards in the numbers.
Yeah, so I think that, it goes to looking at what a family unit is and instilling within our children, especially our young daughters, the value of respecting themselves and having someone there to guide them properly. So there's a lot of things that can come out of this conversation, but I think we all have the passion to want to do something. It's, what do we do and how do we handle it? That's the hard question, because we know what to do. It's the how that gets it twisted, get us all, twisted.
Yeah, somehow. I've had people tell me, like, like just speak disparaging about me when I say, well, look, I can't call myself, let's say, new age, and I definitely can't say I'm traditional, but maybe I'm contemporary. And people are like, what do you mean? And I'm like, look, I believe in progression, right? But I also believe in not throwing the baby out with the bathwater. So, there's certain parts of the way a traditional household is set up that is good for the country, period. And it's good for individuals, and it's good for taxes too. But people say, well, you should want to stand on your own 2 feet. And I'm like, who's standing on their own 2 feet out here? I need a job. That ain't my 2 feet. I'm just saying, like, ain't nobody out here on their own 2 feet. So this whole thing of, well, either you're going to be a strong woman and stand on your own 2 feet and not need anything, or you're going to be this slave. I mean, I'm be honest with you. I kind of feel like at the end of the day, right, people really don't understand the reality that they're living in. There's no such thing as you being a independent individual in a country based on systems for you to actually exist here. Like, there's no such thing.
I might have to disagree with you on that one, though.
I'm just saying, if you're gonna say that you're independent, right? That means you're growing your own food on land you don't pay taxes on. That's what independent means. It means you got your own wood. It means that you built your own house. It means you got your own water. That's what it means. So
let me tell you, I fuck with you because you're a fucking extremist. I fuck with you.
I'm just saying. I mean, people be like, I'm an independent woman, and I'll be like, how are you independent if you go to a job every day?
Well, I mean, could I be considered independent or not independent?
Nobody's independent. Like, if you're a content creator, right, you depend on the platforms you want. You're not independent.
Yeah, you're going into extremes, but I fuck with you, though. This is like...
So hold on. So I own multiple properties, and I don't pay taxes on them, so they're not in the States. I own 4 businesses. I own 4 businesses in Dominican Republic. I definitely stand on my own 2 feet. So how would you categorize that?
Well, here's the thing. Does your businesses depend on other businesses for it to run? Meaning, if you have a food business, you do business with other businesses in order for you to keep your business open.
Okay, then there's no such thing.
We could have that conversation later on, but at the end of the day, the system, we are designed to have trade, right? Because going back in history, you got to trade one thing for another. So I do depend on the trade to get my businesses going, right? And I do depend on having customers in order for my businesses to keep going. But, you know, when you're looking at being independent and standing on your own 2 feet, you definitely have examples out here that do that. So you can strive to be as independent as possible, right? But there is a culture now, and I see this more and more here than anywhere else, where women are just saying, when's the next rich guy coming along that's going to pay my bills so I can sit home on my butt all day and get fillers? I don't know. So there's the extreme of women that are doing that versus the extreme of women like some of us on the panel that are out here doing our own thing and making our own money. So, you know, I feel what you're saying about you're independent to a certain degree, but I definitely stand on my own 2 feet.
Well, standing on your own 2 feet is a colloquial statement that doesn't necessarily mean independent for what I'm speaking of it as. Because when a woman says, I don't need a man, I'm independent, yet she depends on the government, that is a misinterpretation of independence.
Thank you for saying that.
Absolutely.
I hate
I'm just saying, like,
you know I'm gonna clip that, right? Because I haven't said anything for like 30 minutes. Yep. When she said that,
it's
I was
the
like,
government,
yeah, I'm clipping that
it's
part.
alimony, and it's the child support.
Right.
I have such an issue with that. It's because I'm in LA. We have the 304s. I'm Miss Independent, blah blah blah. I have a Airbnb, I have marketing and the streaming, who knows when that's gonna pick up, but I'm tired. If you work hard, you get to a point you're like, damn, I need a nap today. But these
you need
girls
some
are
self-care.
yeah, man. I'll tell you, I did like a mask before we came on, and I was like, oh my god, I had time today. Like, so that's the misconception where we gotta go. Like it's like the only people holding us accountable, or not even accountable, the only people feeding a narrative is our government telling us what to do, how to act, what music is good, all this mainstream stuff. When we unplug and we like have these conversations and we get together and we think differently. Like, I'll tell you, I started going down the rabbit hole by talking to different people, and they would say this, and I'd go search it, and not on Google or any of those, obviously, right? And so when you do that, it's you create an entire different narrative, and so you see this stuff everywhere. And then, like I said, in LA, like I'm telling you, these women are like, I do this, I'm Miss Independent this, I'm this. I went on Fresh and Fit, and the girl's like, I work hard for my money, but I chose the easiest route. And she's so delusional, she couldn't understand that we were laughing at her. Like,
that's sense. But here's the thing. I don't know why they feel bad if somebody says, well, I depend on my husband or I depend on my wife. Why does that really bother them? You have to really get into the psyche and say, why does it bother you when somebody says, I depend on someone or something? Why does that really bother you? Because it can't be you a boss bitch. It can't be you a boss bitch.
No, exactly, because it's the ego, because it doesn't feed into that narrative, that ego that tells them, I don't need a man, I don't want a man, and I'm Miss Independent, I'm going to get that bag. It's the furthest thing from the truth, because you're still dependent on a man, you're still dependent on the government, and you're still dependent on everything. I like you. I have a new friend.
Hold on, ladies, really quickly. So I've asked all the questions that I have for them. So right now the panel is officially open. The only thing that I am asking is for you to be cammed up. And the StreamYard link is pinned to the top. So feel free to chime in on this conversation. And without further ado, what's going on, brother? What's going on, man? My man, knowledge and relationships, man.
Hey,
How you doing?
Hey, what's up, Lola? What's up, Caprice? How's everyone else doing too? And salutes to you, Kings and Dreams, as always. Thank you for bringing me on here.
Oh man, absolutely, man. Salute to you. So for those of you who don't know, I'll actually be on Knowledge and Relationships channel. We have an interview at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, so that's 6 p.m. California time.
Cool.
Yeah, so feel free to check it out. Support your brother.
Absolutely, man. Yeah, man. So this is an interesting conversation, man. So like I said, I've just been letting them talk, man.
I've been hearing a lot of missing independence, and I was kind of like laughing to myself, like in the backstage, because like this is where a lot of modern women get messed up at because of feminism, is what I usually call it. Feminism taught women, pretty much that you're so independent that you don't need a man. Yet, in dire situations, you still need one. You need a man for validation and attention. You're still looking for that man to take you on dates, his resources. And I'm not saying for like all women. I'm just saying for the ones that train their mind, right, in this foolish feministic type of mindset that's actually destroying relationships. Now, here's the thing. Feminism is not the only cause of destroying relationships. You also have a lot of weak men as well, too, because some of them probably was raised with their mothers. A lot of them wasn't raised around with strong men now these days. And then that's also a problem as well, too, for like both sides. So when you have, and then you have the propaganda, that really encourages men to not reach up to the maximum potential of his masculinity. Anytime when a man is being assertive, anytime when a man just want to be a man, we're always being shamed for that. It's to a point that you have young boys growing up probably confused, wondering like, okay, am I being a machismo? Like a macho man? Am I actually doing too much just by expressing my inner masculinity, by nature away from a man, woman, it makes society go ass backwards. You know what I mean? So, there's plenty of stuff I could say, but I just want to add that little part to it.
Gotcha, man. Yeah, man. What's going on, brother? What the funk is this? What's up, man? What's up, Jay?
How you guys doing? I'm just waking up, but this was a
that's
great
right.
conversation.
Yeah. So wait, it's 7 hours ahead, right?
I don't know where you guys are at, but it's 5 a.m. right now here.
Okay, yeah. No, I'm in the States, but I know you're in Germany, so.
Okay. I wanted to kind of piggyback a little bit off what Knowledge said and transitioning to a question. I wanted to ask the ladies, who's an example of a masculine male that you think that men should be watching and learning from?
That's a good question.
I like that. And you saying like talking about in the YouTube space, like a public figure?
Someone it could be a public figure, someone that is actually accessible to watch and learn and listen to, and like are there any examples of masculine men that you ladies would be like, you know what, I really wish? For example, I think Jon Stewart is a good example of a masculine man who is logical in thought on both sides. So like those are the people I think young men should be emulating instead of the Hollywood men and the entertainment men. So who are some men that you ladies think that, man, I wish men would listen to this person more and maybe follow his lead?
Jordan Peterson.
I was getting ready to say that.
What's up, girl?
Just literally about to say him too.
See, it's
I have two, but I'm not for sure everybody like agrees with them or it's a kind of controversial. But
tell me.
There's like a YouTuber, I should say, Brandon Tatum. He's a conservative guy. And there's another one, Chad Jackson. He wrote the documentary movie called Uncle Tom. He's a pretty stand-up, solid masculine man. Very intelligent, very logical. Not big, not mainstream, of course, but
you know what?
He's like my dad, but
I hate that I'm gonna say this one out loud. Andrew Tate.
That's nothing wrong. Okay.
Like, if you actually listen, like, he just talks about his preference. He prefers to have multiple women. I don't want that for my life. However, when you hear him talk about how to treat a woman, how to, like, a valuable woman that, like, brings to the table, not a 304, but, like, a woman of, like, value. And how he talks about, like, finances and going against the grain and being a man and how a man is supposed to be with a woman.
Yeah.
Like, damn, like, I'm like, what's up, daddy? But not really, because he has multiple women, so I don't want that part. But yeah, it's something that, like, I'm still trying to, like, walk through my own, like, fear of saying that stuff out loud, because I'm in LA, they'll kill me.
Yeah, I mean, ain't no fear to it, ain't no shame in it.
Yeah,
I would say
you're in LA. You're in the land of cesspool. There's nothing they can say to you that is completely out of the realm of things that they've already done. What about you two ladies? Do you guys have any examples? Miss O'Chun or
I mean, they both said Jordan Peterson, but I know there's somebody else.
I said Jordan Peterson because that's the only guy that I can think of that most people that I would assume would know publicly. Don't get me wrong, I could name off a lot of men I know privately, but that doesn't fit the conversation. But as far as like overall, don't get like there's so many men I can name, you know, like I think
okay, well just name, give me three. Or let's switch this like this way. How about for us in the Black community? We definitely have we're always
Kevin
told
Samuels.
That,
Sorry.
Well, okay.
Rest in peace to him. We also have
you get me excited.
Yeah, but we also have like alpha male strategies. I'll definitely give props to AMS.
Yeah.
And then also Mike.
Wait, don't give them the answers. Knowledge, come on.
Yeah.
I would be happy to
like, in the public eye, there isn't a lot of, solid masculine men that people should listen to because, of course, they don't want that to be pushed. So we were saying and there's no masculine man in the mainstream right now that we all know that is someone that we will want. I will want my two sons, our two sons, to listen to. I don't think that you are not masculine if you are in the limelight, because that, to me, I don't think that masculine men are in the media, are in the limelight. So if anybody you're naming, we probably don't know besides Jordan Peterson.
I gotta push back because even Jordan Peterson isn't in the limelight, and if you look at his history, they called him like they called him like an how do I even say this? The people that killed the little hat people. Do you get it?
But
I understand what you mean.
We know
the name that cannot be named. Yeah.
I think we know him because we're on YouTube. There's not
right. But what I'm saying is like they dragged him through the dirt. And it's
because they don't want
every masculine man that has a voice that starts getting up there. Kevin Samuels, like I know a lot of people won't agree with me, but he passed away right when he signed a deal to be in mainstream media. Like that was right. That was happening later on that month. So I'm like I said, hey, remember I told you I was a conspiracy theorist?
Oh, we can have a conversation about
okay,
that.
I see what you're talking about.
I've gotten down the rabbit hole.
I've gone down the rabbit hole too, and someone's got to do a live stream about that one day, and I'm definitely there for it.
So I have
did you just play the X Files?
Yeah, he did.
I did.
But the overall point that I was kind of getting to is like there are almost zero examples of a masculine man and a feminine woman as a couple, as a unit together for us to see how they work together. I think we have a few examples of men in their masculine and women in their feminine, but we do not see many examples of that coexisting together.
We only saw that like in TV shows, unfortunately.
Which
you can't trust. It's been like a subliminal thing over the years. Sorry, Miss V, you wanted to say something. Let me shut up.
No, it's okay. I was just gonna say, is in the mainstream light, and honestly, is the Obamas. I think that is a good couple to look at as a role model in general. I think
not bottom Obama.
I mean,
yeah, the whole panel was like,
yeah, that
I like Michelle, and I think she has good morals and she knows how to present herself and everything else. And I think Obama is a good male figure. That's as close as I can think of to something in the limelight, is all I'm saying.
May I ask, why do you think Obama is a good male figure?
It goes back to many years, and I had been outside of the U.S. for a while, so I don't know what rumors might be out there or not, but I actually saw them in person, and I was just in the background, and the interaction that I saw was a good one. So it's just from a personal experience that I saw, and I'm boggling my mind saying who is out in the limelight over the last decade that I would say I would look up.
I think we should have had Obama like do a mandatory DNA testing.
A mandatory DNA test?
Michelle Obama has more muscles than Obama. She has more chest hairs. She's doing way more push-ups than Obama.
You know, they had a conspiracy theory about Michelle, but I'm not gonna go there on that one.
Yeah, let's not go there. Let's
We have to do a stream one day where it's just we can all bring our conspiracy theories out and
you know what, we can do it.
Have a conversation.
I really would like that on my stream because I really like these conversations. And there's a theory that one woman gave me that she was saying grape and all of the words we can't say, I've been saying on her stream, and she was saying it's because we're women, they won't cancel us. And to this day, that stream that I was on is still up. So I want to kind of like test it out.
So can you hop on other streams and then say that word and not get the other stream? It doesn't work like that?
No, not on others. Like I want to test it out on mine and like put my own at risk. But I went on hers and we were saying all the things you can't say, and those videos are still up. There's like 2 of them, and I'm like, what? I'm like, she's like, freedom of speech exists here. I'm like, I like it here.
I wanted to ask ladies another question, if that might trigger, but I think I just want you to logically think about it.
I'm triggered.
Okay. Well, I'm Jason. How you doing, Miss Triggered? If a man were to get a surrogate and have her give him children, let's say 2, he pays her out and then gets 100% of custody, is that wrong?
I don't think that's wrong.
In what sense?
What do you mean, in what sense? He pays a woman to give him children.
Like,
Wait, you're glitching. I'm sorry.
Why is it wrong?
I'm asking, is it wrong?
It's what makes it wrong? Like, why would it be wrong?
It's so not the norm. Someone would be saying that, well, a child needs to have a mother. That's very weird. That's controlling. Why would a man want 100% custody of his children? I'm just asking, is that wrong or not?
I honestly don't see anything wrong with it. I know
Do
plenty
you
of
think?
single dads that raise their daughters. It happens.
Okay.
There's actually like a
No.
study that shows that kids are having more of a success rate on their outturn as they grow up into adults with a single male father as opposed to a single female mother.
Yeah,
So
absolutely.
I mean, I think that's true because I feel that even me, I
Mhm.
co-parent, I get my kids 50-50 custody, and I find myself being a better father that way versus actually being in the house with the mother, where you have to kind of tiptoe around her emotions if you really don't absolutely lead the relationship. And as I've seen more and more men go through the things that they've gone through, I honestly think the future will be that I will tell my son, mm, it's a much better outcome for you to go ahead and try to get 100% of your custody of your children versus trying to deal with a woman and her having the power to take your children away.
so I was recently introduced, not introduced, but like I woke up with black pill and mid-tau really like put the final touch, and everything that you're talking about is probably where it's going to go because they don't want to deal with the women, because like I said in my talking points earlier is like, even especially here in California, court systems, child custody, alimony, all of it is for the women and against the men. It's, you know what I mean? It's guilty until proven
Hmm.
innocent as opposed to innocent until proven guilty. So if you
Yes.
have all of those same factors and you have the statistics that are showing that children are better raised with a single father rather than a single mother, I mean, it seems like a practical solution, just like the passport bro movement. Like,
Well,
and this is the issue with
okay.
women not taking accountability and not seeing this shit because we're going to lose all the men.
Well, I don't. I
Oh,
think that
Mhm.
women are playing completely naive with the behavior
Yeah.
that women exhibit after breakups, and that's the thing that frustrates most men. Is like, don't you have brothers? Don't you have cousins? Don't you have men that you've spoken to that have gone through something crazy? And women play completely naive.
Yeah.
Whereas in other countries, you can't play the games that a lot of people can play in America or in the UK. I think that women won't really care about changing this system until it happens to them as grandparents. Once they see their son go through it, and because I think that's one thing that a lot of people don't speak about is grandparent alienation. When a father isn't allowed to see his children, that also means that father's parents can't see the children, and that is going to hurt, I think, women in this generation. And I think so in 30 years from now, that will be when things possibly change.
And
only one could dream.
that's oh yeah, one can dream. It's the sad part is that like without any accountability for the women, you're not going to get there. That's why I was saying when we talked about the paternity test being mandatory at birth, it's like you already take away the discussion, you already take away the awkwardness and the fighting. Boom, there are the results. And if 1 in 4 men are fathering children that aren't theirs, like that'll be a severe wake up call. And if women don't do something about it, even the value of like being nurturing and making dinner and all that stuff is going to go out the window. It's already like on the way out. It's already pretty much out, but
Yeah, no,
So,
I
so,
think that
so I do have a question.
Yeah.
So, how do we get to a point where we could help women to like wake up, where women can like start holding other women accountable? What are like the solutions to that, or
so
just any ideas of those?
you know what? I actually, if you guys don't mind, I say sorry. I just like jumped the gun.
Nah, go ahead.
No, I'm just asking you guys a question. Yep, you good?
So one of the things I think that would help is I've been saying it for a while now that the manosphere itself needs women to support it, not to take over and control and change things, but to support it. The issue that I find as a woman is the amount of pushback and shit testing and trolling and all of that, like, oh, you're a woman, get out of here. And it's an issue because I'm lucky enough where I had guys that like were patient with me, planted the seeds, they continue to have conversations with me. So when I had that light bulb moment, it was like, oh my God, right? But when you those are like 3 dudes that did that. And if they hadn't done that, I probably would have been on my way out. So I think there is like the conversation of like, I'm not saying talk to a wall that's not willing to hear it, but if you hear or you see a woman that wants there has an interest or is curious about these things, trying to explain it to her like a man isn't going to work, but trying to it's like the saying, like, you catch more bees with honey than vinegar, right? It's when I talk to other women, it's not, oh, we need to be in the kitchen and cook and blah blah. Like, it's more of like, girl, I'm 31, I'm tired. Like, it'll be nice to settle down. It'll be nice to like be able to just make dinner and like take care of the kids and blah 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 blah. Whereas,
and also adding homeschooling to that, I think women are
100%.
truly ignoring how important that is, especially with what's being pushed in society and being pushed in schools.
Yeah.
There's no reason why a woman can't want to homeschool and find 4 other like-minded women who also want to homeschool, and they build a classroom, and one woman does 2 days a week, and it's an easy thing to do if it's something that you truly care about. Just like people who say, oh, I want to travel, but they don't really travel. I'm like, if it's your priority, you can travel.
Well,
You can't just say you want to. And I think that homeschooling is something that has to happen as a norm, especially in our community, because Black boys are not educated properly in public school. And I think we've seen that enough.
Yeah, hold on, Amika. I know you were going to respond, but I wanted to hear what because Jay, you haven't said much in a little bit, so I wanted to hear what you had to say.
On what the funk just said.
Yeah, that or anything you want to discuss.
I did have something, but I lost it.
All good.
The question that you had. Oh, okay, so about men paying a surrogate to have the child. Okay, so that I believe that I get it and I understand, but I don't think it should happen. I don't think that, even though because I have to keep it on the same level. I can't say I don't think women should do it. I don't also think that men should do it, because children need their mother and father. But absolutely, the children do 100% way better than they would be with their single mom. But they do better with their single fathers. However, I don't think that you should purposely do that, because I believe that dynamic and that foundation is very important.
What if it was your son asking?
I'm sorry?
What if it was your son asking? Would your answer be different?
My son asking if he should go get a surrogate to
Yes,
just have
instead of you having to worry as a grandmother about, maybe the woman turning 40 and getting emotional and maybe ruining your son's pension. Instead of all of that, if you knew for a fact that your son had custody of the children and there would be no problems from a mother coming around, would you then advise your son to take that route?
Okay, so I don't think I would, because my husband is Ghanaian. He's from Africa. So they take really, really hard pride in marriage. So as far as they could know who their child is going to marry, they want their child to marry this person, so they would like set it up almost like you can say like arranged marriage. So that's why we will be very heavily in the process of marriage when our sons do get to that point, like how my parents were and his parents was. Like it's a whole like traditional ceremony that happens called knocking. His family came to my family and knocked on the door, sat down and said, hey, my son says he wants to marry your daughter. Let's sit down and talk. Let's negotiate. Let's figure out, are you guys for a divorce? Are you guys for this? What say you this? What say you that? I think that has to happen.
But would he still be married in America, or would you have him do the ceremony in your country back in Africa and not be married in America courtrooms?
So I don't think I thought that far, but I know my husband wants, even though I wanted my husband wants our boys to marry Ghanaian and his culture.
You might want to think a little, because I mean the rules differ in state to state in America. So I mean, for example, getting married in Missouri is actually one of the best places to get married as a father. But you have to start I think as a culture, we need to start figuring out a way to protect young boys and educate them about what can happen to them for just having a seed with the wrong woman, and just having and marriage doesn't protect that. I'm sorry. So It's not about, well, make sure you marry her and then it'll be all good. No, I think we have to start educating young men about what truly happens, and also educating women at an early age about what women do and for them not to do it. And if women only listen to women, that means we need women like you all to start having conversations with young women at universities or even in the churches. And I think that's where the grassroots starts to happen and needs to start happening, for us to get a little bit out this space on YouTube and actually start having real life implications of what we're saying work.
Well, can I say something on that or no? Or wait?
Yeah, no, yeah. So go ahead and then Miss Ocean, if you had anything to chime in on.
It was just at this point where we're at, and this is actually, Miss Osha, part of what you talk about too, that the government does take a big portion. At this point, like if we absolutely have to go through the government to get married, then there should be prenups, because it works on both sides for men and women. And I think that's a huge misconception. And then the second thing is, at this point, I don't even think we should be getting married at the state level. It should just be like a ceremony.
But there are no prenups for child custody.
Agreed.
That's the issue.
Agreed. But if we at least get rid of that portion going through the state to get married, there's just, like, again, like I said, I'm in California, so these issues are really it's hard for me not to say something about when it's just very much geared towards women, and I keep seeing so many guys getting screwed over here.
Do you ladies have any advice for maybe your son or another man who's trying to figure out a way to ensure his fatherhood? It's not about we'll save your money. Like, how do you, as a man, make sure that when you have children and the woman maybe she fell in love with somebody else and she wants to go, that your children aren't taken away in that process? Crickets, huh?
Let me say this, right, and I always have to start with the reality of situation.
You funny, you said cricket.
Life is a risk. It's a gamble. Everything you do is a gamble. That's just what makes life, right? Because death is always
no. That's not what makes life risk. You can take calculated risk and outthink it. You have to sometimes look at life as a rat race, but sometimes you got to stop running the race. But you can't just say that life is about risk. No, it's about managing what comes towards you and you need to outthink it.
So if you want to know somebody's opinion, right, are you asking us our opinion, or are you telling us what it is? Which one?
I'm pushing back on your opinion, and the very first thing you said is
I didn't even finish making a point for you to push back on completely. But do you want to tell me, or do you want me to just, because I can be quiet. I'm okay with that.
Sister, we can have a conversation, but please go ahead and continue, and I'll go ahead and mute. Okay?
I don't like being interrupted when I'm talking. So,
sister, I just said I'm about to mute. Go ahead and continue.
I'll finish. Life is a gamble. Okay, everything you do comes with risk. Everything. Walking outside, touching the wrong handle, whatever. Life is a risk. And at the end of the day, no matter how good you are, no matter how perfect you may do things, stuff will probably happen. That's life. Okay. And if you're gonna be out here, you're gonna have to grow some tough skin. I couldn't never tell my son that, well, the way to ensure that nothing goes wrong is to do anything any specific way. I can't tell him that. But what I can tell him is, if you purposely do stuff like go out there being a male hoe, you can guarantee you're going to be on child support, and I won't feel sorry for you. I won't.
What does that have to do? Wait. What does that have to do with the fact about him being a male hoe for losing his fatherhood? He made the child, and the woman can also go out and be a female hoe and still take the children. So therefore,
wait.
That is bad advice, miss.
I can't.
So Kings and Dreams, right? He said he was
that is horrible
up.
advice to tell a young
He did
son.
say he was going to mute up, and he can't.
Hold on.
So I won't talk to temperamental men like that.
Hold on. Yeah,
Sister, I haven't raised my
I
voice,
hear
and
her
I'm
finish
not
her
temperamental. Okay, so let's not do the name calling. I haven't said anything negative or any pronouns or any adjectives for your name, like, oh, this angry chick. I haven't done any of that. I'm having a conversation with you.
All right, so
no one's being temperamental. This is how conversations work.
All right, so Miss Ocean, sorry, go ahead, finish your point, and then
No,
Jason,
let him have it, because I mean he's a woman. He got that.
Okay, so here we go with the name calling again. Why are you calling me a woman?
We could
All
just
right.
we
Yeah,
could just change it. We could just
do
change
that.
it.
Let's not do that. Let's
So
not do that.
I'll say that if I had a son and the way that the court system, again, I'm in California, especially in LA, the way that they're set up, I would be saying something like go overseas, go raise your kids overseas until legislation changes over here. It's at this point there's no, or like you have to like millicent, even if you document everything at this point, all it takes is a woman to claim one thing. And my Uber driver, when I landed in LAX, just told me this whole story that his ex-wife claimed false allegations, and immediately when the cops arrived they put him in handcuffs, and now he's barely seeing his kid every couple of months. So it's at this point, realistically, as Miss Ocean, is it Ocean or Oshu?
Oshun.
Oshun.
Ocean.
Oshun. Miss Oshun.
No, like an ocean.
No, not like an ocean.
No, like the
Oshun.
god, like the
Yeah, she said
god.
Ocean.
Oh, my fault. I'm sorry.
Wait,
I
like
thought it was like an ocean.
the deity.
Yes.
Oh
Yes.
my god, I love this.
Yeah.
Sorry. So like at this point, like Miss Oshun is stating, the reality of the situation is it is not for the men, and 9 times out of 10 they're not getting any sort of justice. Realistically speaking, I don't know what the solution is. If you have any solution, I would love to hear it, because like I said, I came straight from Midtown, and they just the stories are just horrendous at this point.
But see, this is the problem, right?
So
Everybody. I'm sorry. What's say? My bad, Lola. Did you
I
say
think Miss
something?
V is trying to say something.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
I was just gonna say I have 2 boys, half African American, one dark skinned enough to be definitely affected by the color of his skin. And the one piece of advice that I give my sons is to make good choices, right? In life, there are unexpected. Planning is everything, but plans mean nothing. And the best thing that you can tell your kid is to make good choices and to definitely think before speaking and acting, especially because of the color of his skin. So there's, all of the preparation in the world isn't necessarily going to help you navigate through life. But if you take a moment to always try to be the best person you can possibly be and make good choices, that can lead you down a road where you avoid some of the mistakes that are happening with parenthood, with some of these issues that are out there. I think we're all really passionate about some of these things. And if we step back and took a breath, we'll realize that we're all in this together. And it's just about being good people and making the best possible choice that you can.
Miss V, I definitely agree to you on that part. It is all about making good choices, but overall, it's just applying common sense. And I think that's what we need to start doing. Just simple common sense to it. You know what's right. You know what makes people feel good. You know what makes people feel bad. The problem is, what I was going to say earlier was that, we have a passion as far as to talk about issues that's affecting us. But the thing is, we could tend to overtalk about the same rhetoric as opposed to finding solutions. Create our own solutions that can actually help solve the problem. And that's what I kind of see on a lot of spaces, is that you have a lot of hurt people, and I get the emotion that comes out, but when are we going to actually come to a point where it's all right, let me find a way not to feel this hurt anymore. And so that way I could better prepare other people to not feel the same way how I feel. You know what I mean?
I see how it works here. I think the simple solution is that, marriage or not, once you have a child, you get 50-50 custody, period. You don't have to even fight for it. I think that has to be the solution.
100%.
And if women want men to get married, I think women have to start coming to the table and saying up front and sign a contract, about the prenuptials of what happens in divorce, because unfortunately, a lot of men go into marriage and a lot of women go into marriage in love. But what women have exhibited when they're angry in divorce and breakup is demon, is monstrous. And the way that they'll use their power and the things and the accusations that they will say to get the positions that they want. And they'll even be advised from lawyers to make the accusations that Miss Better was talking about, so they can win. It's a capitalistic system. It doesn't care about the children, and it sure as hell doesn't care about the men. And I have seen, it's the only thing that I've seen that says we're destroyed men, is how women use their children against them. That's the thing that makes men delete themselves in this month coming up. This month coming up is one of the highest suicide times for men globally. And women have been a horrible representation of how to be an adult after breakups. Therefore, I think the future and the solution is we have to figure out a way to not even let that woman have power and autonomy over you and your children.
Yep.
I got to reply to that too. What the phone?
Hold on a minute, because I think
I just say that it's not just.
Hold on. I think Jay was trying to say something.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's okay.
I saw you. I saw you moving your hand.
Miss J, I love to hear from you because you're like from like I saw you last time like holding the baby and everything, and like I like the other young girl that was here earlier. I'm like, this literally legit gives me hope. I'm on so many other panels. Like I love to hear what you say.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, they're with their father in the they're sleep down. Wait, you didn't see when I brought the baby up?
I did.
Yeah.
I did, but that was I did, but Miss Oshun and Minka, like they were talking. So, but yeah, I saw the baby.
I had something. It was something that Miss V said, but I totally forgot. I'm sorry.
I think Miss V was going to say it's also men too. I think that was what she was about to say is her talking point.
Yeah, correct? But it's not nowhere near as many women that do it, and nowhere near as how hard women do it. Like you're talking to, again, my background. My mother was a single mother. My dad couldn't show up. He had a drinking problem, but she really tried to maintain the family. So it's the opposite of what I've learned here, right? And as a woman that grew from that, to see the reality, and to now start supporting these men, it should speak mountains. Like I should be speaking for the women that are getting screwed over, but instead I'm over here.
No, it goes both ways because I have to say I'm hearing the conversation and I'm on the other side of that coin because my ex-husband used my daughter against me, and he put me on child support, and I supported him for 20 years. He was a stay-at-home dad. So I see it from both sides. It's not just happening with women, it's also happening with men. The proportion of men versus women might be off, but it's still happening on both ends. So I think the conversation really is about how do we fix it. And it goes back to mental health to some instances. Some people never learned how to deal with emotions and anger. And that comes from not having proper mental health, which if we want to help this situation overall, and we want to find a way to help each other, let's have those conversations about dealing with the emotions that come with separation. How does this affect the children? Because it affects the kids more than it affects the adults. I mean, money is money, but how is that child getting through the process? How does that child feel about losing custody on one end or another?
Well, we see it all the time, like how children turn out. Either where they join in gangs, looking for a secondary family, or they switch up into, I'll just say in a state of confusion. You know what I mean? Like it just goes like all the way south for kids because parents are not really think. Well, here's the thing. The sad part is a lot of parents leverage their kids as money makers. They leverage their children only just to spite like the opposite gender, the husband or wife or whatever, boyfriend, girlfriend, you know what I mean? But the thing is, it's a powerful incentive, and I understand, like, of course, it does happen both ways. But if you look at the ratio,
Rarely.
it still favors women because of the incentive that they give. You know what I mean? And that's what's tearing marriages apart, because men are actually afraid to get into these type of relationships, because all you hear is, you know, bad stuff about marriage all the time. Oh, if you get this married to this person and she wind up being the wrong one, even if you try to properly vet that person out, because everybody could put a mask on. And then once you seal the deal and they get comfortable, that mask comes right off. And then that's where it's like, all right, shoot, what have I got myself into?
Yo, shout out to Marcus for this comment.
Oh, because this is in Bureau convictions of the state of are convicted criminals or are rapists.
Yeah. So yeah. So any thoughts on this one? Anybody?
I mean, he's absolutely right about it. You know,
On this
When they, oh, sorry.
comment, I
Yeah,
think this comment was referring to what Miss Oshun, love your last name, by the way. Is it African?
It is.
Was referring to when she was saying, you know, like the traditions and what came with it and blah blah blah. So I think what he was saying is like, yeah, there were things that were going on back in the day that of course we all didn't like, but it wasn't the norm. It wasn't in everybody's household. Nobody was getting raped. I mean, people were getting raped, but it wasn't like how we're hearing it today. But I think that's what that comment came from when he was.
Well, it was more towards the statistics saying that there's a better rate for success for children that are raised by single men rather than single women. And the study furthermore went into the fact that the reasoning behind that was because as women we have more emotions which fluctuate up and down. You also add the time of the month into that, are a bunch of different statistics based off of that, but it really just has to do with our emotions, whereas a man is more stable, having less up and down emotions and more consistency. And so that's what the comment was about, is that it's not just success, it's also that those repercussions.
and when you add on to it,
also this, I think in our community, I think women complain about it, and it's also very true that men complain about women's lack of accountability. Correct? You've heard that many times, right? But now think of it like this: we have men with testosterone who do horrible things and are not accountable about it. And this happens in our community. Like, as long as I'm making the money, it doesn't matter that I'm selling drugs. It doesn't matter that I'm scamming. It doesn't matter that I'm doing the wrong things. You know, we have a generation upon generations of men who are not accountable about the things that they do. They're only accountable when they actually go to jail. You don't need to go to jail to learn the lesson. You need to have a code and a foundation. And unfortunately, when young boys are raised around women who lack accountability, they start to pick that up as well. And that's what the most important thing I think as a father is, what you teach your children is how to be accountable to oneself, how to have a higher code to oneself. My papa always said to me, he had no problem with Christianity, but he just said Christianity was too easy. For the idea that you can do something wrong and say you're sorry and you're forgiven, he said that's too easy. And he started putting me in he took me on the reservation. He started teaching me about alchemy, because he says that the things that you do absolutely matter and you have to answer for them. The things that you say, even you gossiping, you're putting things into the atmosphere. And women's tongues have completely caused so much chaos in our community. When they get angry, when they get upset, the things they say on the pillow talk with the next boyfriend, that's going to end up making the next boyfriend go back at the other boyfriend. The things that women speak on, and now in turn the things that men speak on, are completely toxic in our community. And we need men to have real autonomy on their children, not just paying money to provide, but actually having real time, at least 50-50 with their children, sons and daughters, without having to fight and pay for it.
Absolutely. And you know what? You're absolutely right. And I just want to jump in, and I had the super chat. Shout out to Big Boss Real Talk. He says Kim just hit yay for $200K a month for child support. Yikes.
And that's a man that wants
Right.
his children.
Right.
Desperately wants his children.
Right.
So basically, you're gonna pay $200,000 to not, $200,000 to not see your kids, basically,
Well,
because she probably. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
our society made fun of him for purchasing the house across the street from her.
I
Make
mean,
it make sense.
what other dad would do that? You know what I
Make
mean?
it make
What dad would
sense.
give up?
They made
No,
it. They
seriously.
made it seem like he was so hung up on her when they've had how many kids together? Are you joking? Like, and he said he called it as it was happening. He's telling the world they're keeping my kids away from me.
There was a story behind that why he moved over to Kim's house, basically, because he had a similar situation where his mother kept him away from his father. Kept his father away from him, basically. You know, all because whatever personal stuff that there was going on, you know, women would do that, and
It's
so
because that's our tradition, sir.
But
that's
that,
the
but that,
problem.
of course,
That's our
Right.
tradition.
So,
Right.
so this is a man that was actually trying to create his own type of solution to prevent that from ever happening again. But unfortunately, the system still steps in, still favors for the woman, even though publicly you still see a man that's fighting for his kids, trying to spend more time with them, going to their birthday parties, and still being escorted out of the premises. You know what I mean? But yet you still want to have to pay just for what? And that doesn't even make any sense. But this is why when people hear that type of stuff, because here's the thing, to be honest with you, everybody's like sheep. They follow celebrities. Celebrities are like gods to them. So anytime when they see like a celebrity like Kanye West that they look up to as a god, and they're seeing how horrible, even Will and Jada, or they seeing how horrible their marriage is, you know what I mean? It doesn't really incentivize for them to get married. But the reason
Johnny Depp and Amber Heard.
Oh yeah.
I mean, we could go on and on, but yeah, no, you're absolutely right.
Mm-hmm.
But they also got problems like on deck, like up here, like all of them.
Yeah, so do normal people. It's that subliminal message of creating that narrative makes it socially acceptable. Like this is the norm. It's.
Do you know how many? I've always heard women when they have their children, they say, "Oh my God! Like once I had my child, it helped me get my life straight. It helped me put things into focus and blah blah blah." I think it would be the exact same thing for men. I think if a man had a child,
Jason.
Yes.
Sorry, my bad. It's just that Jay has to go. I just want her to give her closing
go
thoughts.
ahead,
That's
Jay.
all. My bad, bro.
No, you're good.
All right. Go ahead, Jay.
Well, thank you so much for having me. I hope to do this again. I don't have any social platforms for anyone to follow. Farewell.
I am gonna do it again. It's gonna be a co-ed though. It's gonna be a co-ed now. But yeah, absolutely.
Okay,
but thank you so much for coming through. Thank you so much for coming through, and and I'll be in touch soon.
Okay, thank you so much. Good night.
All right,
everybody.
thank you. All right,
good night.
All right.
Good night, Caprice.
Right. Yeah, my fault, Jason. Go ahead and say what you were saying, bro.
No, it's all good. Basically, what I was just going to wrap up and say, I think that what we have to do is just figure out a way to start effectively co-parenting and teaching that at an early age. We have to start teaching as much as we teach physical education. We need to be teaching de-escalation. In our community, globally, it's a problem, and I think that men and women, we don't like each other. We don't, and we have to figure out how to build that again. It used to be a thing where it was like when it was all simple, we could sit back on a porch and talk and chit chat and just shoot the shit. And now we're in this weird ass gender war, and we have to figure out a way to give grace, but at the same time have logical conversations that lead to solutions. And many men are having so much problems trying to even meet women halfway because women won't even do that because it's so much disingenuous name calling, because you all speak to us in such a disrespectful way that we can't ever come to an actual solution.
How dare you call me out? Excuse me?
I got a question, WP.
Women are like,
when you said that, okay, like men and women used to like each other. I'm talking about back then, right? I know you're referring to like our parents, our grandparents.
No. Our parents wasn't shit, and our grandparents didn't know what the hell they were
Okay,
doing.
I just want to make sure.
I'm talking about
Okay.
us in general before we got introduced to what
Right,
life
social
is. I'm talking about us like at 16, 15, 17, when we were just
okay.
enjoying the company of one another and didn't know what the like. I don't know what I'm going to do with this world, but this is what I think I'm going to do. When we had that wide-eyed interest in one another, I think we have to find that again. I think back then in that era, we were so just happy to have conversations and try to figure out who we are. And now here we are at 30s and 40s, and life has given us these scars, and now we can't have the conversations and give the same type of grace.
Well, here's the thing, though, right? This was on an era before social media was ever like induced to us. You know, the thing is, like, we had no choice but to go outside. You know what I mean? Like, as young folks, go outside, play, go to like a spa or a park, right? Meet people, actually introduce ourselves, and actually build conversations. But see, we don't do that no more because we have social media at our fingertips, and we've grown to become lazy, more dependent on just texting folks rather than just, picking up the landline and calling them. So at that point, we are so accustomed to just like virtually or, whatever, cyberly, like talking to someone as opposed to talking to people in person, you kind of lose that type of edge. You know what I mean? That conversation smarts in person. And most people, they get nervous, or you get me too or whatever, and there's so many other different variables that really breaks, well, now I would say break, that will pretty much barricade the opportunities to really love again. You know what I mean? To like being around with the opposite gender.
I see what you mean. Yeah, the art of conversation is definitely an art, but it can also be a fight too. And I think, unfortunately, in our culture, we're taught how to roast before we're taught how to conversate. We're taught how to insult before. Yeah, we're taught a lot of things before we actually learn how to. What was the movie? The Great Debaters. I think everybody on this YouTube space should watch that movie at least once and then try to come back and have these kind of conversations. Because just like with the woman above me, there's no reason to do the ad hominems or the slightly passive aggressive insults if we're just having the conversation. But I think, again, that's something that's just innately in our women, because that's what's our tradition. Our tradition is for our women to speak to us in that kind of way, even if we haven't spoken to them in that manner. Just because we disagree doesn't mean that I need to say something disrespectful to her. But now we have a lot of men who are now taking on that female mentality with their testosterone, and now it's a problem because now we have a bunch of men who will kill for absolutely nothing over some feminine bullshit. Oh my God, that dude stepped on my shoes. Let me end his life. That's where we got to focus on the crux of that, because more than likely that man was raised with a single mother and took on her mannerisms.
There's something else I want to add to it. What the fuck? Now here's the thing: we complain, right, about like young men growing up with single mothers, right?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
But then we also complain when stepfathers come into the picture as well too.
Mm-hmm.
That's because they're thinking with pride, and that's because they weren't taught right. Pride is one of the worst things you can have in your life. You can have pride can end up hurting you. And my ex, she has a boyfriend, and people thought like, don't you have a problem with him? Like, absolutely not. I know she's a better mother with a man around her. I know that she's a better mother when she can balance somebody off with her emotions. And my children are spending 50% of their time with her. I am grateful that she has someone to balance off that around my children versus her just being in her and raising my son and daughter. But I do understand that a lot of men can't think like that. That's why I think these kind of conversations need to be we need to be having these conversations with young men and building up the idea that that's not a problem, that your child's mother gets another partner, and don't come in trying to do that whole trying to slip some dick into her, because that's something that a lot of men do too. I won't see my kids unless I get to maybe sleep in the bedroom with you. That's something we need to check as well.
Damn. And this is what I mean when I say, like, I've come into this space and I've met so many wonderful men. And I'll tell you, like, you asked the question of how do we get back to it? Earlier I said, when women come into this atmosphere, this manosphere, it's there's a lot of pushback right away instead of like first getting to know like why is she curious, trying to give her like some real truths and see how she handles it. Since I've
We
been
think you about to
here,
write a book. We don't trust you.
understandably,
That's
I
what
get it. But since I've been in
You're
this,
gonna Brittany Reiner us and tell all our secrets. No,
See, but this is-
men are afraid to
and
confide
I
into
get
women.
it, and I get it, but I'm not
Mhm.
saying let them all in with open arms. I'm saying, but bridge a gap, because I'm just giving a compliment and then you made a joke out of it. The reality is, I've met a lot of men like you that it's just like when I hear these things, you guys have to remember again, my dad couldn't show up for that period of time in my life. So I'm hearing all these stories of these men that want not just the traditional, but the things that women want. That it's just like this narrative needs to be way more mainstream than what it is.
Yeah. Let me reply to that. Do you mind if I just call you BB?
That's what everyone calls me, is BB.
All right, cool. So I get where you're coming from, and yes, like men should be more open, and especially if you're just coming to a space, you're giving a compliment or acknowledgement, and you just say, "Hey, I think you guys are cool. I enjoy the space. I want to learn from you." I get that, but here's the other problem, and this is not personally towards you,
I get it.
but there's a whole lot of women that plays into like this pick me type of person. They come to space nice and humble and sweet. Hold on, where's my heavenly sound effects? They're like this, like the sweet angel. Okay?
Oh,
when
man.
they get comfortable, and I'm not gonna say any famous manosphere, women or whatever, but when they get comfortable, then they become the ones that we're talking bad about.
Mm-hmm.
They become the ones where it's like, damn, like I see why you came up in space, but you need to go back to where you came from, because now you are bringing that negative, partly feminism, in disguise type of energy into our space, and now you're trying to dictate us. You're trying to coach us how we should feel, how we should talk and approach you. But then here's the thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not saying I'm against advice from women, but what I am against is that when the advice is always night and day,
Right.
because unfortunately, sometimes the advice, right, is based on how you guys feel. You know what I mean? And I'm not saying all you guys are like emotional or whatever, but a lot of times it is based off of the feelings at the moment.
Yeah. So
do any of you guys gamble or play blackjack?
No, but let me just say
I
something
play.
really quick to that part is I'm not saying let the women in to change the manosphere. What I've been advocating is this is the man's cave. And if I've been telling women, I have issues with certain women that have been doing exactly what you're talking about. So when I say that, what I'm saying is there's other women that I know that don't have their platforms, they don't have channels, but they're just here to support, and they learn and they chime in every once in a while. It's the allowing the women to support, not be like mandate or change. Because one of the things that I say the most is I get trolled, I get all sorts of, I've had to go through the ringer to get to where I'm at, being even able like, to have these conversations, right? That was like a testament, because you guys do have to be protective of this space, number one. Number two is any woman that comes in here thinking you can mandate, change the way the narrative is, or think that you need to change the way that they're talking to us, look at how they talk to each other. This is the man cave. That is the epitome of what this is. It is a giant man cave that was created for the men's safety, for them to be able to talk and have a voice. So it's kind of like, I'll be damned if a feminist comes in here. And I was in a panel earlier today where it was a man boy. What was it? Boy husband?
Man child?
Man husband, boy, some.
Oh, no. Oh, you talking about son husband.
And we were in the middle of a debate, like to arguing about something, and I stopped and I was like, I don't remember if you answered this question before, but are you a feminist? And he said, yeah, I am. And I was like, never mind. But it's I'm not saying like let them in full throttle. I'm just saying answer some questions, have a dialogue with them. That's it.
Hold on. Shout out to Gail at Night, the moderator, man. Listen, if you guys don't know who Gail at Night is, man, like
the GOAT.
Yeah. Yeah, her and Felicia Jordan, man. I mean, yeah, it's like Jordan and Pippen, man. Well, I guess you gotta refer to females, but you know what I mean. Anyway,
Mm-hmm.
but Gail at Night is such amazing. I love this comment here. Uh, I'm just in men's spaces to moderate. I bring the men's their snacks and drinks and get out the way. I usually speak when spoken to. Men need their own spaces.
Yeah, I definitely appreciate you for saying that. Thank you so much.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely, man.
And
Sorry,
and,
carry on,
and,
guys.
and BB, right? Just to wrap my point up, like it's basically just a shit test. The same way how like the man always try to have to go through the ringers because like we want you and you gotta give this test and that test because you guys have your walls and your guard up. That's the same thing for men as well too.
100%.
So once you pass through all the shit tests that we're bringing you in, I mean, then you good. And
Right,
everyone is in open arms.
But that's the thing that women don't understand because they come into this space saying like, "Oh my god, they hurt my feelings. Oh my god, they attacked me. Oh my, no, bitch, just take it like a G, and they'll be good." Like,
I'll just say that will be the solution at that point. Encourage
Yeah.
women. Look, just take it like a champ. It's okay. It's a shit test. But once you pass with flying colors, everybody will be open arms. They'll be inviting you to all these platforms and all. That's all it is. We just got to make sure that you are legit.
Right. And that's the thing. I've categorized it as a form of protection of this space, and it's also, like I said, anytime there's a female that wants to come in and say like it should be spoken this way or it's too rough or it's too that, you're in the man cave. That's what this is. Look at how they talk to each other. That's my number one go-to. It's not like the guys are really all that sweet and nice to each other.
Yeah.
No, well, the thing is that like with men, with men like with men like we know like that when we address each other, we have to make sure like that we address each other with a way of not like ensuing violence or anything like that. Like we could be firm and direct, but like no, like I couldn't be like, hey, knowledge, hey, you a punk mofo. Like he gonna be like, whoa, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, like I don't play that. Like when I see you, like it's up, because that threat of violence is there. This is why like men have to know like how they communicate, with each other. And yeah, like we will hold you accountable and address you firmly. But like if we gonna say like you a punk and all this other stuff, like you better be ready to put up. Yeah.
Put up or shut up.
Yeah. So Miss V and Miss Oshun, you ladies been quiet for a little bit, so I just want to hear from both of you and your thoughts.
She was absorbing all these masculine conversations,
You want to say something, Ms. B?
Miss O'Toole, you could. I was just gonna say you could take the floor.
Oh, okay. I'll be honest with you. When it comes to the conversation of women in these virtual male spaces, honestly, I don't have no dog in that fight. Because honestly, it's like women to a degree only come there for the purpose of being women and giving their womanly perspective. However, the purpose of those male spaces is for men to convene. So it's like I don't really have no dog in that fight. But I'll be honest with you, on both sides, in the women's spaces and in the men's spaces, there's contention over conceptual ideas. So there's enough beefing going on between men and between women ideologically that to do the crossover thing and still beef in terms of ideas is like, what's the point? Like really, what's the point? Like, I hate when females get online and complain about passport bros as if they really give a shit. Like, I hate that. Like, I really do. Because I'm like, look, I don't give a shit. And I know you don't give a shit. So why are you wasting your time in prep? It's like, talk about what you give a shit about. Okay. But it's like people want to be seen. They just want to be in the limelight. And right now, the hot conversation and the hot topic is relationships. and stuff like that. And it's like at the end of the day, that's gonna die out soon. And then it's like, well, what are you gonna do next? So, you know, I mean, in real life, outside of like, you know, online, you know, people aren't really having real lives. Like they're not really interacting with people. They're just online running their mouth. Like that's all they're doing. And so, you know, when they come in contact with people that's not about that life, they live a real life. Of course, there's going to be ideological differences. So, I mean, I sometimes see women trying to come into these male spaces and make a name for themselves. However, I can't really say nothing because whoever let them in to do that, I mean, I guess that's what they want. So there's some accountability that the manosphere or whatever you call it have to take on as far as who they allow in their spaces. If they don't want certain types of women in their spaces, they don't have to have them in there. But if they want them in there for whatever reason, I'm okay with it. But just don't complain later. That's all I'm saying. It's like, keep them in there if you want to. Let them do whatever you want them to do. But just don't complain later that they're doing something when you the one let them in the door. That's the only caveat I'm gonna put on that.
All right, go ahead, V.
I'm kind of lost for words.
I think you lost your Wi-Fi.
You know, I'm listening to. Did I lose my Wi-Fi?
It's just that.
Should I lose?
It's just that. Like you cut in and out sometimes. That's all.
Okay.
Are you good now?
So I'm listening. Okay, I'm listening to the conversation, and it saddens me that there are so many people that just have hurt from their past experiences, and that has kind of dictated their future, right? So one thing that I always say is I can't change what happened yesterday because it's in the past. All I can do is create a better future. So how do I do that? And how do I do that in a way that not only helps myself, but helps my community, and I become a good global citizen, because this is a global world at this point, right? We're all in different places and we're all sharing different experiences. So, you know, everyone has their past. It's just self-reflection and mental health and learning how to deal with processing emotions that'll take us to a better place, I think. Like, you know, I'm still stuck on the question is on what do we do to make it better? Like, how do we help our sons not go through the struggles that some of us are going through now? I don't know what the answer is to that, but I do hope that everyone takes a moment to respect each other's spaces and just allow everyone to have their opinions. And I'm not everybody's cup of tea, everybody's cup of tea. So when you come across people that you find differences with, respect it and move on. There's no protection on earth that's going to protect you from shit that happens. I mean, sometimes you fall deeply in love with someone and it turns out horrible. Sometimes you fall deeply in love with someone and it turns out great. So it saddens me to hear that these are the experiences that are more common today.
Wait. You say sometimes, do you think it's sometimes people fall in love and it turns out great, or most times people fall in love and it turns out great? Because I honestly think most times people fall in love and it turns out horrible.
I said sometimes.
Okay, so you say that sometimes it happens, not most of the time. You think most people that fall in love, it turns out great.
Sometimes it does and sometimes it doesn't. Listen, I have 4 ex-husbands.
Which is most? I understand you saying some. So if we're talking about that, when people fall in love, is that really that hard of a question to answer?
Sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. I can't give you a straight answer to that because it all depends.
Or do you think it's a majority or minority that when people fall in love, it turns out positive or negative in the big picture for them in their life? Is that am I?
For
Do I need to
me,
say
it's
this?
been negative. I got 4.
Okay, let's
For
think
me,
outside
it's
of
been
you.
negative. I got
Let's
4
think
because
outside of you. Think of everyone else, just globally. Do you think that more or less? Is this really this? Is
I
it
can
that
only
hard?
speak from my own experiences.
You can speak in general. Why do
I
women have
can't
a
speak
problem
for
speaking
everyone
in
else.
general? Why do women have this thing where it's like I only can speak of my
I
own thing? It's part of the first commandment or the 10 commandments of the little sister code that you all have. I have no idea why women cannot have a thoughtful, logical conversation and say, well, I can't take it outside my situation. Absolutely, yes, you can. It's called creative thinking.
So I'm glad you can define that. And I don't think you should generalize all women. And I also think that maybe the passive aggressiveness and what you say is kind of
Oh, there was
annoying,
nothing
but
passive aggressive about what I
I
said. I
can
said
only
what I said.
tell
What
you.
did I say right there that was passive aggressive? There was nothing I said that was passive aggressive. I said a statement.
All I can tell you is that for me, it's not been good, but I haven't given up on it. And if it means to you that it needs to be
So that
given
means
up
the
on
advice
because
that you
most
give.
times it
Hold on,
The
hold
advice
doesn't
that you give your
turn
children
hold
you
on, hold
out.
on.
from your own
Hold
experience.
on. Okay, so V, let me ask you a question. So, like from what you can see in society, would you
Mhm.
say that most women, most relationships rather, are
Mhm.
they successful or not? Like, do they end successfully or not? Just as a society, from what you observed in your life, your experience, not looking at you personally, but just seeing life. That's all. That's really the question that's being asked. Because I can
Right. And from what
say
I
no.
have personally seen, from what I have personally seen and experienced, I know people that have been married for 25. That's what I have seen. So when I say it all depends for me. I can't tell you that it's more or less because what I have seen has been more positive than negative. Me personally, it has not been a good experience, but overall, it all depends.
Right. Okay. So all right. So what you're saying is that outside of yourself, it has been more positive than negative.
Mhm.
Okay. All right. That's fair enough.
Yeah, most of the couples that I know have been together for a long time.
Right. Okay. All right. All right.
I guess
we have a moment,
before you guys wrap it up, I guess we asked the ladies real quick. I brought it up. Do you all believe that a man should get 50-50 custody in breakups, whether it's a divorce or a baby mother?
Yes.
Yeah.
What was the question?
Do you believe that men should have 50-50 custody?
I believe they should have what they want. That's a
Okay,
different
they
conversation.
want 100% custody.
Then they should try to get that.
So okay, no problem. Great answer.
I say that because I was the person responsible in my state for trying to urge men to go to court to take custody of their children. And statistically, when men have jobs that they have to go to and other children to take care of, they're not really looking to take on full time a bunch of kids and deal with stuff like that. They want half custody, sure, but if they got to take on that job by themselves 100%, they get to thinking differently. And I mean, that's what I've had to see in my office at work. So it's like, I mean, yeah, that's why I answered you the way I answered you. They should get what they want, not necessarily 50-50 or 100. If they want that, then they should be able to get that fairly. But if that's not what they want, they shouldn't be forced to have to take on kids 50-50 or 100 or whatever the case may be.
I think that will do nothing but improve the man. I think that we actually should be forcing and making it a norm that he has custody. The same way that I hear women say that, you know, they was living a stupid life, but then they had a child and it helped them get on the path to get their shit straight. I think the same could apply to men. And I think we have too many men who will keep going out and procreating and making babies because they don't have to have the responsibility to actually be and raise that child. I think if men in general had to do that, I think it would do nothing but positive for our community.
I mean, you could be right in some instances, but I'm gonna be honest with you. Practically, most men that have full-time jobs are not trying to stop their life to take care of babies because the woman now doesn't have custody. Like, they're not trying to do that. They want to see their children, sure, but stop their life to become an at-home dad and work and figure out how to work from home when all they know how to do is work at the power plant and they don't have any other skills. Like, real life isn't as smooth as that may seem. But it's like, I mean, if
women aren't stay-at-home moms most of the time. If women are going to work and still having custody of the children, there's no reason that a man can't go to work and also still have custody of the children.
There's a double standard there somewhere, and I'm not telling you that they can't stay at home. I'm telling you, when I talk to them,
I'm saying if women are working and having custody of their children, then that also means that men can do the exact same thing.
You're not listening to what I'm saying.
I listen to what you said. I'm challenging the point you made.
You can't challenge what I'm telling you. People are telling me.
Wait, sister. You made the point that men are working jobs and they don't have time to do that. I am challenging that point and saying
you that that's how I feel. I'm telling you that. That's
no, I'm challenging. I didn't ask how you felt. I'm challenging on what you said, sister. Okay, did you not say that? I am challenging that point, and then you can rebuttal.
Hold
what
on.
The hell?
That's not a point. That's not
that
my
is
point.
Wait, that is literally a point. You made a point, and okay.
Hold on.
Why are you playing so? Why are you playing so?
For about 20 seconds, so you.
Hold on. All right, we can't. All right, listen. We can't overtalk each other. It's messing up the dialogue.
Yeah,
but
really
really quickly, I just wanted to give a shout out to Derek Barry for the 99-cent super chat. I appreciate it. All right, so man, you know what? I'm gonna need to borrow that, bro. but listen. So okay, all right. So
but
all right,
the Kings and Dream. If I could finish because he.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Well, third time's a charm, I guess, right?
But the thing about it is this: I'm not making a point what a man should do and what a man should do when it comes to his family. I'm not making that point. I can't. I'm not a man. But what I can tell you is, in my experience, okay, and this is where I agree with Ms. B, in my experience that I can attest to, when I have had that conversation with men in my office, that they need to take custody because of different reasons, okay? They are very hesitant to do that, not because they're scared of a bitch, not because they don't love their kids, but they got other stuff going on in their life that they can't just drop and be a stay-at-home dad or be a full-time dad like that, because they often have other children. They often have jobs that don't allow them to call out because the kid got a runny nose. They can't work from home. They're doing manual work. Like, it's a lot going on in their life that they can't just up and say, well, let me just go get 100% custody. Some men don't have it like that, or actually a lot of them. But at the end of the day, right, they can get it. They choose not to. So when I answered the question like the way I did, and I said men should have what they want, not necessarily what somebody else is telling them is going to make them good. It's like, if you want full custody of your kids, you should fairly be able to fight for that and get that if you deserve it. Same thing with half and half or whatever the case may be. But it's what fits your lifestyle. That don't fit everybody's lifestyle. And I get his point. That's how he feels, that every man would be better if they had full custody or half custody, whatever the case may be. But I have met plenty men that would disagree with him. And I'm just saying, everybody, they got the right to their opinion, especially when it's about their life. But I'm not a man. I can't tell you that that's good or bad. I can only tell you this is what I'm hearing out here in the street, on the ground, for real. That's all I can tell you.
And you're advising men. In what state was this?
I didn't use the word advice.
I said you're advising. You advise men, right, to get custody. In what state?
My job is to advise them to get custody. Yeah.
Okay, you just said you didn't. Okay. What state are you advising this in?
Let me be clear with you. I'm not advising you on anything.
I didn't. Oh my God.
That's all I want you to
Okay. What the hell? I literally said you
Are you
advise men,
upset about
correct?
the way I'm
You said
using
you
words?
advise men, correct?
I just explained to you what I do. What is your question?
Okay, what state are you giving that advice in?
I am in the state of Maryland.
Okay. Is Maryland one of like the more friendly father states, or is it kind of like tough to most men?
40% of women are on child support. You call that what you want.
40% of women in general in Maryland are on child support?
40% of the people on child support in this state are female.
So okay, so wait a minute. All right, so
you're saying you're saying 60% of the people on child support in Maryland are male?
60% are male, 40% are women. That's the statistics right now.
Okay.
Really? So wait, 60%,
I have never heard that.
60% are receiving child support, men?
No. 40% of the women owe the men child support. 60% of the men owe the women child support as far as custody, etc. That's the statistics in this state.
Oh, wow.
Do you hear lots of instances where women actually just default on their child support and they have no consequences?
Yeah, I have to take them to court and levy their bank accounts. I've had to do that on the females sometimes. Yeah.
Okay.
I've had a guy call me up and say she missed her payment and I need it, and it's been 15 days and I had to stop her license for real. Yeah, I've had to do that.
Yeah, Lord over the
It's the law, though. If you default, that's what happens. It's the law. Yeah. And all he got to do is call me, and that's all I got to do is look in your bank account and find your money and take it. But that's it.
Wow.
I really wish everyone in America could have the EU system when it comes. It just makes co-parenting so much simpler, and it really kind of allows people to move on from the relationships and even start another one. I think that's the thing about America, and I think that's one of the things that women don't think about is also when a man has a baby with you or even a divorce, the likelihood of him being able to actually have another family after that is almost impossible, versus a woman can easily start a whole new family afterwards. I don't think that women understand what men truly go through in divorce, and they really don't have a stick to hold compared to what men have to go through.
It's an unfair advantage, but y'all better do something.
I'm trying to advise people to take their American rights overseas, because the funny thing is you actually get more father rights outside of America. I got more father rights here in Germany than most German men get because I'm American. So that's one of the things I think the passport bros should be teaching the young man, is that if you really want to solidify your fatherhood and make sure that you actually have real autonomy over your children, it's smarter to actually have your children outside of America.
Yeah, and I tell men to do that. I tell men to do that as well, because I don't want to talk about my personal life, but I will say, I'll just say this, that I have my son 3 or 4 days out of the week, and I make sure that I made sure that was going to happen, because children need their fathers for sure. You know what I mean? And I'm not sure who said it earlier, so pardon me, but I know somebody was saying child support is just more than money. Somebody said something to that effect. I can't exactly remember who said it, but yeah, definitely it's definitely important. Fathers are definitely important, and I will say that in the United States, fathers are overlooked.
I do want to say one thing really quick, just to gentlemen in general in the chat and on the panel. I'm generalizing it, so it's not towards anyone. Mm-hmm. But Miss Oshun, you're still currently a social worker?
No, I was never a social worker. I was an enforcement case manager, and recently I moved up to state government now. So I don't work in that department, but that was my last position last year.
So I used to work as a counselor for a little bit, and it's not even close to what you do and what you do.
No, I wasn't a counselor. People try to make me a counselor.
I know, I'm not saying you were. I said I was, and that's and that's not even close to what you have to deal with on a regular basis. So I think I wanted to say this because a lot of what you say may come off with an attitude or a lot of masculine attacking energy, and people need to understand when someone like Miss Oshun deals with that that job on a regular basis, the kind of fuckery that she has to deal with, it does make you like, you have to, you know what I mean? You have to have your stances. So I think if we could have just a little bit of patience and understanding on that aspect, we might be able to have better dialogue.
Look at it like this, right? I had a couple, right? Both of them called me complaining about the other one, right? Now, mind you, I'm not a counselor. I enforce money, okay? They both called me. I told this one dude, I said, look, the judge already made his decision. If you keep bringing your girlfriend to her house, it's gonna be a problem. And right now, I gotta make a report. So when you go see that child, don't bring your girlfriend to her house. Pick your children up so the judge will not have a reason to sit and be an asshole with you. You know, this dude took his girlfriend right to the front of the door and parked it in front of the car just to make a point. He lost custody because of that. And then he's come calling me back talking about this is unfair. This is why I'm stressed. And I had to leave because I'm like, all you had to do is come pick the baby up. And now you done lost custody because now it's okay. All I'm saying is it's some weird stuff out there, and we can sit and say men should have their babies and women this and women that. But at the end of the day, when you had to actually experience that in real life, there's no words for the stuff I'm saying.
And that's why I'm trying to like, this is like when we talk about how do we get there, it's we have to have patience and understanding on both sides. It's I at least for me, like I can understand what you're saying a lot clearer, especially if you're describing what you have to deal with on a regular basis. Like I said, I was a counselor, and that's not even close to the kind of crap you have to deal with. I'm still dealing with, not anymore, but when I did, it was exhausting. And so I know that my demeanor was not as submissive as it is now. And but that's why I was it's just so that, you know, because it's a good dialogue. It's good to have someone like you on the panel, and it's good to have these men on the panel, especially you're talking about having more rights overseas. I think that's where like the miscommunication between us goes into, because we're all on the same side too.
Yeah, but I'll be honest with you, right? Some people might say that, you know, like for instance, somebody might get in the comment section and say, well, you know, I think her attitude is masculine, right? They got a right to feel that way, and maybe I am coming off masculine to them in that way. But I'll be honest with you, right? I know who I am, and I know what I need to be to who I need to be. When I'm in the judicial system dealing with ex-felons and I got to talk to them about different stuff, and they got child sexual abuse charges on them, and I got to deal with them about their child support and seeing their child, and I gotta go back and forth with females that are ready to fight me over a phone call from him, and I'm the one trying to help her get support. At the end of the day, I know who I am. So it's like, yeah, I'm not going to listen to certain types of conversations for so long before I just cut the cord and say, look, I'm not going to do it. And you can say I'm masculine all you want. It's not going to really affect me. But here's the thing. Masculinity and femininity is not what people always define it as, but everybody has a right to define it the way they want in their head. But at the end of the day, right, it's about what works for you. The men in my life like me a lot. So it's like, you know, I compartmentalize my job from my real life from YouTube. So, you know, I think people need to kind of like pump their brakes for real when it comes to judging how someone says something versus what they're saying. Because I'll be honest with you, when I hear men talking crazy and they saying something correct, but the way they saying it is extra real disrespectful, and I feel like, you know, I really don't have no respect for them, I'll try to tolerate them a little bit just because what they saying is true. But at some point, you have to call a spade and say, look, don't talk crazy to me. Because just like between two men, that stuff can kick off. Don't think men ain't watching this stream and stuff can't kick off over me. Don't think that. Just understand. Keep it where it's supposed to be at. But it is what it is. You know, my personality type is very different because of my experience. So, you know, yeah, I might need a few more years to decompress from what I went through at child support. But maybe I might be a soft dove in about 20 years. I might.
Did you say 20 years?
Yeah, about 20 years, I might be a soft dove. Yeah.
Sister, you there. You're amazing. And No.
like
You explaining what you have to do. Like, trust me, I advise some of the Africans here, some of who come over here, because I think it's truly important that when they have children here, that they know what to do when a breakup happens. That's the one thing I noticed when I first got here in Germany. It was like there's a whole plethora of mixed German kids who have no idea where their fathers were. And I found out that a lot of times after breakups, what a lot of German women will do as a code is just say that he's abusive. And if they're from an African country and they don't really know the German language, they usually get deported within a month from that accusation. And so that's what, so I have to, I work with some people here and I try to advise them, like when they even think the breakup might happen, you need to start taking steps to start fighting for your fatherhood so you can stay here in this country. And I have to advise some of them. And the first thing I have to tell them is, one, you're in a war. You can't be emotional. You have to control all the petty back and forth. You're in a fight for your fatherhood and there's nothing else that matters. If she's fucking some other dude, it doesn't matter. If she did something, it doesn't matter. Right now, you're in a fight for your fatherhood and for you to be able to stay here. So I completely give you props on you trying to micromanage emotions on men and women's sides. It's not easy. So thank you for doing what you're doing.
I got the worst of them too. I got the worst type.
Yeah, you in Maryland. I bartended in Maryland, so yeah.
You know how it is out here in the DMV. Yeah.
We're all getting along.
Oh, here you had to come and ruin it.
If you ever been to the DMV in DC, you know what time it is. What time
yes, I have.
I bartended at Ruby Tuesdays in Chinatown, the most ghetto restaurant I've ever worked in my entire life.
Yes,
I was ready. Harlem was a breeze after DC. I was like, shit. DC was ratchet in early 2000s before ratchet was even the word.
Yeah. Oh man. Yeah. Like, let me tell you. Like, once you leave like the the White House area.
Hey, I got tricked. I bought a place by the cherry blossoms in the waterfront, thinking I was in someplace sweet, and found out I was right. I was like, "Oh, this apartment looks good. There's a cherry blossoms," and I'm literally 1 block away from the ghetto ass the Boys and Girls Club, where I was just like, "Oh Lord, I'm in the hood with cherry blossoms."
It'd be like that. But Lola, you know,
don't come.
Yeah.
All right, I'll definitely want to subscribe to all you guys' channels. I definitely need some coffee and make me some breakfast. But thank you so much for letting me come on and have the conversation, Miss Oshun. I think you're absolutely amazing. Better Batches, you as well. It was a great conversation. I really want to have a conversation about the some of the conspiracies that we can see we can talk about. And Miss V, it was great hearing you, and I really enjoyed every all of it. Okay, so be and stay.
Right.
Well, all right, what the funk, man. Definitely good to see you. Salute to you, brother.
Right, y'all.
Yeah,
Go
man,
ahead,
for real, man. Salute, bro.
Hey, Mr. Beth.
Actually, Mr. Best came in just in time because actually I was about to shout his channel out because since What the Funk was talking about conspiracy like theories and all, over at the
Black
intellectual,
Files,
the Black Files. That's right. Over here at the internet. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Mr.
No, I was just gonna say. You know, this is my dude right here, man. You know what's going on, brother?
Man, salute to Kings and Dreams. We always politicking, man, especially when it comes to business. You know what I'm saying? Love your background. Love you got the big screen and all that. I love that, man. That's dope.
Thank you, man. I appreciate it.
Appreciate it, man. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna just say this, man, and salute to M3, salute to Miss Oshun.
Salute.
Better Blatches and Sister V, good to see y'all.
Biatches.
You can call BB.
Yeah, just BB. Cool, yeah, just say BB.
Okay, I got you. You know, I'll just say this for people in the manosphere and people who share that rhetoric. I like to have a little comedy sometimes. So I'll just say this. If you having girl problems, I feel bad for you, son. I got 99 problems, but a bitch ain't one. Oh shit!
I think we needed that.
Yeah.
I gotta fuck with them sometime. You know what I mean? Love them, but I gotta fuck with them sometime. How y'all doing tonight? What's good?
Good, man. You know, we had a great conversation, and then I opened up the panel, and we gonna keep it rocking, man. I was trying to keep it to like a 90-minute mark, right? And
Lord, that never happened.
I always have an idea of what, like, you know what's crazy? So like the interviews that I expect that will be longer are shorter. The ones that I expect that will be shorter go longer. So I'm just gonna take all expectations out and just be like, hey, you know what? Whatever happens. That's it.
Guys, if you can hear me without the interruptions of the internet here, I gotta.
You all good. You all good, V. I already know how it is.
I gotta run. I got a grand opening coming up, and
okay.
You know, my fourth business in Dior.
That's what's up, D. V. Yeah. So give your final thoughts.
But I think we just all need to love and hug each other and figure it out. There's a lot of hurt in the world, and I think if we just take a breath and let everyone express how they feel and respect each other's places and spaces, we'll be okay. I am going to launch my YouTube channel, V-ish. It'll come out soon. I'll let everyone know, and I look forward to speaking to all of you again. Have a good night.
You too.
All right.
Good night.
All right.
I'll be looking forward to that.
Oh, yeah.
I will. I'll invite you guys all so we can fight over there.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Oh.
But I was gonna say, like earlier, everybody check out the Intellectual Soapbox channel because you'll find him and Miss Oshun as well too on the Black Files.
Man.
Damn, I was trying to put that up in time, but I'm always late on the sound effects.
No worries, man.
We got some other music to go with that shit too. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Word.
What y'all building on? What y'all politic on, man? What's up?
Oh man, shoot, we talked about a bunch of stuff, man. So, man, I don't even listen. I guess right now it's all freestyle.
We was talking about child support. We was talking about Kanye. That was
with the Kanye stuff. Yeah,
God, Mandrell's not here.
Huh?
Never mind. He's so adamantly against Kanye.
Yeah. Well, you know what? So this was probably I would say really like the two hot topic because I had questions I asked the ladies. So two of them was, well, the one that was a hot topic was the paternity test immediately, like mandatory right after the child is born. That was one hot topic, and then another one was the last question that I asked before I opened the panel, and that one was about the as far as the word tradition, not the word tradition, but it was really just about the lack of traditionalists in today's society. So those were two things that were two hot topics.
I'll say this, you know what I'm saying? Just being in the YouTube space, I'll say this. Because I've been doing this for a year and a half, almost 2 years now. Man, time flies. But I'll say this. Man, ain't anybody tired of talking about men versus women? Shit, I want to talk about the NBA. I want to talk about the NFL. Fuck it. I want to talk about if the moon is real. I want to talk about anything besides men versus women. Like, goddamn, I've talked about this shit all the time, man. I got so much shit. Like, I read so many books. I got so much on my canvas. I think it's a combination of both. I think it's it might be like a pyramid type shit. The pyramids may be an indication of how the world really look. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I mean? I'm just throwing it out there. Yeah, I mean, like it's just so many conversations I can have that I can build on. But to respect, Kings and Dreams panel. I'm just basically saying I'm tired of talking about men versus women and manosphere and feminism and all that shit. Like, in my estimation, right? If I don't like a restaurant, I just stop going there, right? If I'm eating the food there, it ain't working for me, I'll go somewhere else. You know what I mean? So and I tell this to men and women both, because I hear men complain, I hear women complain. And the one thing I always tell them, Lola knows this very well because I've told her this before, right? I always tell them, both men and women both, because I'm an equal participant. I say you have to choose better options, right? And I also say you have to stick to your boundaries and what you're looking for, right? Because some people, they may be just looking for, somebody for cuffing season, right? You may just want to snuggle bunny because it's cold, and when the spring and summertime come around, they gotta go, and you want to be outside, right? You want to be living your life and going on vacations and hanging with your friends and fucking around. You know what I'm saying? So if that's what you want to do it. But some people, they really may want a real connection, right? They may really want a real connection, really meet somebody. So you got to meet people who really want real connections, and you got to meet them in spaces where people really build real connections. You know what I'm saying? If you are going to do it online, understand that if you're going to go online, understand that there are certain dating apps that are just specific for just bullshit, and there's certain dating apps that are specific for you really, really getting to know somebody. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's different. It's not the same for all of them. So just pick the environment that you want to be in, and you will find the results that you want to find. You know what I mean? And you'll stop complaining about what's not happening for you, what is happening for you. All that shit will go down the drain. You won't even have no complaints, and you'll be a lot more satisfied. So if you feel like you want to date foreign women, go date foreign women. You know what I mean? You want to date women in Wisconsin, go date women in Wisconsin. It's the same thing for the sisters. If you like a Southern man, you want to a Southern gentleman, go to the South. Stop dating brothers in the East Coast or the North or wherever you're dating them. And they're getting mad because they're not men from the South. Like, just go where you want to go. That's going to affect and going to bring about the things that you want to be. You know what I mean? The things that you're looking for. So I can't want a traditional woman and I'm in a club. Like, that shit don't make no sense. She might be there, but 9 times out of 10, she ain't going to be in that motherfucker. She going to be home doing traditional women shit. You know what I'm saying?
Mr. Best, there was a lady on earlier that she had stated that the reason she's concerned about the passport bros is because she feels that she's a good woman, obviously, and she feels she's being overlooked by these guys that are going overseas. And she feels that other women are at fault because they are essentially causing these men to leave and not pay attention to her. Now, granted, that might be her lived experience, right? However, personally, I feel that she's not quite understanding what's actually transpiring. Because if these men are overlooking good women and going overseas, that undercuts the credibility of passport bros. And my point is your point. If you want to date a particular guy, you got to put yourself in that life where you can give it. You can't expect what ain't real. Like, you just can't. So, my thing is, if she's not getting the attention that she wants, right, she kind of have to live and die with the truth of the matter, which is a lot of times, as much as these people might not want to admit it, good people are overlooked. They just are. So it's like, what are you gonna do now?
Most people ain't shit.
That's what are you gonna do? And I mean, I get her pain because here's the thing: nobody. Well, I don't want to say nobody, but I don't like the prolonged single life. Okay, but at the end of the day, if you're being overlooked and you're a good woman, then either you're gonna become a bad woman or you're gonna keep being a good woman and keep looking. It's really no real in betweens to complain about. But my thing is this: if you can't find a good man in America because they all over there in Germany, go to Germany and find a man.
She said that. She said that.
I'm just saying that's the only choice you have.
Can I break this down? Can I break this down when you're done?
But
hold on. Before you do, I just so most of the night I've kind of just been listening, right? But I just want to say this, since I'm a brother that travels, right? And so I understood exactly when she said like she's a good woman and she's overlooked, and I do believe that there are some good women that are that are going to be overlooked. And the thing is that, and so like for me, like I don't want it to be necessarily men against women, because what I want to do is I do want to bridge the gap. But like if it's to the point where someone says, hey, you know what, like I've tried to make it work and I went through a long-term relationship, or I was I got a divorce and I paid X amount of money, I'm exercising my options overseas, cool, get it, you know what I mean? But the thing about it is that um I know that there are some good there are some good women there, there are some good women in the States, but the thing is like the bad ones are just so loud. And what I mean by loud, not necessarily, well, yes, their voice, but just the outlandish behavior, you know what I mean? And so especially, well, like it basically was like a volcano that erupted, especially in the black community in in May 5th, Cinco de Mayo. That was the date that Kevin Samuels passed away. And like there were a lot of women that I don't want to just say black women, but a lot of women in general that were talking so crazy about him. And brothers were like, wow, like he was trying to help, he was trying to help the community, and this how you talk to him? Okay, so what do like, I'm out of here. That's basically what it is.
Damn, that was what I was just gonna say that too. Like, but you definitely broke it down a lot better than what I would. I would have said the direct mad black women, but here's the thing. I digress because there was multiple of them. The problem is that like, okay, I
thank you, Yellow Knight. Thank you.
Sorry, I just gotta head out, and I just wanted to say good night to everybody and thank you.
Oh yeah, hold on.
Night.
Yeah, sorry. Just give your final thoughts really quick.
It was awesome to be on the panel. I like these conversations. I hope that we continue to have more of them. Oh, and subscribe to my channel, Better Biatches, also aka BB.
All right. Thank you so much. I appreciate you for coming through.
Always appreciate you, Kings.
All right. Thank you so much.
Good night, guys.
All right.
Night.
Maybe hopefully we'll see you guys soon. All right. Shoot, cause
yeah, my fault, bro. Go ahead.
No, cause what I was gonna say, cause you made it like a strong point about like how women write. Shoot, I forgot what I was gonna say. Oh gosh. Can you repeat that again? What you said the last?
He's talking about how loud they are.
Oh, that was the part. Yeah, that was the part I was going to describe. So the thing is, we do have good women that's out there, right? Mm-hmm. But sometimes you could be so good that you're just meek and quiet. You know what I mean? Because you hear the terms like what it means to be a feminine woman, but sometimes you could take it overboard because you don't want to step over someone else's toes, especially when you keep constantly hearing that from men of what men want. But sometimes, okay, you could be good, but still be slightly aggressive at the same time when it's needed. And I think that's what a lot of people don't really understand is that, oh, what's up, Simon? What a lot of people don't understand is that, like, when you have those loud, boisterous type of women that's super aggressive and rude, yes, it overrides the good women because the good women are too quiet to step in and put them in their place because they don't want,
right. And see like I know I know that there are and Mika had mentioned this earlier, where like some men are feeling some type of way about some women in the man, in the manosphere, as far as support, as far as helping support men and things like that. Like if you look at my channel, like my two like my two main moderators are women, Gail at Night, Felicia Jordan, and so and also Minka is a moderator too, but she was on the panel tonight. But so I got 3 female moderators, right? So the thing is that like their voice for me is for me, like knowing that women are actually, supporting like they're supporting how men are not going to be taking this kind of behavior here. You know what I mean? And that's the thing. And we do overmiss some good women, as you mentioned, because the good ones, they like, hey, you know what? Well, I'm a good woman, so I'm gonna just stay quiet. But the thing is like, if they would hold like more of their sisters accountable, then I think that maybe things would be a lot better. Because I see things like I'm seeing like a sinking ship right now.
I'll say this, brother. Right?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? We live in America, man. Like, listen. You know what I mean? When you wake up, right? You could eat Chinese, you could eat vegan, you could eat Thai, you could eat Italian, and you could eat the bullshit that's out there with the fast food. So you have a bunch of options, or you could just stay at home and cook something, right? You have an endless amount of options, right? So here's the thing: for the women who think that they're getting left behind and the men ain't really, looking for them or checking for them, listen. Look, every year there are new doctors graduating. Okay, there's a new line of brothers that's doctors that's graduating from college. There's a new line of dentists. Okay, there's gonna be new brothers graduating from fireman school. Okay, all right. There's gonna be new brothers coming in who are gonna be technicians, computer techs. You know what I'm saying? There's gonna be a whole crop of new brothers every single year graduating and getting into careers and able to establish themselves and do great things out here in this world. Okay, you always will have options, ladies. Okay, you always will have options, and it's the same thing for men.
Nope.
You know what I mean? Men will always have options too. Nope. There's a new bunch of women who are graduating. You know what I'm saying, from LSU and from other universities.
No.
You know what I mean? You
Yeah,
always
I
gotta
gotta
have options. This is America. This is the
hold on,
land.
let him finish.
No.
Hold on. Let me finish, y'all. This is the land of opportunity. Okay, you have to snatch the opportunity. You can't be lazy though. Can't just sit back and think something's gonna fall out the sky. No, you gotta put yourself out there. This is the land of opportunity. Make the opportunity happen for you. Okay, and you could move. And the shit is, if you put yourself in the right spaces and places, man, you can move anywhere. You can go anywhere. You can do anything. No, I mean you got bums. You got bums that have like fucking 5 cell phones and able to do a whole bunch of shit out here in America, man. Like, it's crazy. You could do endless things, man, if you just apply yourself. It's a land of opportunity, man. It's a land of opportunity. Take the opportunity and make it work for you. Go ahead, Simon.
Hold on, but before Simon, are you Simon? If you're still there, let me know. Okay, cool. Hey, man. Hold on. Hey, Gail, if you could post a link to Simon's channel by any chance, let me know. But yeah, Simon, I would definitely love to hear your response because I mean, man, let me tell you, like, intellectual soapbox, you might do, but
Yo,
that was on the men's side, respectfully. That was a wah wah wah.
That was a whole orchestra, and at the same time, like, listen, you could put together how many bands of men how you want to put in your orchestra. Okay, you're chatting shit. Like, you can't do that shit. Like, at the end of the day, it don't work like that. When it comes into relationships and people and real sort of talk and real sort of things that happen in real life, no, not at all. Okay, right? So don't. I would say do not be putting that sort of message out to people because it's kind of like disenfranchising. And it makes people, I think you're very good at sort of like turning around and making people think that they're supposed to do a certain type of thing. But at the end of the day, like preying on the vulnerable is what we have been opposed to for years. Like slave masters. Slave masters have done this to us for years, and at the end of the day, it's become real problematic. Yo, what you saying?
No, go ahead, keep going, bro.
No, I was talking to ladies chopped up.
I didn't ever fall asleep what you just said, Simon, but yeah.
M3, you know how we do M3. M3 don't acknowledge my language because I'm too English for him.
Yeah. Okay.
Nah, it's all good, bro, man. Thank you for coming on, man, and shout out to the Art of Will. Salute, man. Thank you for pulling up. Appreciate you. Yeah, man. So I just wanted to just say my piece, and then Will, you can go ahead. Like, so the intellectual, like, my thing is like, when you say like anyone can do anything that they want to do, like when it comes to men, it's not like, especially in the United States, like, respectfully, it's just disingenuous, because the pre-selection for men is not how it is for women. Like, you know what I mean? Like if you take like Miss O'Shawn, she could go down the street and 20 guys, 30 guys is gonna want to talk to her. Now, you take an average guy or whatever the case is, like the average woman doesn't want the average guy anymore, because it's like the hypergamy is through the roof. It's not feasible, respectfully. You know what I mean? And like, I understand what you're saying. Like, shoot, in the perfect world, I wish it would be like that, but it's just not, and it's just in full transparency. Like the women have way more options, and the thing is like, men we don't, like, unless you're a top 10%, 1% man, you don't. So that means that basically you have 80% of the men that won't even get looked at. Like, an average, like, you have an average job, like, man, good luck trying to find a good woman. Not to say that they're not out there, but I'm just saying, like, you got to make at least 6 figures, or you in dire need, man, if you're gonna find a woman. My fault. Go ahead. What say you, Will?
First off, what I'm going to say is it's not all Jermaine's fault. And yeah, so I took that from Mr. Palmer.
Okay.
Yeah, you're right. But the thing is, there is always a way. When there is a will, there is a way. And one of the ways is having one of these. You have one of these, you get out of the matrix. You don't have to deal with the hypergamy of the 80-20. Is there hypergamy overseas? Yes. But it's much more manageable. They're more feminine. And the way I look at it is, I look at it like this. Are there good women in the U.S.? Yes. There's good women everywhere. Even in the UK. And of course, you know what they say about the UK, right? You can't spell cuck without the U and the K. So, yeah, even in I still think there are a bunch of northern slags and slappers, but there may be some good women. Having said that, the way I see with females in the US is like this. You have 3 parachute backpacks. And pretty soon you got to jump off the plane. 2 of those will not deploy. Only 1 will. Choose wisely. That's how I see females in the U.S.
I'll say this, brothers, right?
Yeah.
Now, this is the thing right now. And Lola, I'm only using that as an example. I don't mean no disrespect, right? Now, because Kings and Dreams used as an example, right? So Lola may walk down the block and 20 guys may try to talk to her, but do they really want to wife her? Probably, maybe. But most of the time, most men just want to do one thing, unfortunately. You know what I'm saying? and that's and Lola's a great woman, so she's worth more than that. You know what I mean? But a lot of times, a lot of men won't even give her the chance to even get to know who she is as a person. You know what I mean? They'll be so focused on that they won't even get to know her. So that's that. And we know that.
Well, yeah, but why do you think that?
Hold on 1 second. And you know how men, that's how sometimes how we can operate at times, right? We can be animalistic in the way we do things. But I'll say this. The reason why I say this is America and it's a land opportunity, because it is. You know what I'm saying? Like, listen, I didn't say it was going to be easy. Look, you have to get off your ass, okay? Hit that gym, start drinking your water, start taking your vitamins. I ain't trying to sound like Hulk Hogan, but fuck it, whatever. You know what I mean? Your probiotics, your elderberry, eating your veggies, your fruit. Get off your ass, work out, hit the gym, start reading some motherfucking books. Maybe go to an adult school. Maybe go to a college. Better yourself. You know what I mean? Find your career path that you can actually make some great income in, that you can actually be interested in and do for a long period of time. You know what I mean? It ain't gonna be easy. I didn't say shit was gonna be easy.
No, I'm telling you, like, you got the wrong perspective.
Hold on. I never said this shit was gonna be easy. I never said that for men. I never said it was gonna be easy, and I never said it was gonna be easy for women either. It's not. Hold on. It's not easy for men or for women. You have to get off your ass and do something. That's the thing. The person who gets off his ass and do something is a person that's gonna win the race. You can't be expecting some magic woman or man to fall out the motherfucking sky. It's not going to happen.
There's no race, bro.
You got to put in the work.
There's no race.
It is a race, and you got to put in the work.
There's no race.
If you don't put in the work, you're going to get left behind.
What's the race?
It's called, some call it the rat race. It's a lot of different names for it. You know what I mean? You got to get out there and do something.
That's like 1990s. Like, we're in 2022. Like, no, okay. There's no race anymore. Like, what we're talking about is something that probably you're caught up in your own head.
Yeah, okay. Competition out here is real.
No,
so
you're very good at it. You're very good at it. I'll give you total credit.
I'm fucking great. I'm not good. I'm almost goddamn perfect.
Yeah, you're damn well perfect because you influence people without even pulling your face up. So, like, at the end of the day, they don't even know what the hell is going on. Like, and at the end of the day, they will be totally influenced in the same sense. So you're brilliant at it.
Hey, I did my job.
Yes, you did, and I subscribe to it because I love you still. But I'm just saying,
I'll be here all week.
I'm just saying, like, you just gotta be aware. We just gotta be aware.
Hey, Simon.
I'm definitely aware.
Simon, I dedicate this to you, bro. Hey, lay off that stuff, bro. All right.
I'm going to address Mr. Intelligent or Intellectual Soapbox. Okay, so God rest KS's soul, but there was one thing he did. Actually, there's a couple things he did I didn't like, but I'll just say one thing. One thing he did is he set up a platform to try to put high value men with low value women. The thing is, there's really not an incentive for high, dudes who are getting power, who are, leveling up both their health and their wealth, to get a female that's been ran through more times in the Holland Tunnel, or to deal with these 49ers. You know what I mean? Can they get the high value? But a lot of them are smash and dash. Like, seriously. They're not. Most of them are not relationship material. Are there some? There are, and there's some in every country. But as you can see with businesses, bridal businesses, they're going under. They're not in business. So actually, the average dudes are actually becoming smart and not wanting to deal with strags. And yes, a lot of them are strags.
Oh, that was for me? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But I'm also being respectful at the same time.
She's about to explode.
Oh, you was
No, I was saying Lola look up there like she about to explode. So.
Just say something that's all good. It ain't the first time I ran. It ain't the first time I ran a female.
I don't know if y'all wanted to say something. I don't know if you do.
All right,
Yeah,
dude.
she ain't no joke. I'm telling
Nah,
you.
Lola's been holding her own. She's been here the whole time, bro.
And I've been respectful towards her. I haven't said anything, but I'm
no. I meant like it's almost 4 hours. That's what I meant.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
And,
Yo,
no,
bro,
I've been respectful.
What's
but-
your name? The art of what?
The art of will.
It comes from the book The Art of War, but I put my name into it.
Okay, so what does will mean to you?
What does will mean to me? Will means unwavering determination. That is my name. But my name is also Will.
Oh, that's nice. Was that your mother or father that
that gave me my name?
Yeah.
Well, my dad.
You love him?
Do I love him? I can give a shit about him. He's an all right dude, you know, but what he was probably you know, he's whatever. You know. I was raised by a single mom.
Oh so my lord. Where are you from, bro? Because it's like we have this thing like in the black community that they don't connect with black fathers. So are you trying to tell me you're having the same sort of connectivity that we do?
A little bit different. I don't know if I have the same thing. You know, it's just it is what it is. You know, I'm an LA kid. I ended up in San Diego and then up here. And you know, I'm always moving. You know, I can never stay in one place for so long, except for here in the Seattle area.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, I was I'm shamed in the Asian community, if that makes sense.
Was you raised by your mother?
Yeah.
Wait, what happened in the Asian community? I'm sorry, I missed that.
Well, I'm pretty much shamed. I kind of explained a little bit of that on Mr. Palmer's live. Well,
Okay.
one, I've been arrested about 4 times. Two, let's just say I have a razor blade tongue.
Oh yeah.
And
yeah, I got it.
Yeah. Also, yeah. So, you know, I would get in trouble in school and stuff. You know, those kind of things. I didn't have a father to like, you know, whoop my ass.
Did you eventually like find someone that you connected with?
I don't know. Like, I don't know, maybe my ex-girlfriend's dad or something like that tried to become
my bad.
Or something, but no, I got no excuses. You know,
it's not an excuse. It's just like, did you find someone? Do you have children? Are you in a marriage? You know, I mean,
hell no.
Wow. Why do you say hell no?
Because, well, I did come close, but it was in another country. But I would never do it here. You know.
So why are you here?
Why am I here? Because one, I feel like being here. I don't have to explain why I'm here. Two, I've been in other people's streams. This is the first time I've been on King's, and I've, you know, been cool with his, and I support his. I support his stream. I've watched him grow. You know, and I would even say that I support the whole passport movement. I'm the one.
I support that as well. I think, like, men, get a passport, man. Do not be playing with these like females on your territories just based on the fact that you feel like, you know, they're trying to sort of make you feel a certain type of way. They make you feel incompetent.
Yeah. And also, you know, the first time I got into the space was to call out a chameleon, was to pretty much call out someone I would even say as an agent who claims to be, you know, talking and claims to be for men, but the way I see her move, and especially
say no more. I know who you're talking about too. That's why you're famous.
Medusa King with that
Oh, you
that-
seen
with that-
you
with
seen the
those-
video?
with that.
Yeah, man.
That wig.
I like that. I like that. I'm a comedian. I don't care.
I'm not really a
I don't
comedian.
care.
I just.
Tommy, you're the main one that says, "Oh, I'm a celebrity."
I'm
not
a
really a
comedian.
comedian.
I
I
don't
just
care.
like, you know.
That's why I got lights in the background. That's the whole point. It's like the lights are flashing in the background. We've got some different shit going on.
No, but yeah, I just did it to pretty much, you know, just call her out. Called out a dude who calls himself Blue Pill because he came out looking like a Photep Jesus.
Oh my.
You know? And then,
Wow, a Photep Jesus.
So
Came
what do you
out-
do? All right.
Yeah, it was
let's-
Bible.
all right.
Bible sampling.
We're passport bros. One thing I sort of had an issue with when I was going abroad was getting my hair cut. And you seem to have a full head of hair. So how did you tackle that?
How do I
What tackle baldness?
I'm not talking to GM3. I'm talking to
tackle baldness?
no, not
No,
baldness.
no.
Getting a haircut, like when you go abroad.
Oh, okay.
Fine,
So,
you know, like because we're so like, you know, we could get so entrenched in our own barbers and our own like hairdressers and whatnot. You know, that's one thing that I found, like, because we, you know, so how did you tackle that? How did you tackle, you know, like, because you got a full head of hair, so it's like, how
Right.
did you go? Did you just walk into the next barber shop?
One of the easiest things I've ever did was I would just take a picture of whatever hairstyle that I wanted or what I felt looked the best on me at the time. And I would just show a photo and just be like, just do it like this. I don't really explain, like, you know, go on a number 3 clipper or cut this much or anything. I just show a photo and be like, just make it like this. I just try to make things easy.
And was you satisfied with that? Was that cool? Because
most places,
you know, like if I go to New York, right? I get my I got a certain type of style that I like to get clipped up. Most barbers like that. I need to walk into a black barber shop to make them, you know, because that's if I walk into a white barber shop, although there's lots of, I'd say there's like Turkish or like they, you know, I don't know, but it's just like, you know, they need to provide a certain type of fade so that I understand what's going on, or else I get a bit pissed off. So, like, you know, that just goes on generally in the world. And that's what I was bringing up. I'm sorry.
Well, the best thing to do, you know, is find the best photo that you had of your hairstyle, you know, and be like, hey, make it like this. That'd be the best thing instead of having to go through all this explanation.
Yeah, I mean, I think, do you find, I don't know, from my perspective, I think it's more of a problematic thing with black people than it is with white people. Like, so white people, in comparison to black, I'd say, like, in comparison to sort of black females, don't have the same hair issues. So
Really?
if you're dating, so have you ever dated a black woman?
Not dated, but I had a sneaky link. But yeah, I don't know if you count that as a date.
Yeah. So okay. So you smashed a black woman before.
She was mixed, Ethiopian Italian mix. Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah. So how did that go? I mean, like, did she have her own hair, or was it hair that
She had her own hair.
Yeah. So that's not a problem. But in Western society in general, like mostly, they don't. So you'd have to facilitate that.
You're talking about like different ethnicities of people not having real hair and they're wearing wigs or weaves or something like that?
Yeah.
Man,
Why does everyone get so touchy about this?
I didn't smash her, but this was at a discotheque, and the grind and all that stuff. And there was man, I don't know if I should be saying this, but let's just say there was a rank.
Go.
There was, yeah.
Don't get yourself in trouble.
I don't know. I don't know what type of maintenance program there is to it. Like,
maintenance program.
I don't know. All I know is that maybe there needs to be daily maintenance to wash that shit every day or something.
Man, no. Where's the horn, man?
That's the last experience I could really think of, like in a discotheque environment. So there you go.
Thank you, God Jesus. Praise
No,
the
I
Lord.
wasn't trying to say. I wasn't trying to say that to placate you, bro. I was just trying to keep it 100.
Nah, I swear to God, you're right, man. That's what it is. We need to tell these females how it is. It's just serious as that. Because I ain't putting that shit on my head. And when I jump into the swimming pool, I want to swim. I don't want to be trying to find something that I like, Anyway, all right.
So I had a similar. No, the funny thing is, now that you brought that up, I had a similar talk on Antoine's Fight Club, right? This is Fight Club, and they had that little talk about that, and I brought something similar to it.
Did you just say Antoine?
Did I say? Oh, anyways.
You're talking about Antoine Daniels.
Yeah, that guy. Yeah. Shout out to him, by the way. One of the only one of his only YouTube friends. Him and MTR are the only one that showed up at KS's funeral, but I won't bring that up. But yeah, so they had this little talk about it, and when I mentioned about it, like the whole panel just like listened in. It's like, oh man, what he's gonna say, And I was keeping it 100, and I'm saying that Brad's, Juan's, Kim, Quan's, whatever stupid name they got these days for each race or ethnic dude, they like natural. They just like anything that's natural. They don't like things that are synthetic. I'm sorry, synthetic G. That's just how it is.
All right. So, would you prefer an organic tomato or a tomato that was grown in a genetically modified way?
Well, always organic, man. Like, because the thing is and that's the same way I feel about chicken. When I went to Costco in Korea, it wasn't as freaking huge as the chicken that you get here. It didn't look like it's injected with steroids.
Right. And that's the basis of it. I mean,
that's true though. Like, that's true because, like, when outside of the U.S., like the food just tastes different. Like even like the fast food tastes different. Like you go to like KFC, like KFC, like the chicken breast is like this big. It's like, whoa, like, you know what I mean? Like in the States, but outside the States, no, like it's a regular sized chicken breast. I don't know, but like, yeah.
I took I went to KFC on purpose.
Yeah.
And I took some of their chicken wings and literally analyzed it. So like I took it. I didn't eat it. I put it in my freezer, and then I took it back, and then I sort of analyzed it, microscoped it, and I was like looking at it in comparison to like, because I'm a farmer, right?
Yeah.
So it's like the chickens that we've raised and the feed that we give them. I was sort of like trying to work out the comparison.
How much you live, bro?
What?
How much you live, bro? You talking about you work out?
Yep.
I work out. Whoa!
You guys are funny. Hey,
Well,
listen.
you been there one day of your life.
I was, okay. All right. If I was missing
All right.
you guys, then I'm sorry. I think this is a brilliant conversation. But what I was doing was I was sort of micro analyzing the two.
Yeah.
Because like you know, when I was working as a farmer, we had chickens in a chicken shoot. So it's like they had different eggs. There was blue eggs, white eggs, green eggs. You know, and people didn't even understand that there was a different egg. Like they didn't really like get it. So like when it came to the meat part of it, what we do as farmers is we turn around, we grow these animals and we feed them to the people. That's what we do. So the people ultimately are the sheep, and we don't want to be too harsh about that, but that's just where it's. So when it comes to, but it's a seasonal thing. But what we're used to right now is just like going to the superstore and we like pick up a ready meal or takeaway or some shit like that. And it's like, oh yeah, okay, we can just do that sort of stuff.
All right.
But in real life, that's just not how it works. So you know, I don't want to go too deep because I'm thinking crazy stuff now. I'm going. Bring me back on point. Bring me back on point, please.
I was going to say now that we're back on chicken, Nando's over Popeyes.
Oh!
Whoa! Where's Nando's?
There's one in London. I don't know where any of them are outside of that.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so I'm gonna have to go to Nando's, but right now, yeah, but right now, I'm on my diet kick, so you know.
Yo, King.
Okay.
I asked you a question, King. Where did Nando's come from?
Oh, I don't know. Yeah, Will's the one that mentioned Nando's. This is my first time hearing of it.
Yo, Nando's is South African. They popped up. Yo, I'm a businessman, so I had to stay in check with this. So it's like Nando's popped up in South Africa, and that's where the peri peri chicken came in.
Okay.
Yo, they were serving people on the front line.
Yeah, that's what's up.
And it got total out of control, and they started competing with the first Nando's. There was the first Nando's in London in Shepherd's Bush, and the first time I saw Nando's, like girls were making me feel insecure about it. They're like, "Why are you taking me to Nando's?"
And that's where you're supposed to go, like after you say your Hail Mary, after you bust in on her, right?
You know when that new hot place pops up and they're like, "Why are you taking me there?"
Hold on, guys. I gotta read this super chat, and then shout out to E Rosary, Culture Invading podcast, a nickel for an awesome stream. Keep it up, Kings and Dreams. See you overseas. Salute. Thank you. I appreciate it. All right,
but the Super Lucian, that is him.
Oh, okay, that is
him.
Oh, okay. Hey, but you know what? I haven't heard from Miss Oshun in a while.
Oh, I was letting them have their little moment there since they were bonding. I didn't want to interrupt. It looked like they were having fun.
My fault.
Way too much fun to me. Yeah.
I see where you're going with that.
I didn't want to be disrespectful.
No, you good. You good. Man, I don't shoot. we what 4 hours and about to be 4:20, man.
You look like you about to go to sleep, King.
It's 1:30 here, man. It's 1:30. See,
man, whenever a streamer would be like, well,
yeah. See, but see, this Ushun and I, we on the East Coast, so we feeling it.
Just want something.
No, don't let Miss Oshun fool you now, right? She's a night rider. be up there more times than we be up.
Oh, for real?
Look, let me tell you a story, right? Damn, she already know, right, where I'm going at. Look, one time, right? She did a live stream. And of course, I'm the moderator, right? So,
Yeah.
At the time, like know how to like end the stream, but it was going and going for like almost like fucking like 10 hours. So finally the stream ended, and I'm like, okay, think of this, right? But I fell asleep. Okay. I woke up, right? And this is in a back chat. And like her and DJ AK was still talking, right? I'm like, and these niggas got another say like, oh Mario, like, were you asleep? I'm like, well damn, it was like 3 or 4 in the morning, like. So you can imagine, and this was my time, so you can imagine her time was like 4, let's see, 5, 6, 7. I'm like, she had to go to work the next day too. I'm like, don't you have a morning job? I'm like, I don't know how you do it, you iRobot, but goddamn.
Wow. Man.
I don't know how she does it.
Oh,
That's why
man,
I call her
was, man, I'm up here feeling bad, and she like, man, I can keep this thing going.
I mean, well, no. In my defense, whenever I do a live stream, I set it at 3 hours, and everybody run up at the last 7 minutes. Everybody, like the last 7 minutes, and then they be wanting to go, but they came up the last 7 minutes, and now it's like, I be done.
Well, you get the asses out, like, hey, like, you guys came late or whatever. Nah, man, you can't be blaming it on us or
no,
the people.
y'all don't like when I be timing people out. Y'all don't like when I be dropping people. Y'all don't like when I be people. Y'all don't like when I be
No. That don't be me. I'm the main one that be like, Lola, you are the moderator. If you got the control, right, mute their asses, give them the boot real quick, and then bring them back up there or whatever.
I'm feeling bad about just muting people just randomly. Like unless they like just like rambling or whatever, but I don't like just muting people like that.
No, sometimes on my show they forget I'm the moderator and they be arguing with each other, and I had to like remind them, like, wait a minute now, like they really be forgetting, and I'm like, okay.
That's why I like that Fight Club format.
You like the what?
The Fight Club format. It's genius. Whoever came up with that.
Yeah. I thought it was Antoine's thing.
No, it
was
wasn't.
It like
it's Brittany's? Brittany started. And,
it was
Brittany who?
Brittany B.
The $20 the $20. If someone from the chat puts in $20, then someone goes into the penalty box for like 15 minutes.
What Anton does is he does what every look. This is new age, right? So we need to put this into perspective. We have a different way of cooperating with the industry and the media. So if you took a record label, for example, and Brittany had a demo, and she went to Anton and she went, look, this is my demo. This is my demo. Anton's going to turn around and go, okay, I'm still going to put my face on it. So what he does
actually, I already know where you're going with it.
Yeah. So he already. If you go to Fight Club, just Google Fight Club, you see Anton's face on it. But Brittany started that shit. She came up with the whole concept. Right. She came up with the whole thing, and that's why she's she's now spawned out into her own channel, and all good to her because that's what she deserves,
No, but that's smart though, because I mean, if you think about it, right, it's a whole, it's basically how music really should have been, right? I'm from New York, and New York, like, we had so much talent where we should have ran the whole table, like G Unit, Dipset, and G Unit, Dipset, and the Locks, Rockefeller. Like, it could have been some crazy albums together. Like Jay-Z and Nas should have had an album together. Like it could have been, man. New York was just, but we just kept going at each other. We just kept beefing with each other. That's the problem. I mean, don't get me wrong. Like the beats were entertaining, but at the grand scheme of things, like like as I'm getting older, I'm like, man, like, could you imagine if Jay-Z and Nas would have had an album? Like instead of the ether or the takeover, that this they going at each other, whatever the case is,
Yeah, I mean, this is our reenactment. The thing
Right.
is, there's like that era's past, so it's like what I've tried to do with my streams is make people acknowledge that industry is industry. So, in the first instance, who created the vinyl, right? Who created the radio? Who created the television? Who created the internet? So we're moving through phases, but what it is there are people that are entrenched. They're sort of entrenched in art, and we're
Right.
we're creatives, and we're always going to need a medium to sort of turn around and sort of have some sort of outlet, and that's always going to be wavy. So now the internet is what it is. I don't know how long that's going to last for. To be fair, I can't see someone else bringing up some new. Mark Zuckerberg has gone, oh yeah, the metaverse, and I don't know how that's going to work, because if we're stepping in, I can't see Lola sort of stepping into the metaverse and rocking with M3 in some sort of like. Sorry, I'm just joking. Well, I'm just saying, like, it's going to be a bit weird in the metaverse. So, like, I think the internet has provided sort of like a safe space for us to actually have some real decent conversations, whether it's good or bad. Sorry, Lola, I didn't mean to like be anything.
I want to shout out to Lola for just maintaining, her feminine frame. I've been on Austin's stream, and he's had some drags on there, just like over talking, especially one particular divester that they had on there. Man, like, and then of course the Fight Club. You just had people everybody just trying to,
Yeah.
stealing each other and stuff. Even the females that are on that on that panel. So
The whole purpose of Fight Club was to get people to build their own channels. It wasn't really sort of like a thing, like, so to the audiences it was like, okay, but it's like, what you now see is about 5 or 6 people that were very prominent in Fight Club that have monetized their channels, but at the same time spewing the same shit. So it's like you got Britney, you got Jay Prince, you got
that guy.
yeah, do you want me to go on? Do you get what I'm saying? But it's not quality content. It's the same thing. It's a spin-off. It's like a franchise. So like, say like me and you went into business tomorrow and you went, I pulled up Harry Potter, right? And we're just gonna do this spin-off stuff. Sorry, bro.
I wish there were more. Oh yeah, Gilbert Madrid. I wish there were more Janes out there. Yeah, she. Shout out to you, Gilbert. Oh, you guys. Well, I don't know how much of the stream you guys saw, but there was a girl. Well, I don't want to call her a girl, but there was a young lady. I think she's like 22, 23, and and she was talking about how like brothers who travel. She's like, my question to the ladies. This is before like I open up the panel, right? And so my question to the ladies was that should single women be concerned about passport, brothers basically traveling overseas? And so she said she was, she's upset about it because she's a good woman, but like a lot of the, the women who are not good women, they're making a lot of noise in a bad way. So she's being overlooked, So I think that's what Gilbert is talking about.
As long as you have people like, what is her name? Courtney Michelle. I'm gonna give her an A for effort. She's where I've heard she's like working behind the scenes to try to get, with officials, to try to get legislation changed. I wouldn't say in favor of men, but at least to put balance instead of having everything in favor for women. And you got to respect that. I'm always going to be someone that's going to respect the hustle, unless you are a dude that's in an open marriage trying to sell your course for four stacks, or unless you're the cleanup man that is also trying to be a dating coach, or unless you're you're a guy that also charges 4 stacks for a course, but yet you're getting smashed by Transformers in Brazil.
Wait, okay, so how can you respect that hustle?
I can't.
How can you respect that hustle when she's actually going on Instagram and putting up these sort of 1-2 minute videos of her doing some nonsense?
Who are you talking about?
Courtney Michelle.
No. What
nonsense? What nonsense? Hold on. What nonsense is she doing on Instagram?
She does this stuff on Instagram where like she'll just put up some random video, and like she's trying to get into the acting profession. But at the same time, she'll put up another video and go, "Oh, black women are supposed to be sort of like looking like this, where we're supposed to be reclaiming our image," and it's like, I don't know, man. What are you trying to do? Are you trying to be an actor, or whatever, or are you trying to sort of reclaim black people's image? Are you sort of what's going on? I don't know. It's kind of confusing.
So what she's talking about, and I think maybe the confusion, maybe I don't know. There may be a little bit of a confusion, but basically what she's talking about is she's talking about black women in particular, like reclaiming their femininity, their image and things like that. And women in the West, like she'll post on her community tab on YouTube where like there'll be pictures of like a woman, she'll be like, severely overweight, and then like before then after picture, like you could tell like, like that woman has lost a significant amount of weight. But before I continue, Miss Ocean, Lola, just say your final words, and appreciate you coming out, rocking out. Just, good to find out that you were night owl, because I was feeling bad. I'm like, man, I got this woman sitting here for like 4 hours. She's probably like, what the hell? I thought I was only gonna be there for like 2 or something,
I mean, I try to do the respectful thing to my guests too, and not hold them past 2-3 hours. But like I said, I can't control half of the stuff that happens. So I just apologize ahead of time. But I appreciate coming up. I'm about to hop off and get myself together for tomorrow. But I appreciate coming up. It was fun.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, what are your final thoughts on on everything that we spoke about?
You know what? I think it's good to have more well-rounded conversations, meaning the internet shouldn't be inundated with people that would call Kevin Samuels. You should have some regular females speaking in these spaces as well, not always the extremophiles. I know they're out there. I'm not saying that they're not real. They are real. But, I think there's more regular people, that can actually add to the conversation than not. And, we all have our toxicity. I have mine. Everybody has theirs. But, sometimes when we see too much of the extreme type of people speaking a certain way, it can cloud people's idea about what's really real. And I mean, I appreciate it. I like it. Plus, I mean, I get tired of that sort of environment where people have to just put up with complete and utter just savagery. I mean, and this is what's supposed to represent, the masses. I mean, I like seeing the masses for who and what they are, which are regular people most of the time. So I appreciate seeing regular women on panels like this. Just talking, it's interesting.
Absolutely. Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, and we will definitely be doing this again. Definitely. All right. Talk to you soon.
See y'all.
All right. And then there were 4. All right.
And now we're getting down to the last 4.
Yeah, man. Shoot, I forgot what we were talking about, man.
Well, mostly it was like Will and Simon that was like talking. They were talking about Courtney Michelle, Fight Club.
Yeah. Courtney Michelle. That's what we were talking about. Yes. Yeah. So that's what she's talking about. Like as far as like reclaiming the image, Simon. Like I don't think she's not trying to be like an actress. What it is what it is that like she's not necessarily against like men traveling, but like what she's trying to do. Okay. Well, I guess I don't need to explain that anymore.
No, I'll explain a little bit. Here's the thing: anybody, doesning matter, man or woman.
No, I was explaining it to him. I think we all know what's going on.
Yeah. The thing is, anybody who gets behind the camera, streams, they want some kind of fame. The actress thing. Maybe he's saying it wrong. But I do think there is publicity and fame behind it. And again, with her, I really can't knock the hustle. I'm someone that can still appreciate and even understand and even give credit to someone that would do something like that. But I also think that she would get a lot more traction with the next generation of women to get back the image. I don't know about this current generation. It would have to be the next generation.
Yeah,
because the way I see it, she's going the opposite of what Frederick Douglass would say, where he says, "What it is better to build a boy than to repair a broken man."
Right. Yeah,
you could be doing that with females.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's like it's a sinking ship, man. It's a sinking ship. It's as my man, as our boy Austin would say, it's that bad. It is that bad. It's really one of those. I don't even know how to explain it, man. I really don't.
Sorry, I got cut off.
Hold on. Let's see. KBB 3055. Do you guys think American dating will change for the better 10 years from now or get worse? Well, that's a good question. And Knowledge, I would actually like to hear what you have to say, first, because I man, I don't know
about this the statement.
Yeah, right here. Well, it was a question, but yeah, it was a question. It's just that they forgot to put the question mark.
Oh, okay. Now I put the question mark. Okay. Do you guys think American dating will change for the better 10 years from now, or will it get worse? All right. So this is funny, right? Because earlier today at work, I posted like a shorts. And I told in my shorts, I said, look, y'all should be very afraid if y'all don't apply this advice, okay, by the end of 2022. All right. You guys gonna have to check the short for that. But I'll say this though. if nobody doesn't really change as far as the way how dating is, oh, it's gonna get way worse. You know what I mean? Look, I bet even 2023 is when all hell's gonna break loose. That's how bad it's gonna be. So imagine 10 years from now. You know what I mean? I feel like the old-fashioned way of dating is already about to be obsolete because look, man, it's not like what it used to be. Like, you can't just go to somebody's house, knock on the door, give them flowers, and be like, "Hey, baby," you know what I mean? That flowers and chocolate shit, that's long ago, way long ago already. And the thing is, there's so many contradictions. Everybody wants this, everybody wants that, but nobody doesn't care about searching for what they need.
Right.
This even goes back to, excuse me. This even goes back to the good women that sees like these unruly fucking women just bitching, complaining, always be like, give me this or give me that, but no one is really strong enough to really put their foot down. And then as circles around, be like, okay, well, where's the accountability at? Because, if that was us, no matter what we do, we're always going to be held to like a higher standard. Because we're supposed to be men. We're supposed to be leaders, But then yet, those same untainable women will turn around and be like, well, you don't know how to act like a leader. You can't lead to someone who refuse to follow. I was gonna say who can't. It's not about can't. If you refuse, there's nothing that we could do. And so then it goes back like 10 years probably later, maybe everybody might start like, sailing ships or whatever.
Right.
So that's what I kind of look at it. Like because social media ruined everything. To be honest with you.
Right.
Like if social media, like it's a gift and a curse. Okay? Because without social media, we wouldn't all be here talking about this.
Right.
Men wouldn't really have voices to really articulate and to be heard without social media. Yeah. But however, because social media gives a lot of options to network and to, where we getting money, where we getting girlfriends or boyfriends through social media, no one doesn't really have an incentive to really talk in person, to really approach and be like, hey, let me build on this. Let me build a foundation of courtship to friendship, to dating, to marriage, to engagement, to marriage. No one doesn't care about those steps. It's like, look, I see you. Okay, let's jump into relationships right now. Otherwise, I'm leaving.
No one is gonna try to attempt to have a marriage over social media.
No, I didn't say someone going to attempt to have a marriage over social media.
I think you missed it, bro.
For power couples, they will.
Yeah,
for power couples, for publicity, I would think they would do it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but that's different. But I'm talking about like regular Joes, like you and I and a few other people, like the ones that's not in the limelight like that. You know what I mean? Like I can't be like, we gotta stop applying like these like celebrities and start comparing them because we're not even on their level. See, the thing is, we'll never really fully understand what a celebrity really actually goes to and what steps that they really do. We see the outside picture, but we don't really see the internal side of what the celebrities do until we become a celebrity ourselves.
Yeah,
but
we're not a celebrity.
But females in general have access to
I have been a
celebrities
celebrity. I have been a celebrity. I've been through that. I do understand what that process is. Now, you may not see that I'm a celebrity. There's different there's different things where it's like black people see things in a certain type of way. Like, so if I turn around to you and said, I can mention a white celebrity and you might not acknowledge that person. So you may think, okay, and then you're going to go on a live stream or on YouTube or whatever and then go, okay, that's just some normal person you're talking to.
So where can I look you up besides YouTube?
No, you just got to Google Simon Hectic. Like, and that's the difference between like my handle and any other person's handle. Anyone could actually Google me on Simon Hectic and you'll find that I'm there because I've been doing this for quite some time. I don't profess to be anything. I'm just saying, you know, I have the experience of being a celebrity. I have the experience of being in these parties. I have the experience of you know, being in these hotel rooms, mingling with people that you may have some sort of interest in, like, you know, that have put out records or had hit movies and all that sort of shit. But that's not my point. My point is I've come on here from a completely different perspective. I've come on here from an angle that I didn't even actually know I was going to come on here. You know, and peace out to Kings, because like I know Kings knows what's going on. But I got to bounce. And M3 shout, man, you know, it's been a year and you still don't even know who the fuck I am. What's up? All right, we'll bounce. Like, we'll see this situation.
Get out here. Get out here, Simon. Get out.
I'm going to go, man. Get some breakfast.
All right. All right, Jerry Hope.
Have some bangers and mash on me.
Well, I'm about to get ready to head out anyways, though, because I gotta get ready for work. But yeah, man. Shit, I forgot your name already. Shit. Hold on.
Will.
But Will, it was definitely good to you know, meet you.
Yeah.
I was gonna say in person, but I can't say in person. It's good to meet you virtually, right? The man, the myth, the legend of yeah, I'm not gonna say her name though, but you know.
Oh man,
y'all funny, man. I tell you. But
that's crazy, bro.
But I'll definitely say this, everybody, right? Who's still watching? Look, man. Okay, check out the link, right? That Gail King, right? That's her name.
No, Gail
at Night.
Gail at Night. I'm sorry, Gail at Night. See, that's how I know. Like I'm tired. Check out the link that Gail King sent. I said Gail at Night. See, I'm calling Gail King again. Anyways, you know what I mean. Because tomorrow at 6 o'clock Pacific time, which will be 7, 8, 9 o'clock Central time.
No, 9 Eastern. 9 Eastern.
I'm sorry, 9 Eastern. 9
so
Eastern.
Okay, so whatever time it is for you, we're 3 hours ahead.
Gotcha. Yeah. My bad. I always get the time zones mixed up, but you know, we're going to be having like a live talk with, you know, our passport brothers, man, King and Dreams. So, you know, please come over to Knowledge and Relationships. Make sure y'all subscribe if y'all want to comment, because I do have my subscribers mode only in order for you guys to comment. But definitely give him some support. You know, we're going to be having good conversations, go really in depth, man, about what it means to be like a passport brother. Because he's like one of the original guys, okay, in the traveling business. So you got to really like take some notes, man, because he is about to be like laying down some golden nuggets, and you do not want to miss this stuff out. If you miss out, you're a bum. That's all I got to say. You know what I mean? But definitely check him out. You know, check out our live talk tomorrow, because it will definitely be well worth it. So any questions, you'll be like, well, you know, I'm dating these American women, and hold on, where's my sad sound effects real quick? Yeah, my guy, okay. Some of you guys be like, well, you know, I'm dating, you know, American woman. She's so filthy, nasty, and sick in the head. You know what I mean? Like, you know, she'll take all my cars, my money, my jewels, and everything. The kids, man, what should I do? Well, you know, go to him, go listen to the live talks, and you'll find out everything. So, salutes to you, like King of Dreams, and salutes to you, Will, as well.
Thank you, brother.
Back to you
Thank
too,
you, brother. Thank you, brother, man. It's yeah, man. I'm excited for it, man. It's gonna be a good conversation, man. So definitely tune in for that one. Hey, but I'm gonna tell you right now, I am not doing no 4 hours though.
I hear you. I got a quick question for you, Kings. What's
up, man?
What does the blind man say when he walks into the Fulton Fish Market?
I don't know.
Hello, ladies.
No, that was funny though.
That was funny.
But yeah, folks, make sure y'all bring the other passport bros as well too, though. Yeah. Anyways, thank you so much, man, and I'm about to go ahead and tune out, man.
Oh, wow, Gail came back. Gail.
Okay.
I thought Gail went to sleep.
No, she's a trooper though. Salutes to like, you know, Gail at Night. So thank you so much for
man,
you know, constantly reminding people.
Man, if I knew people like be up this late, like you know what, I may just do like I may do like some late night streams or something like that,
Oh
man.
man, you about to do like an 8 to 10 hour stream,
Oh
bro.
man.
Hey man, you better pull a lull on us, man. Like we're gonna have to talk.
Oh no. I'm saying no. I have to plan for it. I'm tired now. I'm not gonna hold you. You know what I
No,
mean?
yeah, no, I'm messing with you anyways, but yeah. But look, let me say this though, right? People say I'm gonna put a disclaimer out there, right?
It's 2 a.m. Eastern, yeah.
Yeah. I'm gonna put a disclaimer out there, right, for your King of Dreams, right? Because everybody always be saying, like, hey, like, you know, when they ask for a time, I'll be like, yo, you know, we can have a live stream like maybe an hour and a half to 2 hours. And they'll be like, all right, cool, like, you know, I don't want to run too much time. They always be saying that. But once you guys get into the mode, into the conversation, I'll be like, are you ready to go? Oh no, man, like I'm good, man. I'm gonna talk for another 2 hours or whatever, right? I'm good. Y'all be on that Energizer Bunny type of energy though, so we'll see though. We'll see about that. But
I mean the thing is like if I tell someone, like if I'm on someone's channel, whatever, right, and I say, hey, you know, like I can only stay for like, you know, 90 minutes or whatever, it's usually because like I have to leave or something like that, you know what I mean? And you usually, you know, like I'm a father, so you know what I mean. Like if I gotta do something with my son or whatever the case is, you know.
Right.
But like if we rocking and rolling and the conversation's going, I'm like, hey, you know what? Like, we'll keep it going. You know what I mean? We'll keep it going.
Oh yeah, most definitely. You know, and salutes, like, man, to like the responsible fathers as well too. Though we need more men like y'all. Okay.
Yeah, man. Absolutely, man. Thank you so much, man. You know,
no problem.
Yeah, man. Being man, I don't know why like any you know, I don't know why any guy like wouldn't want, like if you got a child and you're not in a life, like I know sometimes, you know, you got some situations, but you know what I mean, like if you have an opportunity to be in your son's life or daughter's life, like take that opportunity, man, because you know it's the path. I get it. It is tumultuous, but to see your child happy and to see your child grow, and they will appreciate it. They will appreciate you for it.
Definitely, for sure. And salutes to everybody. You guys have a good night.
All right.
All right. Good night, Gail.
E Rosary, but salute, bro. E Rosary, you knew exactly where I was going, but I'm not gonna say that, man.
Boring, toxic moms, good fathers. Yes, I was gonna say unless your name is Zion Williamson, but yeah, that's.
Oh.
You got a stream to talk about that one, but I don't know. That hasn't been the trend though. But
it hasn't been the trend, but I can always what's the word I want to say?
You can bring it up for
stepdads. I can always flip it though. I know more about that. I know more about that Boston Celtics story. Though. I know a lot more than what people know. Yeah, and that one is when that comes out. Oh man, yeah.
Oh yeah, you gotta do a stream. I know other people have done it before, but you got to do one on stepdads, especially on the cleanup men. As a matter of fact,
you know what's funny? Not to cut you off, Will. So basically, like that's something that I've been wanting to do for a while, but I have December pretty much scheduled, and right now I'm scheduling January, but February is my birthday, and then at some point in January, I gotta catch, like I'm getting that itch to catch a flight, and then February is my birthday, and like every year for my birthday I usually go somewhere. So I got three options. It's either gonna be Kenya. I narrowed it down to three. It's either gonna be Kenya, Brazil, or Guyana.
I know Gail Nelson has been posting some good Guyana content. And yeah, it's getting my attention as well. I actually started to research that country, looking at what the population is. it's
Mhm.
kind of surprising that it's a country that's in South America, yet the dominating population is Indian, African, and then there's a mix of Indian African.
Right. Yep.
So it's unique, and yeah, some of the women that I hate talking too much about females, but I will say they're fire, they're lit.
Yeah, no,
you know,
absolutely. And I, it's funny. So growing up in Brooklyn, where I grew up at, like,
Mhm.
there's a lot of Caribbeans. So like, so I'm Jamaican. So like,
Mhm.
my neighbors, you would have Haitians, you would have Trinidadians, you would have Bayesian, and so like every year we have this West Indian Day parade that,
Mhm.
and it's on Labor Day, right? It's on Labor Day, and so basically everyone wears their country flags or whatever. I always thought that Guyana was in the West Indies. I did not know, because the thing is, if someone was to say like all the West Indians are over here, right? And so you see someone wearing a Guyanese flag, you just think like they're like in an island, like in the West Indies, not
Right,
realizing like that they're actually in South America.
right.
But
That doesn't speak Spanish, or they don't use Spanish.
yeah.
Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, man. Shout out to you, man. It is, man. It's my first time on your stream. Thanks for
Nope.
having me
No,
on.
it's not.
Oh, what? This wasn't my first time on.
Nah, you came on. Wait, was that mine? Or was that someone else's?
I was on BMT's.
No, it was it was me, you, I feel like you have been on one of mine before. But or you and I were on someone else's, and we were just like
Chopping it up, yeah.
yeah, so it was shout out to Gail Nelson. Yeah, man, I'm gonna be doing a collab with her soon. I can't wait for that one.
Right on. Yeah, man. You're making good moves. I can't wait to see your next week. I know you're talking about doing the multi-stream with both YouTube and Rumble. Can't wait to check that out. I think I'm gonna sub to your Rumble channel as well.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Yeah, so I gotta so I may move my smoke show to next week, because what I want to do is I want to stream on all of those things.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So yeah, I'm thinking about it, but my smoke show is supposed to be Thursday. So yeah. But I've been slacking. I haven't created all of the accounts that I want, because I want to stream from Instagram, the Facebook, Rumble, Twitch. Yeah, I'm trying. Yeah,
Twitch is dying.
Twitch is dying. Really?
It's dying. People are not even well. I guess Fresh and Fit is on Twitch, but they leave it right away. Like they're like, yeah, they'll be on it for like 10 minutes, and then they're done, and then they'll just get back on YouTube or something, and then they'll be like, oh, okay, we're done on. We've been on for about 1 hour. Now we're moving to Rumble. I don't know if I like that idea. I like what other people are doing, is just streaming it at the same time, because that just gives people options at that point. And then if your background music is copyrighted, you can at least keep that on the Rumble, and then just edit whatever music that is copyrighted, and then just keep it on YouTube. So you still have the same file. It's just you have the original one on Rumble, because they're not as they don't get up in their feelings about you having copyright music like what YouTube does. I don't know if that's a Susan thing or not, but
yeah,
shadow ban this space. That's what I noticed.
Well, so like shout out to the Flyboy Way. He's actually the one that created my intro, and so he's the one that created my intro, and and now like I'm monetized. Like what they're doing is like any video that I have my intro, they flagged it because I have the 20th century Fox thing.
Oh,
I'm like, really, dude? I'm like, it's like 3 seconds.
dang.
I know.
Maybe keep that one on. Maybe keep that one on Rumble and edit it out here. I guess.
Nah, I have a completely new intro. You know, Big Bass made one for me, and I can't wait. So I have a new intro song, and then I have a new video and all that. Man, let me tell you, I got 2023. I'm gonna be scorching, man.
Wait, is that the same Big Bass that did the intro for Richie Mack?
Yes.
Big man, that intro.
Yeah, he did.
Fire.
He did the intro for Richie Mack. He actually did an intro for Gail at Night. He did MTR. He has a like if you go to MTR's videos, like he has an outro for MTR. Yeah, Big Bass is a beast, man.
Because I know MTR's intro is always this.
Yeah, no, I'm saying like at the end of the video, yeah, like you'll hear Big Bass on it. It's dope. But yeah, I think it just happened like a couple of months ago. Because I was watching the MTR video and I was like, yo, this dude sound like Big Bass, and I hit Big Bass. I'm like, yo, I know this you, bro. And we just started laughing, but it's all good.
Nice. Big love to him. Yeah, if I ever create content and if I need like an intro and outro, man, I'm definitely gonna look him up.
Yeah, he's extremely talented with it, man.
Right on. All right. I know you've been on this. I know you're approaching hour number 5. So don't let me stop you because I know you probably.
I'm gonna close up shop, but yeah, group Guyana trip. Yeah, I'm definitely down with that one. Yes, brother, get that Rumble. What's like the why is Rumble so what's the word I want to say?
Why is it picking up steam?
Yeah, it's I know why it's picking up steam is it's because of I know Andrew Tate is the one that really kind of set it off.
Yeah.
Yeah, but when they thought like they could just shut everything down, it's just crazy what he was saying, what they did to him. Like I can't believe that, man. Like dude couldn't even use his bank account. I'm like, really? Wow.
That's again. This is why I'm not a huge fan of the cancel culture police state.
No,
the cancel culture pocket watching. If even getting your passport and you move to another country, you still, if you retain U.S. citizenship, you still have to report your earnings, even though you don't even live there anymore, which is dumb.
Really?
And you still you got to report. Yeah. So I know you plan on making that move to another country. You still have to file a 2555. Which is a foreign earned income. I think it's either a foreign tax credit or a foreign earned income sheet. And then you have the 1116, which is the foreign tax credit. By doing that, that's supposed to help you avoid double taxation. But that's only if the U.S. has a tax treaty with the country that you live in.
Right.
That's only if. And then you can't make over a certain amount of annual salary. So I think they upped it to like 118,000. So you don't want to go over 118,000 in your gross income, because then if you do, then Uncle Sam is probably going to want to, talk with you, even if you're in another country. And then if you don't cooperate, they can easily freeze your assets with the bank. That's overreach, isn't it?
Man, I tell you, man. Yeah. Man. Big Bass channel. Definitely make sure that you guys subscribe to him.
Okay. I'm gonna do that. Also.
Yeah, man. And the Flyboy Way. Yeah, man. So I don't know if I told you this, Will, but I went to high school with the Flyboy Way. So Yeah, I went to high school with the Flyboy Way. So like he's the one that actually got me to become a content creator. I started my channel last year, July.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, last year. Okay.
Yeah, but I'm in like a lot of videos with him, like traveling. But I was just regular dude, just hanging out, doing what we do. But yeah, but he was like, man, you should do like, he was like, you should start a channel, and I was like, all right, cool, because like it would be like some conversations that he and I would have offline, and then like usually when he's about to go someplace, he would pull me up on a panel. And like, I guess he just like my talking points and stuff like that. And he was like, "Dude, you need to do a channel."
Nice. No, and you've done a good job. The content that you do with me, like I would have to figure out what am I going to talk about,
yeah,
and then how am I going to keep the audience entertained. That's one of the reasons why I didn't really, want to make content yet. The other is my full-time job. Where I have a huge client that I work with, and then if they find out I'm in this space, then I got to worry about someone trying to dox me and all that. So that's also
yeah. No, I know exactly where you at. Yeah, that happened to me. That happened to me back in July.
Oh,
where it was one biotech company that I was working for, and someone found my channel and said I was too misogynistic, whatever. And so all good though. All good.
I'm
but
glad. But I see, you, Austin, BMT, if there's one BMT I rock with, it's Black Man Travels and not a baby mama terrorist. I know BMT gets used interchangeably, so I get confused sometimes when I hear people say like, bad things about the BMT. I'm like, oh no, they're not talking about him. they're
talking
about instead. So I try to like listen carefully. Like, which BMT is he talking about? Shout out to I can't wait to get on his panel, the Black Ram. I know he talked about wanting to make a trip down to Medellin.
Who's the Black Ram?
Black Ram 313.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, when is he trying to go to Medellin?
Oh, that's a good question. Him and I, we got to talk about that because, I know we had to talk about that when we were both on BMT stream.
Okay.
Yeah. So I told him. I don't know if I told him. I think I did. I'd like to believe I told him to link up with you because you're the content. You're the boot. You're going to be the boots on the ground over there, right? Eventually, right? When do you plan on doing that?
I'm gonna be moving full time. It's gonna take me 10 years because my son is 8, so it's gonna take me 10 years.
Gotcha.
But I still have my place there, so I'm there. At least 6 to 8 times a year. Oh, good night, Gail. And trust me, I'm not far behind you.
Not a problem, man.
But thank you so much, Gail. But so my son is 8 right now. So, but once he's 18, I'm out.
I hear you. Right on. And it's going. Yeah, we got to definitely do something because that's going to be a milestone. I got to have some kind of major, if YouTube is still around, or do it on Rumble if Rumble's still around. Have some kind of major stream or something. All right.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. We'll figure it out when the time comes. But right now, right now it's just so I guess shout out to Chapapa TV. He likes to call me. He calls me a half pat. So because I can't be there. You know what I mean? I can't be there full time. So I'm not an expat. I'm a half pat. You know what I mean?
Oh man, no, but hey, run with that. You could probably use that for you're probably already on Instagram. But I was gonna say you could probably use that for your Instagram theme. And I know
I am on IG, but nah, it's just Kings and Dreams on IG though.
Gotcha. And are you using like IGTV? Because I know that's like the thing that people are using to stream.
No.
Oh, okay. So I don't know if you have an hour in your day. I know it's a lot of time to use. But so Fresh and Fit, not 100% fans of them, but I do watch their Monday stuff because I feel like that's where I get the most value from their live is on their Mondays.
Yeah.
They talk. So the title is called "How to Make Money on IG." At
Yep.
first, I almost didn't click on it because it sounded like some some stuff that I would have thought would teach a 304 how to do it.
Oh, I got you. I got you.
But
Yeah.
no, it was actually they actually dropped some gems for dudes who want to make money on it. And they talked about how IGTV. They talked about like a lot of the counters that they're trying to do to counter a lot of avenues and the strategy what they're trying to do to counter TikTok.
Mhm.
Yeah, so they have like a couple things in the works on that. Badges. I'm still trying to understand. Oh yeah, badge meaning like so if you are a subscriber and you send the host a DM, it's gonna show like a logo or something next to your name that says that you're a subscriber, and they'll know that you're a subscriber when you send a DM. So something like that. Yeah, Myron talks more about it, and again, I think like the Mondays. Every other day, I don't really find that they produce value except Mondays. And I thought,
Yeah. Well, I mean, well, the thing is like. The thing is, what I will say, is that well, whatever like whether you like them or not, they are definitely marketing geniuses, especially Fresh. Fresh is a marketing genius, and people think like, okay, Fresh is on the show, and he stutters a lot and all that, but what people don't know is Fresh is the one who's got like all the artists. He's the one like he's basically kind of boots on the ground. Myron is the tactician. He's the Kevin Samuel ish talking points guy. You know what I mean?
right.
And then when he did get doxxed, when they found out like what he did, like he worked for home security and all that, and then and he's smart. He took that, started a new channel called Fed, and now he talks about federal cases. And it's like that's so smart because like man, like if someone comes after me and like trolls me or whatever, like I'm and people gonna be like, oh man, KND, what you gonna do? I'm gonna flip that shit.
Yeah. I will give credit, to Myron on that. That is a king move. That is a major king move. The one thing that I will say he did move like a king is getting on seeking arrangements. That's where I kind of felt that, he moved a little bit sus.
Yeah. I mean, I get I get what they're trying to say when it comes to like how like they don't have to spend $1, but I just it's just I'm good. But the thing is, my fault. Go ahead.
I was gonna say how can someone take them seriously as alphas when really when I look at their demeanor, I don't see alpha in them because they were on what DJ Academics' podcast, right?
Mm-hmm.
And Brittany Renner, man, as much of a low value woman she is, she pretty much just shoot him out, like what I mean, like pretty much shut him down on the live, and just
I don't think so.
Made him look beta.
I don't think so. Because you also you also got to remember, like especially with Myron, like what you call it, what's my man from Chicago, he passed away. Forgot the brother's name, and then his girlfriend came on Fresh and Fit. He he didn't know that was the dude's girlfriend. He ended up getting her kicked out.
Oh,
Yeah.
talking about King Vaughn?
Yeah, King Vaughn's girl.
Oh, Asian doll.
Yeah,
Asian doll.
yeah, they're purple. Yeah, they're purple. Yeah, they're definitely purple.
Mm.
But yeah, King's Vaughn girl, like she came on there, and like Myron didn't know who she was, and like I get she had came late. She came late, and then also yeah, she came late, and then also like there was like some girl, she was drunk, and like the girl kept interrupting and stuff like that. So they were like about to be like on the verge of like kicking the girl out, and the girl was like begging to stay, you know. And so she's like, oh, like, you know, so King Vaughn's girl was like, oh, you funny or whatever. So they got into it. He kicked her out, and then it went on the shade room. So he was getting heat from that. Now academics, he's on a mainstream platform. So when when you're on the mainstream platform, you can't really, like you have to have some tact. You have to have some tact. And I think that like if you rewatch it, like I think Myron was actually giving her the business, but she was just being boisterous, you know what I mean? Because, modern woman and stuff like that. But yeah, definitely. Because even when she sat down with Kevin, she knew Kevin wasn't gonna play that, because she was definitely soft talking to Kevin. She was definitely soft talking to Kevin Samuels. But like the thing is, but I knew like she wasn't gonna do that with Fresh and with Myron and them, because that whole thing had happened. That the shade room was on their neck. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And especially like when when they're kicking girls out, like it, like he's calmed down a lot. But I remember when I used to watch him faithfully, like he used to do it a lot. I'm like, damn, bro. I'm like, yo, like it's like every night, like he just kick out like 2 or 3 girls, man.
Yeah, I think he was just trying to make a power move or something. And also doing it, to showing out for his followers and stuff.
Right.
But it makes sense. But yeah, once you start to hit a certain level, like you don't really have to do that anymore. It seems.
Right.
But once in a while, it doesn't hurt to still show a little bit of I guess to show that you're still alpha in a way. But again, just I still can't unsee the fact that he was on secret arrangements. That's a real antithesis of what an alpha would do, in my personal opinion. And he they've been able to recover. Fresh,
Oh yeah, they took a bad hit, and man, like I thought it was over for him, because I think would they lose like almost 100,000 subs?
That's a lot. That's a lot to lose. So I'll give them, again, just the way, just their hustle. A lot of people would have probably folded. They didn't. So again, even though there's some things that I disagree, there's some, I'm still always going to give people credit, especially when credit is deserved. I may be somebody that's going to stand on my square, but I'm not going to die on my hill over something stupid.
Right.
Yeah. So, and I may have a sharp tongue, but I'm still rational.
Right.
I can still rationalize with people, even on a panel. Not saying on this panel, but even on panels where we do have a strag or something, as long as she doesn't come out of pocket, I would say that my temperament can be on my best behavior. But if she wants to play those away games, then
right,
then that's that's when that Art of Will come out, and you know, I get then that's when she gets the Melanie King treatment.
Right.
Right on. I see you getting ready to get your preview on your screen there. I noticed people didn't like you having the open marriage guy on your big screen TV. I know you said it was because Austin's on there, but when people look at it, also when I look at it, you got Austin. He's on the left side of the screen, but the thing is, not many people can see him very well. But on the right side of your screen, man, he can be seen clearly. It's clear as bro.
No, it was all good. It was all good, man. It was all good.
But it's all I know what you're trying to do. You know, yeah, you're you know, it's like a promo move for Austin and everything because he was on there. But man, I also felt like, you know, but he was shown more prominent on your screen.
Well, yeah. So but the thing is, what I realize is that because like Austin was all the way on that side.
Yeah.
Lucario was right here.
And everybody could see that. Oh man.
Yeah.
Everybody.
And they're like get Lucario off there. Yeah.
It's all good. I understand. You know, yeah. There's some people, you know, I feel the same way about him too. The thing is, you know, you got 4K. You could do a lot with 4K. Heck, man, you can invest in Ethereum with 4K. You know, instead of dropping.
Absolutely.
Of course.
Absolutely, man.
You can even probably. I don't know what it costs to fly from here to Brazil, but you know, if you're gonna.
Well. So as I was mentioning to you earlier, like with the 3 countries. So I was looking at it, and I'm looking at it right now. Right now, for me to get there, round trip is probably like maybe about like 900, which isn't too bad. You know, surprisingly, Guyana was like the most expensive. Like Guyana was like 2400. So I'm thinking there's probably some sort of carnival or some big event around the time when, you know, around the dates where I picked. So and then Kenya was like maybe like, you know, 1400. So not too bad. But Guyana like was the highest. I was like, well, damn.
See, you can fly to either Brazil or Kenya, upgrade to first class, and still have some money left over, as opposed to dropping 4 stacks on a course.
Right.
Right?
I walked into that one. I walked into that one,
man.
Oh man, but you know,
I know. I don't want to Tim pull you there.
I'm cool. I'm cool with them, man.
I know you are. Yeah, I know. But, even in the Fight Club, I know Angry Man is. I don't know if it's Angry Man or somebody else is cool with Steve the Cleanup Man Williams. I know.
Yeah.
All right, Ed. Yeah, great stream. I enjoyed it. I didn't get to see all of it because driving in traffic, but I do try to catch a lot of the Passport Bros stream. I'm hoping.
Yeah, no worries, man.
I'm going to check. What's his name? M3's. As long as he doesn't stream at the same time Austin does, because I do put him as the priority for the stream. But yeah, I'll definitely.
M3 or Austin
as well. What's up?
You said M3 or Austin?
No, Austin. I usually.
Oh yeah.
When it comes to content creators who stream, I usually put him as like top priority, and I know you've had some collabs with him, and you're up there as well.
Right. Thank you.
So that's.
Yep, absolutely. Oh man, thank you, man. I appreciate you, Culture Invasion. Let's see here. Pro tip: Guyana has has a new oil industry. The new face of the country will change the next few years. Get on board now.
There we go.
It's good to know. It's good to know,
man. Right there.
Yeah, man. But yeah, this has been my longest running stream thus far.
Not a problem.
Yeah, and I keep seeing like the numbers drop and then the numbers go up. As soon as I say I'm about to leave, like 4 more people came in. Listen, I'm about to go to bed. I'm about to go to bed.
Yes.
Send me a super chat. I'll stay awake.
No, it's all good, man.
All right.
No, thanks for having me on the stream. I really enjoyed it. Looking forward to getting on again. Also looking forward to seeing you on Austin's panel as well.
Mm-hmm.
You both are going to do big things. Both you, BMT, even 1MT as well.
Oh yeah, man. Yeah, Skylar. Yeah, Skylar is somebody I definitely got to get with, man. Yeah, man. Yeah, that's a good brother, man. I have his book too.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. Hold on. it's you probably can't see it, but it's hold on. Well, let me calm down.
Oh, it's in the background there. Oh.
Yeah,
I like the logo too. I like your avatar. It's simple, but it still catches the attention. Oh, when you're effing. yes.
Yeah.
Okay. You got it. All right.
Oh yeah. I got his book, man. I got his book. So.
Right on.
Yeah.
Yeah. Shout out to him. All right then. Yeah.
All right, man.
Have a good night, and I don't know how you close down the stream, so I'm gonna let you handle that.
Well, you could give me give me your final thoughts.
No, final thoughts is that really, I'm not trying to come out black pilled or anything like that. The Passport Bro is our MGTOW. Other people got their MGTOW. This is us going our own way, but in a very different way. It's leaving the matrix. You don't need to drop 4 stacks, to talk to a female, to get a female, to not even to deal with a female that's non-submissive. You don't need game overseas. You just can't be a dumbass. Yes, you do have to have a mouthpiece, and you can't look funny. But as long as you're genuine and you keep it real, you're gonna do all right.
All right. Perfect.
All right then.
All right, man. All right.
I'm clocking
First
out.
stream, man. First stream. I'm doing almost 5.5 hours, man. Wow. It's time for me to go to bed. Anyway. Thank you all for checking in. Had a great conversation with the ladies and, great dialogue. Opened up the panel, had some great conversations. I appreciate y'all. Stay purposeful, and I'm out of here. Oh, one last thing. Winter's coming.